Nope. Hello. How's everyone doing? Just trying to find a connector. It's proving more difficult than. Fucking hell, what is dust? Can't find what I'm. Because this is not tall enough. It's too tall to go on the shelf. So I need to find something that'll sit on the shelf that's low enough but it's got the correct attachment. We have another light stand here somewhere, but I can't see it at the moment. I've got other ones, but they're tall ones. Well, there's the other light stand. The problem is this has got quite a bit of weight in it. That's not going to do it.
What you doing?
Trying to find a thing to put this light on.
What thing to put what light on?
This.
Hmm?
This.
What's this?
This. This light?
I thought you already had something for that light.
No, it's not tall enough.
Why is that tall?
It's not tall enough and you can see it in the shot. It needs to go up taller.
So?
So it's not tall enough. But that light stand might go taller, so I'll grab that one.
God knows what he's up to.
Trying to fix shit.
Happy World Gin Day, everybody! Is it World Gin Day?
Yep.
World Gin Day! Then he's mucking around. I'm putting the bag there and I'm taking the reins tonight. Hey-ya!
No, you're not.
Yeah, I'm sitting there.
On your phone.
So what? I'm gonna sit here and I'm taking over.
Oh, I'm missing fucking was it on there too.
That's why we've fallen off, like everything.
Yeah.
Like everything, it falls off, it runs away. Doesn't want to stay. Ken's trashing the joint as usual. Yep, Ken's trashing the joint. He's found his bin. Oh, that's your own shit.
What?
So that's your own shit.
No fucking room in this shit hole, what do you expect?
Well, you shouldn't have so much shit. Should ya?
I'm in the fucking room.
You shouldn't have so much.
Actually fucking, is the string working or what?
I don't know. Do you want me to check? I don't know. Yep. Do you want me to check?
Very fucking quiet.
I don't know. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, Nightbot, no work. Stream elements
day.
not working.
Stream elements.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you gotta work.
Cheers, mate. Stream elements. Hello, is this shit on?
There you go.
Yeah, you gotta work.
Cheers, mate. Stream elements.
Sorry.
Why was Stream Element saying hello, is this shit on? It shouldn't be Stream Element.
Should be Nightbot, shouldn't it?
Oh no, we converted it over.
Because Nightbot don't work.
No, Nightbot's just fun out.
Yeah.
So we converted it over. Alright, so let's see how small we can go.
Whee!
Oh, fuck yeah.
Look out.
Yeah, that's what we want.
He's found a big pole. Am I right?
Bigger tripod. Light stand. Thingy. Okay.
You sure think he's that big, isn't ya? He. It's a big pole. Thanks for like.
Okay. Right, it's in the shop, right?
Yeah. Now it's not.
Yeah.
Now it's not. Whee! Everyone's very quiet tonight. What's wrong with everybody? Is everyone still a bit drunk from Big Vic's stream?
Probably.
Ooh, wonder what Lil's like.
I should be passed out.
It's Lil doing.
She would be passed out.
She would be absolutely white girl trash. I love her still.
No, she'd be passed out. She will.
Oh yeah, she'd be. She gonna have a nice hangover tomorrow. She would have had a nice feed of nuggets. Right. Chris, she would have a nice feed of nuggets. Probably had a nice upchuck and
Yeah.
D-Man. Heyo. Waiting for Ken? No, he's here.
I'm here, I'm doing technical shit.
He's being Mr. Technical. I'm just farting around on my phone.
Yeah, what's with the deal on your bloody phone?
Well, I'm still talking as well.
That's just rude.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, being on your bloody phone.
Whee! Playing game.
Playing games
Yeah.
on your phone.
Yeah.
Okay, how's that?
It's fine.
You weren't even looking what I was doing.
What? There's a black pole in the way.
Alright, out of the way. Gonna test it.
You're on the way again. Yeehaw. Oh, here he comes. He wants me to get out of his spot. Yes?
Yeah, well, I gotta test it first.
Well, you're not here yet, so... I gotta move now.
Goody.
Oh. Poo.
Okay,
She was comfy.
setting that off.
Wow. That didn't turn off.
Alright, so it's on you, not on me.
Not me. Well, it should be on me, not on you. I'm the best one, not you.
Probably needs to go higher. Turn it up.
No.
I can't fucking see it. We're about 23.
Alright.
30.
I'm the one that should be lit up, not you.
How's that look at 30? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's fine.
How much glow is it causing on the lights? Let's have a look. Oof. That's quite a bit. Alright, how's that? That's looking a bit better. Probably needs this to go up a little bit. What are you playing?
Nothing, it's an ad for a game. Wow, that's right.
Yeah. Take that off, it'll show off my shiny head. There we go.
What shiny head? Your red head.
Yeah, when you look at it, it lights up, see? It's just enough light, that's what you should be doing. It's a hair light, catch light, see? See, look at your hair, see?
Oh yeah.
Lights it up and bang, it's a hair light. That's what it's for.
That's really bright.
What, both lights?
There's no light behind me.
Huh? What light?
Yes, that
Those?
No, that light is very bright.
They're not in behind you, they're in front of you. They're only at 10%, they're at the lowest they go.
Very bright.
I know, but they are the lowest that they go.
Mm.
If I turn them up, they're fucking bright.
So we having gin or what are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we starting with? What gin?
That's an 100%.
Yeah, no, it's too bright.
I know, they're fucking...
Oh.
And that's just one of them. That's how fucking bright they are.
What's this? What's he gonna say? Pin a link so I can join. Join what? Oh, put the link up, you big dunker.
I haven't fucking had a chance to do anything yet.
He's getting there. He keeps playing with himself.
I haven't done any of that shit. I haven't even set anything up yet.
I'm too busy spooking around.
Well, it's not as easy as just turning everything on. There's fucking heaps of shit I have to do. G'day, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron.
Good day. Aaron Hardiman. Cheers, mate.
Well, go grab the ice. Have we got some of the old ice there? Is there still some?
Yeah.
Yeah, we use that, haven't we? Tanqueray, start off with?
Hell yeah.
Or you want a better one?
I do think.
Yeah, what the fuck is in that? Hey? No, yours is fine. No, mine's fucking something in there.
On top of the windowsill. On top of the windowsill. Ken's got fermenties in his. What? I said you got fermenties in yours. Oh, hell. Pain in the ass. What was in the bottom of it?
No, I just had a bit of gunk. It's probably from the last Gen 2 we had fucking 6 months ago.
Minted shit.
Not 6 months, but you know, a few months ago. Are we just going Tanqueray or are we going something fancier?
Let's go Tanqueray for now.
Well, I got 6 bottles of Fever Tree.
Nah, stick to Tanqueray and do the what's the name at the moment.
And we've got the Roku. Yeah, but it is gin day.
I know.
I reckon we should start with a decent one and then fucking have some cheap nasty shit.
Well, I reckon start with Tobermory.
No, I want a Roku.
Have Roku then.
I want a Roku.
We'll go Roku then.
We haven't had that in a while.
No, we haven't.
We've only had a little bit out of it. I think we had the orange one, this one. That's gonna be small. Can you get off your fucking phone? You're bad as the bloody child.
Saint Bernard?
Get off your phone! Not, Bad as the child. You can be on it if you're gonna gamble. Otherwise.
Yeah, I'll be on in a minute to gamble.
Yeah, well, don't let me like that. On your bloody phone. Yeah, you're fucking on there.
No, I'm making my Fitbit go stick that up your bum.
Still.
I had a shit night's sleep last night because my snoring was pretty bad.
No, I didn't hear nothing. I was out. Roku Gins is fine, but the bottle is what I love the bottle. The bottle's awesome.
Bottle.
Yeah, the bottle's awesome. I don't mind the gin either.
Gin's yummy.
It is quite tasty.
Gin's good. Gin good.
I need a scoop. Good. Do it by hand. Especially when it's a small fucking ice. I hate small ice because you end up when you go to drink it, you end up fucking with ice in your gullet.
Yeah.
It's annoying. Where the fuck did that go?
G'day. Iris Ra.
Hey.
Cheers, mate.
I'm me.
Only you?
I'm me. Only me being silly.
You just want to gamble.
Don't know how many I've got.
You're about to find out.
1,430. Okay. The mouse is in the way.
What? What are you talking about?
The finger. What did I get for 2 kitties?
You get a kitty cat comes up. The kitty cat will pop up. I need another box to put bloody cycling.
Morning, Aaron.
You get something for that.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you fucking do.
I lost my 100 drams.
No, you get something for 2 kitties.
Well, apparently I don't. I lost my 100 drams.
Do drams again? No, you should have got something for that.
Huh?
Do drams again? No, you're supposed to get something for 2 kitties. Sometimes it does glitch like that. I don't know why.
Ken says thanks for the likes.
No, you did lose it. Well, that's
Yeah.
not right. You're supposed to get something for 2 kitties.
And the kitty didn't pop up either.
And they didn't, yeah, it didn't
Not on the
register.
glass.
It didn't register the,
That's mine. No, it did not. I want my dreams back on whatever it's all supposed to be.
I don't even know how much it is. I can't fucking remember.
Well, look it up.
No, it's on the other machine on the code. I'm gonna fucking go through all the thing and try and find it and then look at the code.
It's not fair. I lost 100 dreams and I didn't get my kitty.
Technology. Don't look at me like that!
Well, I'm not gonna gamble no more if it's gonna be an asshole.
It doesn't happen very often, but it does occasionally happen. It's just I don't know why it does it. It's a fucking glitch. 99% of the fucking time it works. Occasionally it does that. Happy Virgin Day.
Darren sent me a message and I got the first message voice he sent me.
What?
You.
Whiskey.
I might have to be had and he goes, a couple.
What's a drink?
Crank and dry.
Huh?
Crank and dry.
What the fuck is that?
It's a rum.
Huh.
He's drinking that with
What
dry.
time did you fucking come on?
I told him we're on.
Yeah, we're on having G&Ts. Fucking come on and dribble shit. Can you stick that in the box? Recycling boxes. One bit. No, behind you. Hold on.
That's for empty!
Hmm.
Oh.
Because the fucking light. Oh, you gotta put the tonic there if you're gonna take a photo.
No.
Yeah, you gotta put the fucking tonic, because if you're having a good gin and a fucking shit tonic, there's no fucking point. You gotta have the good tonic, the good gin, right ratio. That is good.
Mm-hmm. Good gin.
Sexy bottle, good gin. Okay, so I
Good
need the problem with these fucking lights, they don't work. Check what happens. If I click the button, and all the lights have been told to be on, I get the middle, and the outside ones don't do it.
That's still pretty. I like that. Oh, don't change it. Oh, look, please.
Oh, I set a police one up, but the problem is, it'll do it.
Nice.
It'll do it, but then when I go to set it back to normal, they'll stay on. Because they don't talk to those ones, but I hit the police one and it talks to both of them. So I don't know what. It's just fucking weird. And if I do the 7 colors, this is for the booms. That'll be if we go to cocker boom.
Ah, cool.
We'll do that. Once I set it up, and then if I turn all the lights off, see, I hit the lights off button, it'll turn them on, and then I hit lights back on. The side ones won't come on. But then if I use the other button to turn the lights back on, they'll go back to the previous thing, which was the flashing. So I can't fucking win. It's just so fucking annoying. But then
Saint Bernard's.
But then I have this software.
Oh, pardon me.
Just now, I'm not fucking working either. I've got this little program on the computer which I can just manually. It's fucking annoying.
Yeah, the lights were supposed to be doing that.
No, that's what I'm saying. I have to reset them with this another piece of software because they won't fucking turn off once I
Aaron
turn it on.
lost. Aaron got
Fucking annoying.
2 hats. You got nothing.
Yeah, so if I trigger the police or the flashy lights or I change the colours, it only does it to 2 of them and then it won't turn back. I have to manually... Even though they're connected.
Yeah.
Fucking gremlins.
Saint Bernard to attack the system. As usual.
It's just fucking annoying.
Cheers, big ears.
What's the bullshit I had last night trying to get the connect to the Wi-Fi? Because they're just connected to Wi-Fi and then they would just disappear and then it'd come back. And this right one, it just disappeared. So I just can't fucking win. What are you gonna do? What?
Nothing.
It's fucking annoying. I don't mind if it doesn't work at all, but when it does weird shit like that, where only those... And the stupid thing is, there's no reason for those 2 side channels not to turn on, because they're both on different Wi-Fi connectors.
No.
So the Wi-Fi connector on this one and this one, which is the top, is one type.
Yeah.
And then the center channel and this left channel are a different type. So there's no reason why the side ones would fucking be different.
Radio.
Because they're... Yeah. And then...
Saint Bernards.
Oh, I don't fucking know. All I know, it's a pain in the ass and it pisses me off. 'Cause, yeah, when if I hit the police thing or I hit the colours, the 7 colours...
Bats.
Not
More
bats, it
bats.
should be St. Bernard's.
Oh, more bats.
If I hit the police thing, it will do it. If I hit the colours thing, it will do it. But like if I hit the...
There's no Saint Bernard. There's only a dog.
See? That'll go to green. No. But it doesn't change the side ones. And I can change it to red. I can go back to blue. And the same if I change the... Like if I turn the lights down.
Saint Bernard, turn around screen.
See? I turn the lights down. The outside ones don't fucking change. So I change it to blue. To green. It'll do it in the top and the middle. The side ones won't touch. But if I hit the police thing, or if I turn it off, they'll turn off. And then I turn it back on.
Good day.
Hey,
Morning, Donald.
Donald rants.
Good morning.
Cheers,
Happy
mate.
Working Day.
It's fucking crazy. I don't know why it does.
It's a Saint Bernard's.
Well, at least now we got the side light back, so if we turn the lights off, we're still lit up, see?
We got one side, not the other.
Hey?
Because you used to have that side too.
No, I never had that side.
Oh.
That's only the 3rd light. I've got 2 lights there and I've got that light.
Oh. My head's lit up.
But that's just a key light.
My head's lit up.
Yeah, it doesn't work for 2 people. If it was 2 people all the time, I'd need to have another key light on that side. But if it's 1 person here, it just lights them up in the face. In the back of the head.
My
It's alright
head.
for you got hair, because I don't have any hair, so...
You do have hair.
Nah, it's only fucking spray on. It's a spray on, look at it. That sounded like a fart then, didn't it?
Mum farted when I was talking to her on chat. Mum goes, "Did you hear that?" I said, "Yeah, I heard."
Good
And so,
day.
Hey, Sugar Kitty.
Meow,
Sugar kitty. Cheers, mate.
Hello.
All the fucking dogs, because the stupid lights is fucking retarded. Like, check this out.
No.
I'm just gonna show Sugar Kitty, because he'll laugh, because he codes and shit. So if I turn it off, right, I'll let you turn them off. They all work. Perfectly fine. I turn them back on. They work. It's perfectly fine. I go to change the color. Only the center one and the top ones will react. It was like, okay, what the fuck? And they're separate, they're different controllers. Like the left channel and the top channel are on a different controller than the center and the right. So it makes no fucking sense. But So if I change the color, any other parameter, change any parameter, the brightness, whatever, only the center and the top will react, right? If I hit the 7 color thing, which is just a pattern, all of them will react perfectly fine. But then if I go back to blue, only the center and the top. It's like, what the fuck?
That's why I did.
St. Bernard's. Because it just makes no fucking sense.
Oh, there's a few foxes in amongst that too. Oh, look, the dog's chasing the foxes.
So we got the police siren thing. But now I can't get it back to just solid blue because it only changes the center and the top channel, and the other one, it ignores it. It wasted Lil got in the right. I sure did. And
Yeah, Lil got white girl wasted.
Yeah.
She definitely got wasted. She funny. Real funny. She gets really bad. She shouldn't drink wine. Little wine don't mix.
It wasn't wine, it was champers.
Yeah, well, it's still wine, but she don't mix.
Yeah, stupid fucking lights. At least the computer's actually fucking talking to them, I suppose, but yeah. But it won't allow me to proceed to it. Yeah, he got timed out like 5 times. Because Leo was trying to talk to James, and she kept accidentally timing him out.
Yips. She's bad when she drinks champers.
So I don't know whether she went on to Big Vic's
After party?
after party.
You'd have to find out from Vic. Big Vic would have to come on and say,
We'll have to ask her.
Oi.
Oh.
Hey, I jumped a bit!
Jennifer took $10.
Hold on, I'll make the lights
Don't
flash.
mess with the boom. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, she got Carly then.
Cheers, Zofa. Thanks, brother.
Thanks, Sofa. You actually got me then.
Did you jump?
A little.
Oh, we'll,
Have a look, have a look, have a look.
we'll have to go to the replay on that one.
Yeah, have a look. You'd have to find out from Vic. Big Vic would have to come on and say,
We'll have to ask.
Good day.
Oi.
Oh.
Zofa
Hey, I jumped a
1920.
bit.
Cheese mate took $10.
Hold on,
It
I'll make the
wasn't
lights
much,
flash.
it was like a little bit.
Nice. Yeah.
Good day.
Yeah,
Top
she got
shelf
Carly
dusting.
then.
Grim
Cheers,
grabbed the cup
Zofa.
past.
Thank
Cheers,
you.
mate.
Sofa, you actually got me
What?
then.
Did you jump?
A little.
Chris had to make chicken
Have
nuggets.
a
Oh
look,
no,
have a
no,
look,
that was
have a
before
look. Let's go to
the
the
stream
replay.
ended.
Yeah.
Chris had to make the nuggies.
Oh, so Grim's got the cup past the.
Oh,
grab.
Grimm's. I don't know what he's talking about. I got no idea.
Yeah. Grim's grabbed
Good day.
the cup past the gin.
5
grabbed
fingers.
The line.
Cheers,
chopped
mate.
it in the
Good day.
popper.
Nightbot.
popped it
Cheers,
in-
mate.
Oh, Pete and Bass
Nightbot.
Sindu Sesh. Okay, there you go.
5 fingers. High fives, Carly.
Is that what that's?
It's Pete and Bass, yeah.
Okay.
The Pommy
Hey,
guys.
5 fingers.
The Pommy guys that are fucking funny as fuck.
Okay. Hey guys.
Alright. So I do have to give some people some drams because I got to give Zenboot his 10 and I got to give Zofa his 10. Because I run out of credits before and I couldn't give it to Zenboot.
And you gotta find out why the loan machine's paying bastards on colour. Because I got 2 kitties and it gave me nothing. And Key didn't even pop up.
Fine, I'll give you 200 fucking drams. Will that shut you up?
Yep.
Nightbot. 5 fingers. High fives, Zofa.
There, you got 200 fucking drams.
Yay!
Ah, Zenboot's not in here, so I can't give him some yet. Oh, actually, exactly it will. I think.
Nightbot.
Yeah, it should do it.
5 fingers. High fives, Sugar Kitty.
Otherwise, oh,
Oop.
That was 10,000. Oops. Oops.
You can't take
Oh no,
that.
I did it at, so it failed anyway. But that's fine. I can take them away. I have to do it manually.
Nightbot. Sugar Kitty high fives
Did you get
5
your fucking
bongers.
dreams? Nip, starting in it, yeah. Did you,
Oh,
yeah, you got yours. You got yours.
I got mine.
Supposed to be 1,000, not 10,000. Ah, use that. Okay. Am I done
Your
now?
phone just went bloop.
Yeah, that's the cockaboo
Ah.
notification.
Mm. Your feet stink.
Oh no, they fucking stink. I'll put spray in them, but yeah, I need to wash them.
Oh,
I need to go in the washing machine.
the team.
Mm-hmm. Sticky foot rot.
I'm glad your son doesn't have stinky feet. Chris and
But he
Lil.
will, you know.
Oh, they were on the after party. Ooh.
Yeah, Lil said she was going.
That white girl wasted, was she?
Is she still hungover? I mean, drunk?
Still, she was probably still drunk. It was funny when she's drunk.
Yeah, because I was going to set up the cockaboo, but the problem is, as soon as it flashes, there's no way of turning it back to
No.
normal because it doesn't fucking register.
Like, Menards get to
Because I can't change those fucking channels. I can only influence the center ones, unless I just make it that there's the center ones that do it.
Still the center ones.
And that's annoying, because I like to be able to change them. That's the idea of having all the fucking channels. Having the 4 separate connections. Oh, she was Valley Girl wasted? Nice.
Oh.
Yeah, and Chris are cute like you two. Aww. See, I can change the brightness. Look, I can turn it right down, except for the side ones don't fucking react.
Yeah. Chris and Lil cute. Chris and Lil are never cute.
They can be. But if I turn them off, they all turn off.
Yeah, when they're drunk.
And then I
They're
can turn them back on.
Very cute when they're drunk.
Air quality at 27. Oh, that's normal. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's actually decent.
What are we at the moment?
We'd probably never get down to 27 air quality because there's so much fucking dust in the area.
Yeah.
Our parts per million is so bad here because of dust.
15 degrees and cloud. 15 degrees and cloudy. Oh, really?
92% humidity.
Is it meant to rain tomorrow?
I think there's meant to be a little bit. Yeah, 270. That's a big bloody difference. Still look. Yep. Possible showers tomorrow.
Ah, poo.
It'll be after the game though.
Oh, bloody better be.
Oh, no, correction. It could be during the game. Yeah, it's going to be right on the game. You're looking till 6 till midday. You're probably going to get rain.
It's about, again, 10:30.
Yeah, it's going to be wet.
That means it's going to be...
Don't have StreamYard, Zimmer. Yes, I'll put a fucking link up. I don't have StreamYard. Don't use it.
It's an umbrella tomorrow.
Now, at least, oh, what's the wind? At least it won't be fucking windy.
I hope not.
No, I don't think you'll have wind. Nah, you'll be fine. Afternoon will be blowing us fucking ass off. Like 27, but you'll be, yeah, you won't have any wind in the morning. So the umbrella won't disappear.
That's good then.
Yeah, the link would be the same. Correct. Yeah, I haven't changed it. Okay. So yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do about the fucking lights because it half works when it feels like it. Fucking stupid! Fucking annoying, I tell you. I was gonna set up all the. I set up the colors. I set up the brightness levels, and then I was gonna set up the chat commands. Yeah. It was like turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off, and I've rebooted everything, and it's still
Stupid.
still fucking stupid. Yeah.
Stupid.
Fucking stupid. I haven't tested it where I deleted everything and I just controlled the left and right channel just to see if I can change the colors on them. No, it wouldn't do anything.
Dumb.
But I can still turn it off and I can still trigger it with other multicolors or flashing or any of that. But
Do that.
is that right?
No.
No, out there. That's right.
Hey, fuck, and there's a clothes on, full clothes on. Yep, and someone went bloop.
Yeah, that's a Z-Man. Yep, that's definitely Ryan.
Hey, Z-Man!
Z-Man!
Hey, you too.
Hello!
Yep, it's definitely raining.
Who?
Sugar Kitty. The 48
Nah,
hours of
72 hours.
man.
72 hours. Yeah, you're a beast. You're on last night, and then you're on Vex, and then you're back on here again.
Nightbot.
Yeah, I had to walk.
555 Z-Man.
I had to walk away from Vex because that was 2:30, which is like 4 hours ago. I was like, holy shit! And Lil and Chris were cool. She wasn't in the tribe. Yeah, she was doing good. So
Nice.
when she was at the track, she was crazy. But
Oh, you're on whiskey.
Good
You're on Sean's stream as well. Damn, you are a machine.
you know, good looking with her friends, but crazy. And I was just kind of laughing at that shit. I'm like, really?
What was I gonna say? Oh, that's right. What's
This is
that German apple pie called? Shoot, Kitty? Because Carly made one tonight, and Carly never. She's not much of a sweet tooth. She hardly ever has sweets. She had some of the apple pie she had, and then went back and had more. And for Carly to do that, that's pretty rare. But fuck me dead, it was good.
Carly shouldn't have had the ice cream.
Yeah, I went and got some ice cream because I got the bottle of Tanqueray and some ice. And I bought
This is my apple pie.
Yeah, so we had that on Big Vic's.
Yeah, I'm like, this shit'll knock you down.
Nelly didn't like it. It was cramping again.
Well, you didn't shit your ring out straight away. Schnitz pie? It's just an apple pie. It's called
It's
German.
just called German style apple pie. It's like an apple cake, but it's called apple pie.
Yeah, it's like an upside down cake kind of thing.
No, there's cake on the bottom, and then there's stewed apples in the middle, and then cake on top.
Yeah, there you go. That's pie on the bottom, pie on the top. Like, is it pie or like what is it? Cake? Is it flour?
It's a
Cake
cake type
mixture?
mix. Yeah, it's a cake type mix. You've got cake mix on the bottom, then your apples in the middle.
So what was it? Butter, egg, sugar, flour.
What? And yeah.
Apple cooking. Yeah, that's what I was
G'day.
saying.
Square table degenerates.
But then I said
Cheers, mate.
Deutschen Apfeltorte.
Yeah, but it's not a Deutsch apple torte. It's called German style apple pie.
Hey, Joe, what's up, brother?
Mm.
It's fucking tasty though. It's almost like a
Almost like an apple strudel.
No, but the cake mixture it's a bit denser and it's a bit darker than a sponge. It's almost like a sponge.
Very similar.
Yeah. Working the weekend, can't wait for next weekend. Going to be a nice long one. Snitch pie is what we call the apple slices. It's the slice instead of the apples. Yeah. No.
Yeah, it's like sliced up apples stewed in. I do mine in a star anise, 2 star anise, and 2 cinnamon quills.
It was the perfect amount, though. You just taste it, it wasn't overpowering.
And then I put cinnamon on. I mix cinnamon through the apple too.
Yeah, and it was just the right amount. It just kicked it off quite nicely, but it wasn't overpowering, because sometimes you get it with too much cinnamon. No, it was good.
But no, I always do my apples in star anise and cinnamon.
It's
Always.
fucking delicious.
Going to my mother's tomorrow.
Well, you better leave me some, because I want some tomorrow. I want some tomorrow.
That's forget. If I make a sweet and I take it to my mum's, I always get a better boomerang.
Yeah, fucking oath. I'll just take some over there and leave the rest.
No, because you'll eat it all.
No, I'm only having it for dessert. Well, the last apple pie I had it in little pieces, and it lasted a few nights. Apple
that
crumble,
was what
you
Mum
mate.
made. Yeah, apple crumble. Okay. I can always make a lemon meringue pie.
I thought that's what you were making when you started. Because
No.
I
Get another drink. I'll be right back.
making something up, and I thought, oh, what are you making?
So I got dinner organised. Like I prepped dinner and then I made the.
No streusel on top.
No.
And ice, mint ice. I hate it with some ice cream.
Ice cream gave Carly's poor belly.
Just vanilla ice cream.
Carly's poor belly paid for it. Still sore now. Don't like that stuff. What's this?
Yeah, it's not. It's this nicked warm. Ah, but it's this nicked cold.
It was still warm.
No, I mean the weather is nicked cold. Es ist ein bisschen kühl,
Good day.
aber nicht cold.
Richie Z.
Yeah,
G'day,
the
Richie.
apples are not hot. The apples are cooked and then cooled and then stuck in the pipe.
Yeah, but the Apfelkuchen war ein bisschen warm.
Much! Speak English, not kraut.
The apple cake still was a little warm.
Yes.
Yeah,
It was still a little warm, yes.
yeah.
Here's Reggie Z.
When it's gonna warm, ready for spaghetti ice. Oh, I wish I could get spaghetti ice here.
Kitty ice?
Yeah, so in Germany, it's very different to ice cream you have here. It's more gelato, but they do it in like string.
Oh.
It's like, and they do it in different colors, so you can have like a spaghetti bolognese, but it's like gelato ice cream. Yeah, I had it when I was in Germany. That's spaghetti ice.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome.
What does it taste
And
like?
there's shops everywhere, and everybody does it. Everybody has spaghetti ice.
Yeah, well, our ice cream didn't last very long than I made.
No, your ice cream you made, that was pretty nice. That was tasty.
It wasn't
What
as,
is-
the one time wasn't very sweet either. The
What does spaghetti ice taste like?
A bit like gelato.
Okay.
kitty ice cream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Because the ice cream's a bit more like gelato. It's not typical ice cream that like we have or you have in America. But then
Yeah.
they put it through a
Now
strain
they
of spaghetti
sell
ice cream.
they sell gelato out here, but it's like it's lighter and it's thinner and it's actually pretty tasty.
There you go, Kelly. There's your spaghetti ice cream.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you said
I've
icing
never-
sugar on top with the sauce. That looks like it looks like fucking. It's fucking delicious though. See, it's all noodly.
It's all noodly.
Yeah.
You're noodly.
I've never heard it referred to as spaghetti.
Yeah, it's spaghetti ice cream. Yeah, I'll show you a picture.
Okay.
It's very common in Germany
Oh really?
and very popular. There you go. That's spaghetti ice cream. Spaghetti ice.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's like vanilla ice cream, gelato, and it's pushed through a machine like a colander type thing. then you have strawberry sauce, and then you have icing sugar on top. So it looks like spaghetti bolognese. You can get other different ones, like you can get rainbow ice, so it's all different colors. You can get like just green ice or just vanilla ice.
I love strawberry. I love strawberry.
Yeah, well, you'd love this. It's fucking delicious. They're plain gelato. It's not spaghetti ice. It's a special. Yeah, it is different. It's that's what I say. It's like a gelato type thing because it's not ice cream. It's not gelato. It's kind of like it though.
I haven't met anybody that hates gelato anyway. So
no.
And here in the States, they sell gelato everywhere.
Yes, the spaghetti is the ice cream bit, and then you have strawberry sauce, and then icing sugar on top to make it look like spaghetti bolognese.
No, you have chocolate sauce and like.
Yeah.
What gin are you guys drinking?
Roku.
Roku!
What?
Roku. It's Japanese.
Okay.
Num num num. The hell was that?
I saw the other one that you usually drink, and I'm tempted to grab a bottle because it was actually pretty cheap at my store. So.
Which one? What, Tanqueray?
What's the other one? What is the other one you usually pour?
There's a few.
Botanist?
Botanist, Hendrix, Whitley Neal.
Hendrix was the one I saw.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not cheap here. Not cheap at all.
It's like $15 here. That's cheap.
Nah, I don't think it's Hendrix. It'd be more than that.
Orange juice? What's in the orange juice?
Nah, that's not orange juice. That'll be Mountain Dew with whiskey.
Or has it got something
It'll
else?
be Buffalo Trace with Mountain Dew.
Diet Mountain Dew with Buffalo Trace.
Oh, Mountain Dew, Buffalo.
Yeah.
That's a little weird.
No, you just.
Ooh, yeah.
Don't you know that Mountain Dew was actually invented for mixing?
You can't get shit. You can't get shit faced unless you hydrate. So if you just mix one with the other, because I get tired of drinking beer. And I'm a beer drinker at heart.
Yeah.
Mountain Spew.
Mountain Spew was invented for mixing.
Oh wow. Considering we just drink it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Even does the same. Mountain Dew was made to mix with whiskey.
Wow. Didn't know that one.
Mm-hmm. That was the idea of it. Mr. Whiskey Shits and Shillong swear by this shit. They drink it like water. I don't know how they can drink that shit all the time.
What, Mountain Dew?
It's a soft drink in general.
I don't
It's
drink
good.
it all the time.
I hardly ever have fucking soft drink.
Unless we have Red Rooster, then you have it.
That's what I mean. If we have takeaway once every couple of months, then might have a small bottle or a can or something. That's the only other time.
Mountain Dew is Sprite with a twist, so that's what makes it so good.
Cheers, Reggie. I find Mountain Dew and bourbon is really better than makes any sense. There you go. I don't like mixing whiskey, so yeah, I would never do it. Unless I'm doing a cocktail, but I can't mix whiskey with Coke or any of that.
Nah.
Well, I'm not mixing it. It's whiskey neat with a side of Mountain Dew.
Yep, Mountain Dew chaser.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't sound good, but you do it and you wow. Yeah, it might be, but yeah, I could just never do it. It's like,
Yay, when you're at the RSL, you drink the whiskey and dry.
yeah, that's in a can, pre-mixed crap. There's nothing else.
It's delish.
What?
And the
I
citrus,
think-
yeah, well that's like Stone Ginger Dry and bloody Jameson back in the day.
Yeah.
But then because everyone did Beam and Coke and Jack and Coke and nah.
My store's got Jameson on sale for $15, and I should buy the store, but
Those Jameson lime ones are pretty good. Those pre-mixed cans, lemon and lime or lime.
they're usually like $27 a bottle, and they're trying to get rid of it.
This pre-max Jack and chokes aren't terrible. Really?
Jack and
yeah.
chokes aren't terrible.
No, if I do Jacks, I do Jacks and lemonade.
Well, that's the same as Mountain Dew, pretty much. Try it with Mountain Dew next time. It's made for it.
So Dustin, do they actually give a proof on that or no?
Then just get when you buy one of your bottles of your battery acid, buy a small bottle of Mountain Dew as well, and then mix it with your Jack.
Oh, I got what's the name up there? I got rum.
What rum?
My Captain Morgan rum up there.
Okay. So
There's
there's 7.5%
Captain Morgan still in there?
In that cupboard, yeah.
No. Oh, there's 7? Yeah, about that.
Yeah.
Usually those premix around 6, 7, 8.
Mm.
So they're good.
Usually around that.
Mm.
Oh, there you go. There's a Coke Zero one.
Yeah, there is. Dad drinks it. That's what.
Oh, that's what your man drinks.
That's what your man drinks.
Yuck.
Jackson Coke Zero.
Yep, not for me.
We got it at RSL too.
What, the Coke Zero?
Jackson Coke Zero.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a back surgery, and they don't like my sugar level, so they put me on meds to bring it down, and I was at 70 last night, and I got on Vicodin. I was like, holy shit, I need to eat something. So I had a slice of pizza, and that brought it up a little bit, but I was like, man, because you can feel when you get below 100 on your sugar, you can feel yourself crashing pretty quick.
Yeah, my dad does that.
Yeah, and I'm a type 1 diabetic. So I'm doing pills. No shots.
Yeah, she's on the same.
I'm a type 2. My dad's a type 1. My dad's on insulin. I'm on tablets.
Yeah, I don't want to get on the insulin. No, nobody does, I guess, but
no.
A lot of people don't get that. They hear
get
diabetes.
Get them this week.
Okay.
Get them this week. Get them Thursday.
So I won't be streaming fuck all next weekend because I'm going to be up stupid hours Saturday, Sunday.
Ken has to do 8:30 soccer, so he has to be at soccer by 8:10. No.
Yeah, I got to be at soccer game on Sunday at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Hee hee.
He's got fucking
Dancing at 9.
9 in the morning on Saturday.
Saturday.
So yeah, I won't be doing late ones.
Hey, take care of the kids. I've been to a lot of baseball games and basketball games with my
Nightbot.
girl had 2 boys.
5 fingers.
I got nothing wrong with
High
taking
fives
it.
for
It's fucking 8 o'clock in the morning. Fuck off.
Suck it up, Ken.
Exactly. Thank you, Z-Man.
8 o'clock in the morning on a fucking Sunday's a bit rough.
Hey, yeah, but it's memories, man.
You have to spend time with each other. You love and watch sports. Oh wait, 8 o'clock in the morning.
It's memories, brother.
Yeah, but why does it have to be 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, and then you just drop him at Nanny's later.
Any other time? Oh, I'm not dropping him off, am I?
Yeah, you gotta drop him to Nan's.
Okay. I thought you'd come home again.
No, drop him to Nan's. Go straight to Nan's after.
It's gonna be raining. Probably gonna be pissing down next weekend.
I don't know. When I play. No, I got Friday.
Well, if you look on the app, you get a couple more days.
Yeah.
Most adult kids like getting up early. Not me.
No, Ken's not out.
What do you have for brekkie, Richie? Yeah, I'm nocturnal.
No, it's 40% chance of rain next Sunday.
Okay, so you're gonna have a wet game tomorrow, and I'm gonna have a wet game next week too.
Maybe a wet game next week.
I'd tell Richie pour a dram, man. It's 7 o'clock here too, dude. You're in Cali. I'm in AZ.
I mean, it is fucking winter, and soccer is a winter game, so
Yes.
it's got to fucking rain.
Well, football.
It's fun, yeah.
Apparently the kids at one of the schools playing Gaelic footy.
Yeah,
That's pretty.
I wish I had a steak to fry too.
Contact?
They're in my
Contact?
freezer.
I don't
Proper
think-
tackling shit?
No, I don't think proper tackling.
Ah, so they're doing a bastardized version. Ooh, wish I had a steak. Hell yeah. Have you got bacon?
Don't put that in chat.
Bacon.
Eggs, bacon, potato, smiley face, and whiskey.
There you
He's
go.
having noodles.
Hey, noodles.
There's a noodle emoji there.
Is that noodles? 5 fingers maybe. No, that's a cuppa. Is that a cuppa or is
No, it's noodles.
I don't know. I don't bloody do emoji crap.
It's noodles.
So,
I'm not
so
ramen
can I ask
noodles.
can I ask a question?
Of course you can.
I see Carly's name in chat. How did you come up with that name?
Iris
Sorry.
Ra.
So when I first got on the internet in the early 90s, everyone used aliases, right? So I came up with Osiris, which is the ancient Egyptian god of the dead.
Oh wow.
So Iris was the sister and wife of Osiris. Iris is the one that brought Osiris back when he was killed by his brother Set. Iris brought him back together, stuck him back together, and he became the god of the underworld.
Wow.
Their son is Horus.
Which is our kitty
Was the
cat.
name of her cat.
But Samuel is also Horus. His what's name is also his email on his iCloud is Horus.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
Oh,
that's part of it.
Justin lost all his dreams. What?
Yeah.
Yes, and we have got Horus too. Yes. Who?
Well, my name came from my last name is Szymanski. So at work, I was always called Z-Man. So that
Yeah.
nickname kind of stuck with me, and it went away.
Nightbot.
And then I've noticed that
5 fingers high fives Horus.
there's more people that actually have heard of that, so I just kind of stuck with it.
Yeah. And then I've got my figurine that I got of Osiris.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday. That's fucking cool shit,
Yeah.
dude.
Fucking badass.
And I kind of laughed when you were going through the pictures, and it was the
Different
girl
ones?
in the office. uh,
I'd
There-
love
there's
to
a
have
lot of-
all of them now.
yeah, there's a lot of detail that goes into that.
Rabbit.
That's why I'm hanging on to it.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah, that thing's fucking awesome. So as soon as that got announced, I'm like, fuck yeah, I've got to have that. And you
Cool.
get it in black, silver, or green. You had to get the original green. Because Osiris was the god of horticulture and agriculture.
So he was a farmer.
Yeah, that's why he's green. So he was the god of agriculture. Then he got killed, and then he got put back together, and then he became the god of the underworld. So when you died,
Hey!
and
Oh, your feet ring.
I know when you died and you were in front of Anubis and you got weighed, and whether you're worthy or not, then you'd go live with Osiris, the god of the dead.
All right.
Worthy.
God. Hey! Why choose?
Sugar kitty. Go get,
Yeah, that's
go get,
right.
go get your drugs and come back.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, he's the eye. Yeah, Horus is the eye because he's the eagle head, and then Ra's the sun god. He's got the sun. Yes.
Is that a Greek thing or an Egyptian thing? It's
Ancient
Egyptian, right?
Egyptian. Ancient Egyptian. Yeah.
Mhm. And I'm she who must be obeyed.
Swambo.
A she who must be obeyed.
Oh, and Sugar Kitty didn't see the god of kitty cats, which is Bassett.
Yeah. No, with him it's St. Bernard's, always.
Are you thinking of Bangington,
No,
Lord Bassett,
Bassett,
Bridgerton?
Bassett or Bast, which is the kitty cat.
Bastard.
The kitty cat.
Bastard.
Kitty cat.
Yeah, I'm saying bastard.
Where's the kitty cat?
Meow. Now he's got to go find them all. Okay.
Yeah, I don't stream with the emojis because when I do, and I try to get in a chat, I don't know if that's because I have shit that's wireless. It screws with it too much, so I just shut it off.
Are you playing that game again?
Me? No.
I think you
No,
are.
I'm not.
Sounds like you are.
No, I'm not. Not
Sounds
playing
like you
nothing.
are.
No.
Here you go, shoot kitty.
Big booby kitty.
Oh yeah, Sugar Kitty missed that shit yesterday.
Yep. So this one, and you get a kitty cat. So this is the black version. It comes on a. Then there's you got two heads. So you got one mount, and then there's a white version as well.
Yeah, it looks cool.
It's fucking awesome.
Mm.
Meow.
So you got the white kitty cat. I probably would have got the white version.
She's a big booby kitty.
Oh, you saw Saurus? Yeah, I probably
Yeah.
would have got the white version.
There you go.
Nancy got a young kitty at my account yesterday, broke my heart, but the worker there was to take care of it. I wanted to take her with me. It's pretty cool though, because you get the thing to put the kitty on as well.
Yep. Sometimes you don't need a bottle, Dustin.
Do you get that?
We're all gonna go broke either way, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. The kitty in the stand.
Heaps of pieces.
Mhm.
It's cool. Yeah, sold out though. But yeah, they're $300 a pop. So, so $300. I would have got there's like 6 of them in the whole series or whatever. So yeah, that's a bit of money.
Dustin, we're all fully boiled, brother. I gotta run.
Oh, you broke, but you got to get more spring back. Yeah.
Yeah, you buy what you like, man. You buy what you like.
You done?
Yeah. Well, I got
Okay.
something in the morning and
You slept like shit last
I
night.
slept like shit slept like absolute shite last night.
But you know, get out of that whiskey. Oh, it is.
It is nice time. I did have my gin, so I also had my gin for gin day.
You gotta go feel it.
Everyone's done.
9 out of 10 Springbank buyers are in fact broke investment bankers. I'll see Z-Man had 3 dead bottles.
That's
And-
$100.
and just-
That's $100 a bottle out here. $100 a bottle.
Alright guys, I'm gonna go get some shut eye.
Night, Kylie.
No,
Yeah, Springbank ain't cheap. Spent $1,000 on Springbank.
is that King of Kentucky or Kill Karen?
I don't know what the hell that is. Good chunk was for friends. Yeah. Wow, that's what happens too.
Oh, what's Kill Karen? Nice.
Yeah.
You got a visual skin. That's why I asked.
I've never seen King of Kentucky, and I never will.
There we go. So that light looks right. Probably need to go a bit.
Yeah, Sugar Kitty.
Oh, yeah,
Springbank
that's King of Kentucky. Yeah.
Springback 10 out here is the $100. And I got no problem paying for the age, 27 year, yeah. But I kind of tapped out at like $300.
Yeah, that shit ain't cheap.
You pay for age. It is what it is, you know. You're sitting over there with scotches. I'm sitting over here with bourbons. You know, they don't.
Yeah, you can get a lot cheaper bourbons and why can't fucking Scotch or anything for that matter.
Well, yeah, I get that. Like I told you, you know, you enjoy what you get.
Well, you get what you get, and you drink it.
Yep. And the people that complain about it.
Oh, what I was complain about?
Yeah, some people just get bitchy. I don't know. They're like, well, I don't know about. Yeah, shut up.
Exactly, Richie. That's why we work.
Whiskey since 2012. Yeah, actually.
Yeah, when I moved house, I did a rough guesstimate on how much I had in whiskey, and I
don't even. Yeah, you don't. We all know we got a problem, Richard. Putting it into perspective is not a good thing.
But then, you know, if I didn't spend it on whiskey, I would have blown it on something else, probably.
Yeah, well, and you know, you don't. When I don't go to work, I'm saving money not driving to work. That's fine. But you spend it on what you want to spend it on.
When it comes down to it, you only live once.
Oh, yeah.
As long as you enjoy it and, you know, you're not hurting anyone. And you're not,
yeah.
It's not becoming an issue. You know, you're not spending it on whiskey when you have to be spending on, or should be spending on other stuff. You know, you're not compromising and you're not abusing it, then it's all good, isn't it?
Does YouTube give a shit if there's a TV in the background?
I can't see it, so that's fine.
Alright, okay. I'm gonna take it out of the picture.
Actually, I'm gonna have some of this Yorkshire gin. Don't have children, otherwise it would be only budget bottles. Yeah.
So the Hendrix I told you that I saw, you're saying $20 a bottle is not the right price? That's a question.
Fucking hell, I've only had a bit of this, but fucking it's gone down already. So pear and pink peppercorn. YouTube's been an absolute shit. We still haven't heard back about our bloody getting our quota back.
I don't, you know, Richie, what I do is, and I'm probably subscribed to like it's like 155 channels. So the ones that I usually watch, it gives me notifications on all of them. So I just follow that shit. And if I don't see, like, if Ken's doing a live stream right now, I just kind of sit there and go look for it. So when YouTube wants to be stupid and they're not going to tell me what's on, or, you know, I'm a car guy, I'm a barbecue guy, I'm a tool guy. I got my collections. I do my thing. I go look for those websites, and when I see shit come up, I just click on it. And sometimes I have to go into notifications, and sometimes it'll give it to me, but it doesn't always. I've watched too many creators with the algorithm where they just got it all effed up. So you gotta deal with it, man. So. Yeah, and I agree. I get Ken's. I don't get all the others, but you know, I'm a Patreon on like 10 different platforms. So when I don't get notifications on the people that I'm Patreon, I go looking to see what is up. So
Yeah, it's fucking weird that I found that there's a couple channels that I follow and I never get their notifications. I'll turn it off, turn it on, turn it off, trying to trick it, and I never get the notification.
No, you go looking on your subs, and I like on my phone, which is what I'm streaming on right now. I go to that. Otherwise, if you click on subs, it'll actually tell you what's up.
Whiskey Tubers with Marvel here is going to be a nightcrawler.
Yeah. Well,
can't I be Iron Man with all the cool tech?
People are going to sit there and go, well, what the fuck? What were you doing at this time? I survived Livewire. You know, people are going to go where they want to go.
They did get Munted pub.
Yeah, I've never been munted on here. Don't laugh at me.
I've never been Munted on here.
Having Simon in here yesterday was kind of cool, but he fucking didn't last. I'm like, really, dude?
Nah, he'd been drinking since 4 and he was out. He was done.
Yeah. He used to get on here for an hour or two every now and then, though. It's pretty cool to talk to. It's 7 a.m. here. What time is it there?
Right above your head. 22:18.
That's 11.
Nope. 10.
Would you? It's 10?
It's 10. 10 p.m.
Wow. All right, then. Just because I know the time difference doesn't mean that I can actually sit there and read it and go, okay. Yeah.
That is good.
Jason. You are flying in the face of danger. My face. Giggity, 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 giggity. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang.
Penny.
Yellow. What's up, Buttercup? What's the word, Hummingbird? What's the gist, physicist?
Probably gonna get flagged for that shit. But fuck him.
Well, Penny, on a scale of 1 to 10, sexy as AF, what would you rate her?
Out of 10?
Yes, sir.
Penny as in the character or Callie Kicker as the actress?
Well, just her in general. Because there's not a lot of reasons to watch that show.
True.
Come on.
Where James Bradman did they have that in Australia? Nah. At the beginning, she was pretty ditzy and dumb and stupid, so I'd say 6. But then,
Really? No. I'm talking the look. I don't give a shit about what she comes out of her mouth.
oh, she's a 9.
See, there you go. And I'll give her a 10.
Yeah.
She's hot as AF.
Oh, fuck you. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, well, that's what I was asking you.
Well, you didn't specify. We're just going on looks and nothing else. Then yeah, she's a 9 all day, every day.
Hey, my wife, when I look at her, and she she hits the buttons that make me pissed. A 10 all day, every day. And that's what makes me stay with her. I'm like, you know what? Shut the F up. But you can't tell that to them.
No,
You keep going on.
I'd say that'll get punched in the face.
Carly did some shit with you a couple of weeks ago where she was wearing something and her shorts went up to her belly and she pulled up her shirt. And what do you think we all saw, Ken?
What do you think?
Yeah, the underside is something that we should not be looking at. And you're like, really?
That's right. She's
and my girl's she's like that too. She just like don't do that. Don't do that. Don't put that on the internet.
She's done that before. It's not the first time we've seen stuff like that on my stream, and usually from Australians.
Well, the cool thing about Australians is you guys just don't give a shit. And
yeah,
the world should be more like that, you know.
So here's some advice from the legend Richie Z. Don't buy Widow Jane unless you already have. There you go.
Yeah, I've heard bad shit about Widow Jane. I won't buy it.
Yeah, I haven't heard amazing things about it.
Well, and the other one's the Doc. Is it Doc Swinson's? I won't buy that either because people review it.
It's fun. I like the family. I think it's the family reserve, the one JD sent me. The Doc
Yeah,
Swinson.
but why do I have to go through the whole realm of what they're selling to make it taste good? You know.
Well, that's within it, you know. Certain stuff is good, certain stuff is shit.
No, it's the point I'm making to you is the distilleries sell hot garbage. You know, you could go to Buffalo Trace and everything you have is going to be good. It's not going to be worth the money that you spent on it, but it's going to be good. And then you start going into shit like this is Knob Creek single barrels, and this is good because it's 120 proof, but I wouldn't buy a shit ton of them because when you light them up, they're hot garbage.
Yeah.
Do not buy Widow Jane unless you all right.
Chocolate.
No!
Good day.
Chocolate.
Zenbood.
No!
Cheers,
Hey,
mate.
Zenbud. Oh, you got picks? Oh, I gave you drams too now, so you should have your 1,000 drams. It did register, didn't it? I didn't check that.
Oh, what sucks is you're trying to get credits for participating in chat, and YouTube's not allowing it. Oh, God.
No, it didn't go through. I gotta do that again. So for Zenbud. Because I put a colon, not a semicolon. I'll fix that.
$72. Hold on. There you go. 72 degrees in here.
There we go.
There you go. When you get live donations, they go straight to you, yes?
20K club. Hell yeah. What was that?
When you get live donations, they go straight to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just curious.
Yep. PayPal takes their cut and I get the rest.
What's PayPal? What is PayPal's cut?
Like on a $10 is like $1.20 or something. It's not that bad.
Okay.
I think we can all relate to that. The amount of money we spent. Yeah. But we love it. It tastes good. And it's fun.
Let me do a bio break. I'll be back in a minute.
Roger, roger. But a life experience, exactly. And it creates memories, you know. When you're with good people, good friends, family and stuff, and you have a good time over a drink. It's good times. Yeah, this is good, this stuff. I like that bottle too. Look at that bottle. There. Hell yeah, Zenbud. God, fucking hell.
Sman tip $10. Cheers.
Man tip $10. Cheers.
Cheers, brother. That was funny. I was looking at the fucking chat. Zenbud said on a roll, and then it said Z-Man Justin. It's just, and then boom.
Wow. I told you, YouTube creators need to get paid, man.
It certainly fucking helps, and I appreciate it. That's for sure.
That's why I get on here and I do what I do.
I know, that was
Extremely uncool. That's not though. Holy shit.
right. Glenn Gooley for the best of times.
Nice. You got 2 Glen Goolies. So that's right. I was going to see how many drams I got. Gambling because I lost last time.
Thanks for the drams too, man. I appreciate that.
I got 3,370. Relating, she wouldn't touch my 2,600 bottles. That's when no, she wasn't the one. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Carly never really drank that much. She would have, you know, Captain Morgan or Jack Daniels or something like that. But no. Now she drinks everything. She would never touch Pete, and then I introduced her to Pete.
I gotta read that. I gotta read Richie Z's comment for a second. I spent several years of my life with a lady who wouldn't touch my 2,600s of okay. So mine, Richie, it was buried in a closet. and my mom passed away in 2008, and I took it out of the closet and I put it in 2 totes. So my girl has got a 30-year-old that she swears up and down is collecting beer, and he's not. He's collecting whiskey. And like the CYPB that Buffalo Trade sells, he got that thing on an auction at $55. And she's like, well, he's telling me that you're sending him pictures. I hand delivered him 2 Eagle Rares and 2 Storytime bottles. And I just kind of freaking laughed, and I told her, you know, he's not doing bottles, he's doing whiskey. And she kind of sat there and didn't say shit. And I told her, I said, I got totes. I got 2 totes. I got a closet full of bottles. And this is from the freaking 80s. 80s I've been collecting. So just respect what people do and, you know, deal with it. They have tried close to 1,000.
That's an awesome goal, Rich. 1,000.
Yeah, that's, you know, and I'm a big proponent of, if you buy the bottle, freaking open it.
I have no idea how many whiskeys I've tried.
Yeah, me either. And I don't care. I've already cheated death once with a heart surgery, so I don't care.
Have a rotation. Yep.
Yeah. And you got to do the rotation just to make sure it doesn't go to crap.
Ah.
Yeah. So I'm looking at chat, and I have to like get to the computer to get it because I got the iPhone like here, and the computer is behind me, and it's a big ass freaking 24.
Yeah, I got 2 Glengoyes.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I know. That was
Extremely uncool.
I'll show you.
Glenn Gooley for the best of times.
I'll show you the setup. That's the computer, and then that's the camera setup, so you can see what the fuck is going on in the yard. So you just bring it down, brother. Somebody creeps up on me. Yeah, somebody creeps up on me, they're gonna get a bullet to the head. I probably shouldn't have said that, but that's the reality of it.
I wonder if I can do this.
You move the camera though, because the Titanic should be up.
What do you mean up?
The camera should be up more, so you see that Titanic above your head.
You can see the Titanic, you just can't see the shit that's further above it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, you can't see the table and shit if I tilt it up too much.
All right then. Yeah, it's the
then
iPhone.
it'll be cut off like here.
Yeah, it's the iPhone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ken. It's the iPhone that's fucking me up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I can see the Titanic. It's right there.
Yeah. Well, it's like me doing that shit right there. You know.
I'm just gonna see if I can.
I think I'm up on time on the stream on the computer.
On the link I had before.
Yeah, it's a little. I don't know why it lags so freaking much. There. Ah, there it goes. Okay, I got it.
No, I can't see the link. Uptime doesn't work anymore, Zenbird. I got to fix that, but the uptime is up the top left. 1 hour 36 minutes. Yep,
Yeah. Who's been alive for? Yeah.
Undefined, but it is right up there.
Well, you got on. You've been on 90 minutes, I think.
Yeah, 1 hour 36 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I think I stuck it in here. I'll just click on it this way.
So what is Rumble?
Just another platform.
Can you compare it to another platform or not?
Well, like Kick, Rumble, Odyssey, and Player, they're just hybrids of Twitch and YouTube.
Okay. No pay to get on it or no?
No.
So why do you put that out there? Is it just to get exposure?
Well, I'm just placing my bets because YouTube's turning shit, Twitch is turning to shit, so you got these other platforms, so I'm just making sure that I'm on those platforms. Plus, it's a backup because most of my shit gets copied over to there as well.
So you're familiar with Jeremy Sires, right?
Yep.
And he has a platform where it's just his regular channel, which has like 500,000 subscribers. And he has it in after hours that he's doing live streams off of. So out here in Arizona, Tim Swanson, the owner of Cigars Daily, has been bitching about tobacco content. You can't put it out there. YouTube's not going to allow it. And he's actually got a whole other platform that he's done. So Jeremy's kind of done the same shit where it's like, you know, if you don't want to be on YouTube, well, I'll just go somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of creators are doing that. You know, all the gun channels and stuff.
Well, it kind of sucks. It sucks because it shouldn't be like that. Just, you know.
It's always the same thing. You'll get a platform that it's really well liked and it's not that popular. And as soon as it gets huge and popular, then money comes into it to keep it afloat, and then all the advertisers come in, and then it all gets fucking locked down on what you can and can't do, and then it turns to shit, and then you go on to the next thing. That's what always happens.
So let me tell you something.
Ricky, I've got a Jeep Wrangler, and the missus got a BMW.
So let me say something to you, and the rest of the crowd that's in chat can listen to it. Is YouTube is owned by Google, and I've been a DirecTV person since 2000. So NFL Sunday Ticket got stupid. Who's that in the bottom?
That's me.
Okay. Well, YouTube got stupid, and they want $300 or whatever fuck it is to subscribe to the NFL Sunday Ticket, and I ain't done it yet. And people are just gonna they're just tired of paying the money out.
So the next logo, Richie, will be finishing the Titanic. Then I've got the Blue Bricks Bird of Prey and the Land Rover, the classic Land Rover.
So make the bottom screen a bigger screen, so we can see what you're looking at. There you go. Because Ken, your studio is fucking awesome, and people need to people need to understand what it takes to do these fucking videos.
So I just added all those shells.
Wow.
All the Lego.
Yeah.
All the Lego shit.
Yep.
Lego. Whiskey.
Let us see your office. Put it to your office. The other side of
the office is just there. There's the office. So there's not good.
You know, you do work over there.
Another 4 screens. So there's one computer. There's another computer. And then there's another computer. There's a server there.
I think it's important for people to see that shit, dude. I really do.
Well, there's my YouTube stream. Well, this is my setup that I'm sitting in front of now. But then I've got all this shit as well. So there's another.
Yeah. And if you want the full extension of it,
there's a monitor there, and then there's a monitor there, and then there's a big TV up there.
Well, I think if people want to understand what you do, Ken, is to fucking be a Patreon and see the pic you put up on Patreon.
Yep, all that shit's on Patreon.
Yes, sir. That's badass, man.
And then so this is the software I use to control stuff.
Yeah. Well, people don't because you are 100% a proponent of watching the chat, and some creators do not watch the fucking chat. So people
I have the chat here on this window.
Well, people get pissed off because
then I have the chat on this window. So this is a different one that pulls in chat from all the different platforms. So whatever platform I'm on, this will pull the chat in.
People get mad because they're not getting a response back from the chat. And to be honest, no creator.
Then I got my audio software. Well, that's one of the audio softwares. Here's another audio software that does.
That's badass shit, man. That's badass shit.
In here, I've got compressors and all sorts of stuff. So, like, this is like a gate, and then I've got a compressor, and I've got all these do stuff. So here's a noise cancellation.
Yeah,
that's cool. Bass frequencies and stuff. But then I've got effects and stuff on there as well. Yeah, I got plenty of shit.
So there's three.
This is the back end for Video Ninja.
So there's 3 screens to look at, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That shit's fucking intense. I got one screen, so I'm on my iPhone.
But this is only half of it. This is just what I'm sitting in front of. The other computer over there is doing the actual streaming. Because this one's got OBS, so this is just for me. So this is just me. So this is the OBS with all the scenes and stuff running in here. But then if I go to my other machine.
So the OBS is software, correct?
But then I've got the actual stream in here. On here.
So OBS is software, correct?
Audio software that does audio routing and stuff, that routes the software. Then I've got Sammy, which is the control deck that controls all of the functions and stuff. So this is all coded to do the stuff that it does. And there's tons and tons and tons of stuff that's in here. Here's all the pop-ups, for example. Each one of these that triggers the pop-ups, there's all the commands for each pop-up.
There you go.
Like when you're gambling, this is all the stuff for the gambling. So if you do a dice, this is part of it that does all the commands that make the dice game work.
Jeez Christ.
That's part of it, because then there's adding the points, taking the points, and then yeah, you got a bunch of it. And then in OBS, you've got all these scenes in here. And then you've got all the sources in the scenes, and then there's filters, and there's audio routing through here, and yeah, tons and tons of stuff.
Yep. Yeah, that's nice.
But it is in a garage. Whiskey Tech copyright that. Yeah.
You know, and Richie gets it, you know. Some people don't, man. They look at that shit and go, what the fuck is he doing?
Well, as I say to people, I don't recommend it for most people because it's just way too complicated. What I do. Way too complicated. But I enjoy it. It's fun.
Yeah, mine's the same way, because you look at the ham radio studio, and you start to wonder, what the fuck is this guy doing? And then you see I got microphones. I know how shit works. Will I do that?
It's a hell of a lot easier for people just to crank up StreamYard and do it that way. Cause
well, and it's kind of
I can't do it because I like, having all these toys and controllers.
I've noticed too that some creators that are doing StreamYard for free, the StreamYard link is in the upper right hand corner. So that's
you get the StreamYard. If you don't pay for it, you'll get that up the top right. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I don't want to throw names out there, but there's a couple of them that just do that, which is whatever.
That's fine. I mean, as I say, I don't recommend what I do for most people because you got to be pretty tech savvy and onto it because it'll break and it falls into a pile of shit when it breaks.
Yeah. Yeah, then you got to chase it
because
around.
I got so many things that are intertwining and connecting to other things. So there's so many points.
My ham shit's the same way. I don't even know if I can show this to you. I guess I can. I got shit that's on the floor. This is the computer. There's the Wi-Fi. But I have a power backup, which is this thing.
Oh yeah, I got UPSs. Don't worry about that. I got multiple UPSs.
Well, you gotta when the shit breaks. I mean, just look at all of it. And then I have the TV, which is Major League Baseball extra innings, and I got maps of the world, and I got the home computer bullshit. So if something goes down, we can shoot people out,
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Most people shouldn't be seeing that shit, but
Yeah, we can't have them. They're illegal.
Can't have what?
Can't have those.
What?
They're illegal.
So, what makes this not illegal is this. I don't know if I can do it on screen. If this is an object and it's too fucking close to it, it'll stop it from coming out. So
No, it bounces.
Yeah, and that you can't have a switchblade ever. So you just pull on this, and it locks it in place, and then all of a sudden it becomes legal.
Yeah. Now it bounces because as soon as it hits the glass, it just bounces back because it's got a tiny spring.
Well, anything, and you know, like when you do a 308 caliber gun. I'm not going to show the gun. I'll show the magazine. But when you do these little baby bullets, they will actually save your life because they will go through a jacket. But you have to be point on when you do it.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't get that with knives.
Wi-Fi tanked here. Thought Sammy saw it. No, Sammy's good. Sammy's running.
So you can't have that.
No. We can't have shit, man.
Oh, geez, dude. Well, the Wild West. When I was working as law enforcement, I could have whatever I wanted it. And then when I retired after 24 fucking years, they required me to get a CCW. So you just basically went through a class for 8 hours. So I had to spend a Sunday, and my Sundays are barbecue. I'm not going to sit in a fucking class, but I did it. And don't laugh at me. And I dealt with it. So I got the permit, and you have to have yourself fingerprinted by the Department of Public Safety here, and you're good. So.
Yep.
They want to make sure you're not a fucking criminal that's trying to get a fucking permit to raise shit. I'm rewatching on the computer my show. Yeah.
All right, so if I go red channel, oh, you can still see the Titanic. And now change the lights to red. Ew.
Now, well, I haven't had a TV in this room in 20 years. So when I put one up, I was like, man, I need to run cable to it. So I actually ripped up the carpet in the other bedroom and then ran the cable line up through it. And then drilled a hole through the wall. And then brought the cable line in here. So.
Yep, that's what I do.
Yeah, you just say F it.
Dark mode. So it makes a difference with those fucking LED lights, otherwise it just looks like that. Boom.
Well,
Makes a difference.
You need color in your life.
Nah. We'll go black and white. Old school.
Yeah, there you are.
Now I'm in the witness protection program.
You're blacked out.
It's very noir, especially if I blow some vape that looks like smoke.
Yeah, this is why people don't come to your stream, because they don't know where the hell you are.
There you go. That's pretty noir.
He's there somewhere. Yeah, there you go.
Hello.
Why did that not turn on? Hello?
Sexy. That's probably why Carly fell in love with you.
That should have actually turned my monitor on, but it didn't. Anyway.
Yeah, but it gave you enough. It gave you enough ugly where it didn't matter.
I got all the ugly.
Yeah, we both do, man.
Nah.
I got a picture of my wife heading in the alcoves of the Amtrak, and I'd love to show her off, but you know, the smart part of me says don't pull that fucking photo out.
Yeah. No, you don't want to do that. Hello, Kick viewers. Say hello. Welcome, welcome. Happy World Whiskey Day. World Gin Day, sorry. Every day is World Whiskey Day.
So what's the best gin on the planet?
Say again?
What's the best gin on the planet?
The one you're drinking.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's like trying to pick the best whiskey or the best car. It's like, there's no such fucking thing. It's whatever suits you at the moment.
Okay, so what is the best gin that you've tasted?
Again, that depends on what I'm looking for. Like, the best gin at the moment is the one I'm fucking drinking, which is this Mason's.
Hey, you know, you can dodge it all you want. I get it. I get it.
I mean, I like a lot of gins. I like the Whitney and Nils. I like even just the Tanqueray. I like the Hendrix.
Oh, you know, I forget about the Tanqueray. I used to work for a rental car company in the 80s, and a bunch of fucking idiots run the car out and left Tanqueray in the trunk. And you know, 18-year-old kid.
Bazinga. Bazinga. Bazinga.
We all drank the gin, so it was good shit.
Yeah, nothing wrong with gin.
I can respect a lot of shit. I just, you know, I was expecting, well, Hendrix is good, or, but you won't do it, so that's okay.
No, Hendrix is good. Botanist is good. Tanqueray is good. The Tobermory's are good. Roku is good.
Yeah, it's like me asking you, what's your favorite Scotch? You're not going to tell me what it is.
No, there's no such thing. It's like
they're all good.
You're saying, what's the best car? Or what's the best camera? It's like, well, it depends what you're doing. Because if you're moving house, a Mini is not the best car.
Well, there's people out there that say Chevy, Dodge.
Well, that's a brand. That's not a specific thing.
Well, what's your favorite? And I just kind of fucking laughed at them. Like, I've owned all of them, and I don't like anyone better than the other.
No, it's like, what's the best meal? I was like, well, what's the best music? What's the best movie? It's like, yeah.
Yeah, and that's another hilarious conversation. It's like, I don't know.
No. But if you said, okay, what's some of your top 10 favorite sci-fi movies in the last 20 years? Well, then that gives you something to work with.
Yeah, you can't pick it. My girl is she's a sci-fi nerd, and she loves B-rated frickin' sci-fi movies. And the joke with her was I could go to the rental store, which you can't do anymore, but I'd buy her B-rated videos and give that shit to her as Christmas presents. And she would watch those, and when she was done with them, they're in the trash. It didn't matter. And I kind of laughed. I'm like, do what you do.
Yep.
Because you never know. And I think I was on stream with somebody. It might have been you. Because we were talking about Stephen King movies. I said that Stephen King, the best Stephen King movie that I ever frickin' saw in the theater was Cujo. And I got people going, oh, why the fuck is that so cool? And I'm like, when that fucking dog jumps on the roof of the car, it will jump you out of the seat. And people are like, really? I'm like, yeah, really. Go watch it.
Yeah. If you don't know, it's coming.
Yeah.
Get old jump scare.
Well,
actually, where is my botanist?
where's your what?
My botanist. Oh, it's right here. Because I've got a little bit of botanist left, so I might have another TNT.
Here, let me fix my hat so your stream is a little better. People are probably wondering, who's that retard with the ski cap on?
I'm wearing the flat cap. I think it's
Dude,
the
it's fucking...
best fucking hat out there.
Hold on, it's 72 degrees in here. I don't know what stream I was on last night, but people were like, man, what do you
that was
do
on
all
Big
the
Vic.
rest of they're all fucking... Big Vic didn't give a shit. But they're all asking me, oh, why you all dressed up? It's fucking cold in here.
It doesn't matter. I'll be sitting in there in 110 degrees in shorts and t-shirt, and I'll still have a fucking flat cap on. Don't worry about me.
Well, and Big Vic is cool about it. He's in California. I'm in Arizona. I'm like, yeah, well, fucking, it's cold in here. And I told one of them because the electric bill was really high, and I'm like, why is this so fucking high? I'm like, you know what? Screw it, pay it. And I didn't realize that I didn't pay it the month before.
Ken says thanks for the likes. G'day. Greg's Whiskey Guide. Cheers, mate.
Including the botanist. Nice, Greg. Oh, hell, the botanist. I gotta get more because, yeah, that's my last bit. I drink way too much of it. I do like it, though. I'm drinking a Yorkshire gin at the moment. And it's quite tasty.
Nightbot. 5 fingers high fives, Greg.
Hey, Zenber's over on the kick. Cheers, bruh. That is pretty cool that still triggers when someone types over and kick, it pops up, so I know there's somebody over and kick. It's cool.
Yeah. And
I like it.
Yeah, and you see it in chat, which is always cool.
Well, you don't see it in the YouTube chat, but you'll see it in the chat up the top right, and I'll see it on.
No, I'm actually seeing it in the YouTube chat.
No.
Greg's Whiskey Guide. I'm seeing it.
Yeah, but not. Yeah, you wouldn't have seen Zenbud though.
Okay.
Oh, Harris, Cotswolds, the Botanist. Nice, number 3. Tanqueray 10. Yeah, I just got normal Tanqueray. Nice one, Greg. I don't know that gin. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know about it until I got it. So this one is pear and pink peppercorn from Yorkshire. It's a dry Yorkshire gin, but yeah, very nice. I mean, because my family's from Yorkshire on my dad's side, so yeah, hundreds and hundreds of gins. But it's quite nice.
Is Tanqueray made here in the States, or is it a European thing?
No, it's in London. Product of Bedell, York.
Right.
No, Tanqueray is London.
Because it's everywhere on the shelves out here.
This one's in, yeah, because it's Diageo. Diageo owns it.
It says that on the bottle, or?
Yeah, like for me, this is imported by Diageo New South Wales. But Tanqueray is.
Oh, yeah, well.
Yeah.
Imported,
It's made in Tanqueray, okay, in Great Britain. Didn't know they were from Yorkshire. You need to get Flay-based single malt from them. Cool one. Oh, really? Okay, Filey Bay.
I've never looked
Yorkie. It's got nice embossing on it too. I like it. Oh, it's Cameron Bridge. Well, that makes sense. It's been Diageo. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, it's a London dry style. But yeah, I thought it was London.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cameron Bridge makes sense. Charles Tanqueray and Co. And the wax seal is plastic. It's not a wax seal anymore.
Is it a screw top or a cork?
Yeah, screw top. the Folly Bay flagship. I haven't reviewed it yet, but I like it a lot. Orc range is good, by the way. I love design. Fuel stuff too.
Yeah, there's a lot of good shit
Nice.
out there, though.
Yeah, I like the design of this bottle.
So what? Alcor range is good.
And they didn't put it right in your face, but there is a World Gin Award, won a gold. Blah blah blah.
There's a lot of good shit out there. You just don't know until you actually get to try it. So.
Yeah, stick them on, Greg. Then I gave him a look later.
What's the most you'd pay for a gin?
Probably those Tobermory's. I can't remember what I paid for them, but they weren't that cheap.
And 60, $100, what?
Oh no, that was $50, so everything is up from there.
Okay.
Normally 60, 90, 100, 110, 120 for gins.
I don't think anybody will shame anybody for paying more money than they should for something. Because I sat on a live stream yesterday and I paid $60 for Stag Junior Batch 13. $60.
Cost of alcohol here in Australia.
And I bought a batch 16 for $250. When I bought it, people were like, "Man, I can't believe you spent that money."
Well, about the most expensive thing I bought is that. That's
Well,
$2,000.
if you can't find something, you're gonna pay what you want to pay for it. But then there was, I think it was Chris and Lo were talking about some whiskey club, and maybe you were on there, I don't know, but they were paying $500 for a batch of Stag, and nobody's going to pay $500 for a batch of Stag.
No, that was last night. That was on here. That was the the Stag. That was a single barrel Stag.
Was that you or was that somebody else?
Yeah, there's 100 bottles of it. Comes out next month for a whiskey club.
So the whiskey club, is that a barrel that you bought, or the whiskey club?
Yeah, they probably had a deal with Stag and got that barrel. Yeah.
So that, to me, that would be kind of like, yeah, you know, I would be more tempted to buy that because the club bought it, and you know it's not garbage. Obviously, the price is a little high.
all the stuff. There's only been one or two that have been pretty shit that they bought out. Everything else they bought out, like.
Well,
you would have seen on Vic. Chris showed the Balcones, the sherry cask that's finished in 3 different sherry.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
I've got that coming. I've got the previous one that they did, which was finished in 3 different ports, which is fucking delicious.
But seriously, I mean, Stag Junior, tell me a bottle that has come out of that distillery that is garbage. Nope, nobody's going to tell you shit. They're going to look at it and go, "Oh, that's too much money." Yeah, well, go F yourself. You know, buy it or don't buy it. Nobody cares. Oh, yeah, because somebody in chat put shit out there. Did you just save $500 for a bottle? Yeah. So you were part of that conversation or no?
I was in and out watching the stream, yeah.
So is it worth it or no?
What's that?
Is $500 from your club for Stag Junior worth it?
It's not a stag gin, it's just stag. It's a single barrel. To me personally, it's not worth it.
Okay. What would you pay for it?
At the moment, nothing because I'm fucking broke.
Well, come on now.
I've got interest rates coming out of my asshole, and yeah, money is tight.
Okay.
I wouldn't be buying that.
I
I would have no clue because I've never had a stag. We don't get them here. The normal stag gin is like $350, $400 sitting on the shelf. So it's not out of the realm of stupid.
Yeah, but you got your cutoff. So what is not your cutoff? Is it 200? What is it?
I don't have a cutoff. I bought that bottle's $2,000.
Ken, it's like pulling a kangaroo out of your pocket. I paid $2,000.
I don't have a cutoff. I don't have a cutoff. If I want a bottle and it's $300 and I want that bottle, I'll pay $300 if I can afford $300. If it's $500,
you haven't seen
I'll
it for
spend
that
$500.
price, so you won't pay that money, right?
For the stag, well, I've never had it. I don't know what it's going to be like. I don't have the money to buy it. If I had $500 and I like stag, then I would buy it. But I don't know that bottle.
Okay, I can respect that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can respect that and I can understand that.
Do not spend $500 on a fucking stag junior, Ken. Jesus.
Good day.
Well, it's not a stag junior,
Slap
but it's
Shops
just a straight
Roadhouse.
stag. Did you see it?
Cheers, mate.
It's the same thing. Stags. They just wanted to be cute.
Yeah,
Good day.
it's
Pinch hit a whiskey
140.4
lounge.
proof.
Yeah. It'll be
Cheers,
called Stag Junior till the end of time. They will never get me to call it anything else. Stag is George T. motherfucking Stag. There's Stag and there's Stag
Yeah,
Junior.
that's what I said. G'day, Jim. G'day, Brian. Cheers, Greg. Anyways, I'll check that out later. Someone just sent winter hats to Australia for $20 piece. What? Someone just sent winter hats to Australia for $20 piece shipping. Why the fuck would you do that? We can buy hats here in Australia. Did you
just send winter hats to Australia?
18.
Hazelburn 12, baby.
Oh, it's a 12. Nice.
Yeah, it's the new one. They
New one?
I finally got a chance to ask the girl at the store if they had these in, because every time I've been in there they've been busy, and it turns out they just hadn't brought the cases down, so it's just been sitting upstairs. I'm the first person to know there's even a bottle in the store.
Oh wow. That's around where Simon is, Jim, Donnybrook. And yes, at this time of year, it would definitely be cold down there.
Yeah, Ken, on a stag or a stag junior, on a real stag junior or a stag that is actually a stag junior, don't go over 300 Australian.
Yeah, well, a stag junior here is like 350 or whatever, but that's a 100 bottle single barrel.
Night Hot.
That's a lot of money for that.
High five slap spot.
Ah,
60 no, $60.
I would do 200 USD on the stag juniors. I do think they're worth about that. But
Five fingers, high fives, Dustin.
I mean, you're not even going to get that. There's only 100. There's only 100 bottles to that single barrel stag. It's 140.
This was $60 2 years ago.
If it's a legit single barrel from them, I might go. You might go 350.
Nightbot. Five fingers, high fives,
it's a single barrel. There's only 100 bottles.
Yeah, I would go a little higher on that. But as far as like a regular batch of the stag juniors, they're just not. $200 is probably my upper end, but man, of course, you don't get some of the single barrel stuff we get here in the States. There's a lot of stuff that competes.
I wouldn't get any of that shit. So yeah.
So here's a question for you, Dustin. Four Gate versus Stag Junior.
Four Gate, all day, every day, not even a second thought.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah, it's a stag single barrel Australia.
And then I found this. I was going to come home with the Four Gate, but
It's one of 6 single barrels ever released.
In Australia?
This shit will jump out of a
Probably, yeah.
box.
But yeah,
I mean, so Z-Man,
there's a 200-liter barrel. There's 100 bottles.
so here's the thing with the Stag Juniors, Z-Man. I took a couple of those, and I put them in a lineup with some Lucky 7 14-year-olds that I paid between $150 and $225.
Shit we'll never see. Okay.
I mean, I got some of those online. Had them shipped to my door. I mean, actually, I bought 2 of those in the stores here locally. They were just picks the stores did. I had a Buckner 13-year-old pick, which again, I see those on the shelves still.
280 fresh bottles have been popped. Drink up.
And side by side, you just could tell the Stag was just substantially younger.
Wow.
And I love Stag Junior. Don't really I like Stag Junior over the Elijah Craig barrel proofs usually. Obviously, really good Elijah Craig barrel proofs are better, but in general, I love the Stag Junior. But $200 is about where I would tap out on a batch, and $250 is probably what I would spend on a pick. Anything past that, I'm just not doing it.
So you're saying Lucky 7 over Stag?
Oh, easily, yeah. The Lucky 7, those 14 years, and the new 15s. You can't hide the age difference. 9 years old, 8, 9 years old versus 14, 15. I mean, it makes a huge difference.
So when we talk Lucky 7, are we talking MGP juice?
No, it's sourced Barton juice. So it's the same juice you're getting like in the Calumets and the Sam Houstons. The difference is the Lucky 7s and recently some of the Buckners are much higher proof. Like they're coming in at that 130, 140 range. And when they do come in at those higher proofs, it's just game-changing good, man. Oh, this smells delicious. Oh, my.
So they're Bardstown juice? Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
I thought a lot of these distilleries were going into Bardstown and they were making their own juice inside of the distillery. Am I saying that right or no?
Or maybe I said it wrong. I mean, they're Barton. They're Barton. Sorry, they're Barton. So the same thing as 1792. It's that same juice.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But we're talking about like 14, 15-year-old, and wherever they've been aging these barrels has somehow done something magical with them. I don't think it's being aged in their rick houses. I think they're aging it somewhere else that's hotter. Or they've done something to make the rick houses warmer because they are coming in with higher proofs. They're coming in with just these incredible like leather richness. And again, you can find these on some of these online stores. In fact, if you check Lucky 7's website, it's been a while, so they're probably doing another release. I bought some just directly from Lucky 7.
So are they putting that shit on the bottle so you can read it or no?
I mean, well, they give you the proof, they give you the age.
Nice, Greg.
And where's
the Tribe Turkey 101? Where he had his first Negroni as well.
Sorry, where's the what, Z-Man?
What's the distilled say?
It just says distilled in Kentucky.
Okay.
Yeah, I know like Old Carter, their single barrels recently have also been from that same Barton. Now those, of course, are going to be unicorns you can't really get.
Yeah, but the cool thing about Old Carter is we all know that they're blending their shit. Husband and wife.
Not their single barrel.
Yeah, but we know what they're doing.
Well, we know some. I mean, we don't know how much. They're not the best with transparency on what you're getting in the blend. I mean, they're not bad, but they're not the best.
So
like Four Gate's a lot better.
My point being is, if you're going to blend something and it's like that, and old Carter tells you what they're blending, it don't matter. Don't matter.
Yeah, I wish they were a little more transparent about the age and what they're blending. In fact, a lot of us didn't know that batch 5 was a toasted barrel finishing.
Yeah, but do you think that the age really matters? Like, people are crying about Elijah Craig Bell Proof. Is it 8 or 12 year? Does it matter? It doesn't.
I think it matters a ton.
Why?
Because you can't get the same flavors without age. Age is key to getting
nothing beats that time with the wood.
You can't replicate, and that's what shocked me so much when I did put the Stag Junior next to the Lucky Sevens, was just how obvious the difference in age was.
So if you had an 8 or a 12-year Elijah Craig Bell Proof, you could taste the difference.
And you can't always pick up differences sometimes with single barrel products as easily as you'd like. But you will generally, when you're talking batched products, you will start picking that up more, because batching tends to bring out the age difference more. Because, again, like it's not like, there are some very, to speak lightly, there are some very bad, poorly aged Elijah Craig barrels out there. Like, I was there at the distillery trying them. They poured a couple of 11-year-old Elijah Craigs for us to try that looked like they were damn near new make. I would have thought they were 6-year-old bourbons. I don't know where they were.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
They sucked. And then they poured an 8-year for us that looked like coffee. Like, it was just night and day difference. So don't get me wrong, age is not the only factor, especially on a single barrel. But again, also those are just barrels that shouldn't have been part of the program. Like, those should have been sitting back for the Elijah Craig 18 or something. Like, they just needed way more time.
So why do you think they pulled out those barrels for you to taste?
I really don't know what the thought was. I wish we knew.
As a consumer, people are going to go, is it hot trash or is it not? And then when you're sitting there picking that barrel, I'm like, none of us want that. You don't want that.
Well, no, I was there with, I was with Mash and Drum. I was with Bobby from My Whiskey She Wines, and I was there with Scotty from My Bourbon Journey. So it was the four of us picking a barrel.
How long ago was that?
This was 2 years ago, maybe. It was one of the first Elijah Craig barrel proof picks. Like, it was early on.
I'm a big fan of I Whiskey She Wines.
Yeah, Bobby from My Whiskey She Wines. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she wasn't there. It was just Bobby. But yeah, no, all of us kind of looking at each other, and I kind of made the comment to Scotty. I said, "Well, if you were going for off profile, those two are." And he goes, and he said, "I wouldn't put my name on those barrels." And I said, "No, I don't blame you."
And that's the problem. Does it taste like hot garbage, or is it good?
Yeah. No, it's single barrels. You can get that, but a bourbon that is well aged, and the barrel was ready to be bottled. That's a set caveat. It has to be a barrel that was ready. You didn't age it too long, and it wasn't a barrel that you pulled out too soon and hadn't finished getting the oak caramel flavoring, coming through. Right. If you have properly aged whiskey, which I trust Buffalo Trace more than pretty much any other distillery to not put garbage in their single barrel programs. I will give Buffalo Trace credit there, because I've had a couple regular Buffalo Traces that were pretty mediocre. But let's be real, it's regular Buffalo Trace. Your standards aren't that high. The rest of their stuff, when they do single barrel, is always ready to go.
Ooh, Folly Bay. Oh, I like it.
Oh, man. I'm definitely going back tomorrow and seeing if I get a different employee, I can sneak another bottle of this out of the store. Because they only let me get one.
Enjoy it.
Dude, I'm going to keep trying to get a couple of these every time I can, because eventually they're not going to be available. Eventually the demand's going to get too high.
I can't get any Springbank now. It's just fucking gone.
I told somebody the other day to quit hyping this shit up, because it's hot in Arizona, but it's going away. It always goes away.
Yeah, that one was pretty available for us. Or sorry, it was pretty unavailable for us about 2 years ago. But it's for the most part, like I can't get it like at every store. But if I go to a few stores off the beaten path, they'll have it.
I have a lady at the local prescription store that was telling me that she couldn't. They put up a whole display for them, and she's like, "Well, I can't order anymore." I'm like, "Well, why not?" And she said the distributor's telling her it's allocated.
That's the same, Greg.
She can't order whatever she wants, and I'm like, "What?"
Yeah, that's how it is. That's how bourbon is everywhere, man.
And it was pissing her off. You tell it was pissing her off.
Because she has customers asking about it, and she can't fill their orders. I mean,
nope. And she's got idiots like me walking in there, and I'm like, well, shit, I bought more bottles of this, so.
Yeah, no, it sucks being a store, an employee dealing with that crap.
Which one do it looks like I can get it. I just gotta find it. So I can get the Classico.
Yeah, liquor store allocation. Sure, Kitty's right.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks, but I mean, it's where we're at right now. I mean, as far as I can tell, there's only 2 stores I know of that get Springbank in locally, and then if I go further into Kentucky, at this point, I think only Total Wines gets it in anymore into the other stores in Kentucky.
So you're in Ohio, right?
I'm in Cincinnati, but I drive into northern Kentucky to buy whiskey.
Is Buffalo Trace products available on the shelf or no? Weller, all the other bullshit.
Weller, you're never going to see on a shelf.
Yeah, I was just looking at there's several ones. This is the one you've got in your picture. This one. Yeah, the other one was this is the normal one. Oh, the Rosso. Sorry.
I listen to Jason C.
Yeah, so you'll see like on like delivery days, you'll see like case stacks of the special reserve pretty often. So they won't be on the shelf per se. I mean, some stores might put it on the shelf, but generally you just see a case stack. You might see like 4 cases of it. I've seen 10. I've seen 1. But I've legitimately been in a little Kroger that had a 10 case stack of the special reserve, and it was gone within like 3 or 4 days. But yeah, it was there for a few days. Antique. See, this is where you can't listen to Jason a little bit. Jason has a job where he can go in on Tuesday, delivery day at his store, and wait in line, pick it up, and then he just starts his work day at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or whatever, whenever he gets done with it. He's got to deal with his boss, and he's cool with it.
That was the Rosso.
So behave yourself, because Jason bitches about you too. Okay.
As he can. I'm giving him shit for this, but
that's fine. Yeah.
The point I'm getting at is,
hey, Dustin, we're all friends, brother.
Exactly. If Jason didn't give me shit, like, come on.
He was doing a stream shit like a year ago, and you were in chat, and you were complaining about taxes and this and that.
Oh, that was that. Yeah, I was a little drunk, and that was the one where he had the asshole.
I was laughing.
Yeah, they got a few there, Greg. Yeah, that's the Rosso.
I felt a little bad, not because of what I said, but because I said it while that guy was at Jason's house. Like, I was a little out of line there for sure, but definitely out of line there. But it's his stream. I should have shut my ass up, but no, I'm kidding about that. But the thing is, Jason's in a good spot. He's also in Columbus, which gets better allocation than the rest of the state does. So he gets a better view of the state than like Cincinnati, Toledo, and Cleveland get. So he gets a little better allocation. Mike has the same thing. Mike gets ECBPs pretty easily. I see him occasionally, but it's way rarer for me to get those things. So he's got a little bit better allocation, and then he is fortunately he's able to actually go in and kind of be he's kind of, I wouldn't call him a truck chaser, but he can be available when the stores get their allocations.
Where's Mike at?
Mike's in Columbus, just like Jason. So Jason like lives in a suburb kind of north of Columbus, and Mike lives south of Columbus. So
And where are you at?
I am an hour and a half south in Cincinnati.
Okay.
So I'm 20 minutes from Kentucky. So I pop into Kentucky like I almost just don't even look at whiskey and the
Oh,
state
thanks
of
for that,
Ohio.
Greg. Yeah, I'll definitely have to grab a bowl of that. I can get it.
But yeah, like if I wanted it at Weller Antique, I could definitely go to a couple different stores the day they get their stuff in, like at lunch, and I would have a 50-50 chance any given week if I went to say 2 or 3 stores to get one. So it'd be a little bit of work, but I'd get one. Whatever retail is, 50-60, I guess.
Okay.
The Special Reserve is pretty easy to get, although I haven't seen one recently, but again, I haven't been paying attention. Buffalo Trace used to be really hard to get around here. I think right now it's pretty much most stores have it on the shelf.
So finish your story, please.
I think that was the rest of the topic then.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Well, you asked about the Buffalo Trace. I mean, anything other than those 3, I can't get.
You can't get this? Are you serious?
No. I said Buffalo Trace tends to be on the shelf. But then anything other than Buffalo Trace, Special Reserve, or Antique, anything else is pretty hard to get.
Okay.
I used to get E.H. Taylor periodically. If you ask, sometimes you get lucky.
Yeah.
But Eagle Rare is virtually impossible to get here. It's probably the hardest of their common stuff. And I don't even know when Blanton's. I don't know how that works. I don't care.
So if you wanted a bottle of Blanton's, how would you get it?
Yeah, Greg, I usually keep my vermouths in the fridge. I have to.
If I wanted a Blanton's, there's some stores in Kentucky that have a point system. I guess I could use 500 points and get one that way.
What's a bottle of Blanton's worth to you?
$30. I like Buffalo Trace better. Personally, I think it tastes better.
Wow. Yeah, you know.
I say 8 to 12. Yeah, I think my fridge set to about 7 or something, so it's perfect. I mean, I could have had it last night because we got down to 8 degrees, so I could have had the vermouth.
Yeah, for like 100 points, I can get a Buffalo Trace store pick 3-4 times a year, and those Buffalo Trace store picks beat Blanton's every time, including Blanton store picks from the same store.
But yeah, I'm definitely going to get a bowl of that. I'm going to try it neat and then make a Negroni.
And then I can't get Eagle Rare at all, like except with points. And they've gotten to like 400 points now. Eagle Rare is so hard to get.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Well, in California and places like that, it's sitting on the shelf. So, and I mean, literally, I've seen 2 bottles of Eagle Rare in Ohio in 7 years.
Actually, is Donald still there? I found a lot 40. I don't know whether it's a good one or not.
And then I have a store deep into Kentucky, Z-Man. If I ever want to just go stupid and I could just pay, secondary, they'll have whatever I want. It just won't be a price I want to pay.
So Sugar Kitty, let me look at this. J. Bowman single barrel, and
Oh, check this out.
$60 worth it.
Lagavulin 16?
It'll be blends. The small batch is a freaking
$205 fucking dollars.
Wow.
Oh, how much is the sherry oak?
On special,
Oh, that's
99.
not too bad. That's a good price.
I didn't even see that. I saw the Lafroig 10. I didn't see it was sherry oak. I was like, ooh.
Yeah, well, that's 48% for $99. You should pick one of those up, Ken. That's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that. I was like, yeah, I should have grabbed that.
I mean, yeah, that's $99
Lafroig 10.
for an Aussie world. That's a great deal.
Because the normal Lafroig 10 is like 120 now.
Yeah. Like that, I'd pay more for that. I think it costs more here to get that one.
Oh, really?
The client leash is ridiculous there.
Yeah, look at this fucking bullshit.
Good day.
Ugh.
6th quarter tailgate.
Then you got that
Cheers,
fucking
mate.
shit, Jura. Fucking insane.
Cheers, Scott.
Fucking insane. How much in euros? Just half it, Greg.
What time is it out there, Dustin?
So that'd be about 40, 46 euro, I'd say. 99 bucks.
11:40, man.
What time is it out there, Dustin?
Nightbot.
11:40.
Five fingers,
What?
high fives, fifth quarter tailgate. Good day.
11:40.
Hey, sipping on gin
Hagen
and juice.
AZ.
That's it, brother.
Cheers, mate.
How
Nightbot.
bad is my audio, Ken?
Fifth quarter tailgate, high fives, five
good, brother.
fingers.
Okay. When I hopped on your stream the other day, I connected my Yeti to
Five
my work
fingers, high
laptop.
fives,
The
hanging
audio on that
AZ.
thing is shit. So I didn't bring it back over here, so I don't have my usual audio setup.
It's
Yeah, those ones suck, Greg. I mean, nobody likes them. So
Dustin,
yeah, I
it's
did see a lot 40. It's 43%. I don't know whether it's the good one to get or not.
It's 8:40 out here, Dustin.
Yep, you're West Coast, and you're during the half of the year where you're 3 hours behind us, right? It's so weird you guys don't do daylight where the rest of the country does.
No, Arizona.
No, we don't do it either. The rest of the country does, except for.
Well,
Christmas.
Arizona quit doing daylight. Fuck, I want to say 30 years ago, because we put the kids to bed at 9 o'clock at night, and the fucking sun was still up.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think it's every landfill.
and they put it to vote. Well, they put it to vote, and everybody said we don't want to participate.
Yeah, what that is.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It does kind of suck here as somebody who does business with Arizona. Is that half the year I got to keep remembering what time it is in the damn state. I'm like, God bless. And what really gets us in trouble is our work servers are in Arizona, so all of our server processes have a timestamp. But that also means they run at different times or in which part of the year relative to us.
Yep.
And so it makes it really hard sometimes to figure out, like, oh crap, no, I have to run it an hour early today because the automatic system's going to do it.
Yep.
You know what's impressive with this, Ken? So I believe these are cast strength, but they always come in with a really low proof compared to some of the other stuff. This one, however, is super low, 49.9%.
Really?
But
Wow,
last year's was 54 something. So just for context, but it does not drink like it drinks like it's got the viscosity and the body of a nice, 55%er. It's really drinking well. Mm.
And I got the old one.
Yeah, those are good.
Yeah, this is fucking good.
Yeah, this is their like limited edition series they do every year. So this is so like you can see on the bottle here. This is like one of 9,000 bottles.
Yeah. Oloroso. Yep, nice.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
so this
nice.
it's Oloroso. So these are kind of like their special edition annual releases. This is the youngest one they've done that I'm aware of. Tell you what though, man, drinking just fine. And that's actually a really low production number for Springbank on these. Usually they try to get around 10,000. And with this one being younger, and now that the US is using 700 mLs, I was expecting the batch sizes to go up. So yeah, so they must not have a lot.
Sugar City, Arizona was doing daylight savings time 50 freaking years ago when I was a kid. And I would walk out in the backyard at 9 o'clock at night and the sun would fill up.
Yeah, these are the only two Hazelburns I've gotten.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, sorry, Greg, did I miss something?
You hooked me up with this one.
Yeah, apologies to Greg. I did not have the chat up a few minutes ago. I was talking to Z-Man, so.
So what's he complaining about?
He said I was ignoring the chat. I don't see where he sent a note, but maybe
you're not in charge of the chat. Ken is.
Like I said, I missed whatever Greg said. Well, sometimes somebody makes a comment that I could just type in the chat real quick.
Whatever.
I'm a team player, Z-Man.
Hey, what Ken says goes. Otherwise, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, this is pretty good. Have you tried any of these, Z-Man? Hard Truths?
No, I ain't seen that. I keep hearing people talk about it.
Yeah, I don't know that I like the price. About $100, which seems a bit rough. I was told from Jeffrey Wack, hello again, whiskey friends.
What state is the distillery?
Hanging, you'll have to fix that, brother.
So this is
a little bit of.
It's their own juice, and it's from Indiana.
Okay.
This is not MGP sourced.
All right.
So I was texting Jeffrey Wack a while back about these, and he told me that if I was going to buy one to get the caramel, he said that the others were good, but he really recommended the caramel. So I picked it up, and it's really nice, but I don't know that I'm going to go buy the rest of the series at $100 a piece. It's a little much. But they could get those for like $60 or something. Oh man.
Aganated says, hard price for the truth, lol.
So is each bottle $100 or no?
I think there is a cheaper option from them that's like 60, but the ones that people are talking about are all 99 or something.
Nightbot. Sugar Kitty high fives, Chucky.
Oh, brother, I like this. I like
So
this
it's like buying Blue Run then. Blue Run is 80 to 90.
It's World Gin Day, Hanging. Of course, that's the day.
Yeah, I will say I'll give the nod to these guys. One, it's their own whiskey; they're not just sourcing it, and two, they don't have marketing about how smooth and how hip they are and how they'll go with your skinny jeans.
Okay.
But I do think they're onto something there. I just wish the price was a little lower.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I can't believe how much this thing costs given the age, but fuck yeah, dude, it's worth it. I'll buy another all day. It's delicious.
I just got some tonic and a bag of ice tonight because it's World Gin Day. You done?
So what are you mixing your gins with, Ken?
Always with Fever Tree tonic. Unless I'm going with a cheap gin, then I'll just use bog standard Indian tonic. But like if I'm drinking Tanqueray and I've run out of the good stuff,
cheers to Gizmo.
Always use Fever Tree. That's the best shit.
That's
and the correct 1-to-3 ratio.
Did you see Greg's question in the chat, Ken? A little bit up.
When were you born? 73.
No, a little bit up. He's asking how many bourbon brands exist, and and then how many are real distilleries.
Every live I go to discover new brands. Crazy. Yep. Yeah. I have the same problem.
The growth that we're seeing is so crazy that I wouldn't even want to try and guess, Greg, because it's literally every other day a new distillery seems to be opening. It's just there's such a boom right now.
You know what blew my mind is when I was watching Roy and the amount of distilleries are in fucking France. It's fucking crazy. It's like 230 or some shit.
Yeah, I feel like so I think it was last year when Chris and Lil when they came up. I met them at New Riff. I met them later elsewhere, but they had like the there's like a Kentucky distillery map where you can like mark all the distilleries you go to.
Yeah.
And it was just shocking how many just Kentucky distilleries have come up in the last couple of years that I had never heard of.
I told
everywhere.
I told Chris and Lil last night.
It's definitely a global boom.
They were on it's bourbon night, and
nice,
I didn't know who they were, and they
easily
were on
750 doing bourbon today. Damn.
Yeah, so I just did a quick Google and it said 809 currently like registered distilleries.
Well, they were on its bourbon night. I don't know who the hell they were, and I kind of kept watching the live streams, and I would see them pop on different streams. I'm like, oh, fucking, they're Aussies. So you never know. It's a small world.
Yeah.
No, there's a huge boom. Like even in Australia, we got a massive boom with rum distilleries and whiskey distilleries popping up left, right, and center.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be at some point here. The same thing happened with beer. Like we're gonna outproduce demand, and demand's gonna come back a little bit, and you're gonna see a lot of these distilleries.
It's definitely going to be a bit of a contraction for sure.
And you're going to see a huge amount of consolidation. And I think we're going to be, here in about 10 years, we're going to be seeing just a glut of, unfortunately, unicorn never to be distilled again bottles that are going to be 10, 12, 15 years old. That are just going to be incredible hitting the market. And, it's going to be it'll be a great time to be a whiskey drinker. Most of the people in this community will have left by then.
Why do you say that?
Well, because I saw the same thing happen in the beer industry, the beer world. A lot of people are really into craft beer. I mean, I'll give you a case in point. Ben, Bourbon, he was a huge beer guy. He barely buys any of it anymore. I've cut back. I mean, I pick up some beer here and there, but I was a huge beer guy. I barely buy anymore. Like people's tastes change, and this is kind of the big trend. I'm not saying we're all a bunch of trendy people, but people's interests are going to shift, and also a lot of us are going to end up with alcohol issues where a doctor tells us to cut back.
So you threw that shit out there. So an alcoholic is going to want to see what whiskeys are going to come out because there's so much of the shit out there.
Yeah, but a lot of people might shift over to drinking more like what Ken's doing here tonight, gin. Maybe wine gets more popular.
Well, and
I have the problem. I like them all. I like wine. I like beer. I like gin. I like vermouth. I like the whiskey. I like the port. I like the sherry.
Ken has a niche, which is, try other shit. And we all want to.
That's true, Greg. A lot of the stuff that's popping up is very new and young, and it's going to be a while before we see it.
And Dustin, you're guilty of that shit too.
Hell yeah! I didn't say I wouldn't.
All right then.
I am not saying I'm above anybody else when it comes to that. I'm just saying there's going to be a shift, and a lot of us are going to move on. I mean, I've been drinking bourbon since I was 18. But, I've definitely had periods where I barely bought anything and, was buying other stuff. Maybe I picked up 1 or 2 bottles of whiskey a year.
So
I might slow down. I'm always going to be buying whiskey.
I've been collecting since the 80s, and I just kind of like, yay. And after a while, you just, is there something different out there?
I mean, for a long time, for me, it was just I'd buy 1 or 2 bottles and I'd drink them, and I'd buy 1 or 2 bottles and I'd drink them. I mean, wasn't stockpiling or anything. And then I started drinking more beer, and so when I did that, I would just keep 1 or 2 like really nice bottles of whiskey around. Maybe I got up to like 12 or so just because I wasn't finishing them, but I was buying,
I mean, I was the same in my 20s. I would always only have 2 or 3 bottles on hand. I'd buy a couple for myself, or if I did something, someone wanted to give me a gift, and I'd say, just grab me a Glenlivet 12.
Yeah, I mean, when I moved up to Ohio about 10 years ago, I probably only brought with me 20 bottles of whiskey, and almost all of them were down to like that. They just had a little bit left because I'd just been kind of holding on to them so I could compare. So I had a decent catalog, but wasn't a lot of whiskey.
So how many bottles in the collection?
Right now, I'm down to around 700. I was in the 800s, and I've been doing my best to buy a little less and finish off bottles instead of just holding on to bottles with this much left.
Yeah, I've got a couple that I need to kill.
So my oldest told me that your collection is better than mine, and he goes, "What do you think you have in it?" And I told him, I said, probably 500, because I had it stashed and I pulled it all out, and I said, "Fuck it, it's out there." So it's hard to hide it.
Yeah, last I counted, I was approximately in the mid 700s. At one point, I was about 850, and that was just overwhelming, like taking over my apartment. I just couldn't like deal with it.
So how many bottles of Forgate do you think you have?
20 something.
God damn, man. And any shitters in that group?
No. I wasn't a big fan of some of the store pick wood finish, the stave finishings that they did initially, but all of those have opened up and become really good over time.
That's the one bottle that I see, and $220 to pay.
I'm not going to buy them. I'm not buying any more of those. I did see a 10-year recently that kind of sparked my interest because I hadn't seen one that old. If it's a bourbon, I might pick it up. But in general, I'm picky with what I buy from Forgate. I generally only buy stuff that is that has sherry finishing in it. The exception is I did buy the 4x4, which was rum finishing on a 9-year MGP because it was an MGP.
So what makes Forgate so expensive? Is it the mix, the age, what?
It's the finishing.
Okay.
So their whiskeys are getting younger because the market's getting younger and it's getting more expensive to get a hold of older bourbon. And unlike the Carters, who had a multi-million-dollar windfall when they sold their stake in Kentucky Owl.
Okay.
The Forgate guys basically didn't sell one bourbon company to fund a new one. So, Old Carter got a really nice setup because they got money at just the right time to sit on a bunch of really good MGP casks. So they got lucky. They've done great stuff with their luck. Don't get me wrong. I'm not criticizing. What Forgate's sitting on right now is, I probably shouldn't say it, but they're sitting on a lot of Four Roses distillate that has recently surfaced. That is incredible. I really like what that's doing for them. But early on they were getting Barton and stuff, and I don't think they had enough barrels to age it themselves in any significant capacity that I'm aware of. But they've just done such a damn good job with getting really expensive wood, doing really good jobs finishing it. Personally, to me, the less blending they do with various types of bourbon, the better. I don't really like when some of the blending that they've kind of come to. I sometimes think it's almost like they're blending it just to blend it versus improve it. But I love what their finishing does, and every time they seem to just hit the finishing really well. So that's where I'm at with them. I love what they do. I've met both the guys a couple times. I've been to Bob's house. Great guy. Got nothing but good stuff to say about both of those guys.
That's good to know, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely.
It makes you wonder. Yeah.
I'll say this: you can get a hold of one of that Mizunara Majestic Wood. That thing is really incredible. I fell in love with that one. That one you can still get. The Saint Strand, that cognac finish is
Good day. Peter White.
Hey, Peter.
Cheers, mate.
And they've got a bottle coming out soon. I don't know when. That's going to be using 80-year-old brandy casks. I'm so excited.
Alter Ego, that's the name of it. Yeah.
It's going to be unbelievable.
Anyway, I got that. JD hooked me up.
Is that the cognac brandy one or the brandy sherry one?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a tasty one. I went through a bottle of that pretty quick.
Yeah, it is very tasty. I don't mind it at all.
It took a little while for me to get past a couple of little like youth notes at the front end, but once I kind of got past that, it's just really nice sweetness.
Yeah, I think it needs to. Yeah, you need to get it down to there, let it open up a little bit, and then it's fucking beautiful. That's pretty good.
This is really good.
Can you push some through the monitor?
Dude, I'd love to send you some of this.
Yeah, here's my glass. Yeah, shove it through. Yeah, there you go.
Have you had any of the 4 gauge Z, man? Or are you
No.
Do you ever buy anything from Sealbach?
No.
Okay, they're reasonable on shipping, and your first order with them, they do free shipping. So
I did keg and bottle, and I got mash and journey shit out of them, but the shipping just it freaking kills me, and I don't want to pay the money, man.
Well, that's why I mentioned, Sealbach. Your first order, they do free shipping, so might be worth picking up a couple of bottles that way and giving it a try.
I got the Westland. I got the Bougie Night.
I did see that they got more of the Kelvin 5 in the Sealbach too. I saw, but I will say that's not my favorite Kelvin.
That's a Bougie Night.
Nice.
And I got old Big Vic. I bought this bottle. This bottle's fucking. That's worth the money.
Yeah, I've gotten a few of the mash. Yeah, Jason's helped me get a few of his mash and journey picks because I'm not in there.
I didn't know I could get a hold of the shit. So Big Vic threw it in chat, and I'm like, yeah, worth it. But
Jason hooked me up on some of his picks that aren't popular, like that aren't going to sell out. And then obviously the ones I've been on picks with him, he's hooked me up with those. So
yeah, it's paying for the bottles that nobody wants to fucking do.
I mean, they've done some good stuff, man. I mean, the bullet that we picked was one of those was really good. One was funky, but I enjoy it. He gave me one of those Kaios, the Japanese one. He actually gave me that just for Christmas as a gift.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, Jason. Yeah, I mean, Jason and I get together a couple. I mean, we get together every 2 or 3 months and do quite a bit of drinking. So yeah, I mean, I try my best to hook him up. It used to be I could hook Jason up with stuff all the time, like I could find things. I'm not finding anything these days, man. It's getting like crazy. Like I got him his first bottle of the Bardstown, the Chateau de Lavande.
Did I crack the Rebel? Hang on. Yeah, I cracked it. There's no way you buy a bottle anywhere and not crack the frickin' bottle.
No TV and no beer make Homer something.
Oh, crazy.
Good day.
Don't mind if I
Eric
do.
Waite Whiskey Stutters. Cheers, mate.
Yep, cheers, Eric.
Cheers, Eric.
I'm pretty big on like new bottles. As soon as I get home, I crack them, and even if I only have just a little baby taste with Ken on live, I'll do a little baby taste.
Why buy them and not crack them? Come on.
Well, some people just don't get around to it, you know. They like, you know, the act of cracking is like a special event for them, and that's cool. I make, you know, when I crack my backup bottle a special event, not my first bottle. Like I've got bottles I'm not going to open. Like I won't open my backup until it's a special event. But I had to try it the first time to know it was something worth a special event.
So what's the backup bottle? What's the backup bottle that you won't crack open?
Well, I've got a backup King of Kentucky that I don't know what I want to do with, but it's going to be a while before that gets cracked.
Is there a 4-gate that's the backup bottle that you won't crack open?
Yeah, I've got batch 1 at 4-gate.
Okay.
The Kelvin one, yeah. I don't know when I want to crack that, but that's a special bottle to me for sure.
So you've cracked open the original, but you won't open backup.
I've been through about 3 of those.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm down to my last bottle, so that one is probably getting saved for a while. I probably won't open the Ruby Rice Springs backup. So I already went through that bottle. I only got 1 backup. I really enjoyed that one. The Ruby Rice Springs was just really good.
So the people that grab the $20 bottle of whiskey and they buy a backup and they won't crack it open. Those are the ones I don't get.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
But you know, that's why there are people who still have old Wellers from the 90s that are on their shelves. So clearly,
I got a Weller Special Reserve that I won off of Trev's stream, and that bottle took me several times to invest into that stream, and I have not cracked that up. That's the only bottle I got in here that I don't give a shit about.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I've got some Springbank stuff that I don't want to open.
I think Ken's opened up every bottle that's on that back shelf.
Well, I mean,
No, there isn't. The Lager, the Lefroy 30, and the Sinatra. They're the only 2 that are not open. Everything else is open.
Jack Daniel's Sinatra?
Yeah.
What are you waiting for?
I want to do it. There's a couple other people that haven't opened theirs, and we're thinking, we're going to get together and open it, have a cigar. So I'm going to do it outside, have a cigar, spin some old Blue Eyes, and then drink it.
All right, then. You do you.
Yeah, Ken talking about smoking a cigar is just such a different thing than us talking about it, Z-Man. It's just such a different price point that he has to go to get a cigar.
If Ken doesn't want to smoke a cigar, I'm not gonna peer pressure his ass into it.
Well, no. But like for us, you can get a pretty good stick for like $6. $12, you get a great stick, right?
Oh, yeah. You're right.
For Ken, it's like $80 to get a really good one.
Yeah.
Good day.
Yeah.
Shred board.
Like we don't have to think about the cost of a cigar if it's just a special night out with friends. Like there's almost no cigars at the cigar shop that are going to cost enough where you have to worry about it. There might be 1 or 2, but it's pretty rare.
Me and Ken have had that discussion.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've got a couple in my humidor, and I'm like, I'm not going to smoke them because
Ken.
they're $50 a fucking pop.
Says thanks for the likes.
Nah, and that shit's fucking stupid. You know.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. I'll tell you that I can get Drew Estates cigars.
You feeling a bit seedy, Shredwood?
$2 a pop, and just laugh about that shit. You know.
Oh yeah. Me and
cheers, brother. Get on the stream, brother.
What was it? I think it was
I'm saved for when I first meet Dustin.
What's that? Oh, nice. Hey, Eric, just let me know when you're coming through the Kentucky area again, man. I'll see what I can do to get us away.
Why don't you go flush yourself down a toilet, you cunt?
I'll get you some really nice Springbank, and you can pour me some Malort.
Yeah, I just read Shredward's shit. Stag Jr. and Elijah Craig Bell approved. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Sean was pretty lit. I actually went to bed kind of early last night.
Well, he put his stream shit up.
A cigar, repair the walls, or a mortgage payment. Can do one of those, but that's it. Yeah, that's it. Hey, David.
Always pay the
David
mortgage and F everything else.
Cheers, mate.
That is a wise decision for sure.
And some people don't get that. And I've been one of those that was like, you
fucking focus, you piece of shit.
What are you trying to fucking show us?
There it is.
Oh, that's a cigar. Really?
Yeah.
What's that thing worth? What's that thing worth?
About $50.
Damn. I feel your pain, man.
Oh yeah, it's fucked. I mean, I'm part of Cigar Club, and we get together every month, and we have one or two cigars, and yeah.
So you do a cigar club and a whiskey club, or no?
I did have a whiskey club, but then I went on YouTube, and so that's my whiskey club. But the cigar club, we all drink whiskey as well. So we all bring a bottle of whiskey, all two. We all have cigars, so we sit around, shoot the shit, drink whiskey, smoke cigars.
Good.
Good time.
Good.
You'll crack up with this, Ken. So there's a local Scotch club in Cincinnati. I've only been to one of their events. And so I get there, and it turns out this is basically a cigar club that decided to also have a whiskey drinking club. And so, I mean, the place was just so full of smoke. It was almost hard to enjoy and drink the whiskey.
Yeah,
and the guys kept pushing hey man, have a cigar. And I'm like, dude, I'm trying to drink the whiskey. And then once we got through the tasting, I looked over and I said, all right, who's got a cigar? And they're like, two of the guys were like, oh, I thought you didn't smoke. I said, no, I said, I don't smoke while I'm trying a whiskey for the first time. Now let's go. So one of the guys there, Ken, is a sales rep for Olivier or whatever it is.
Olivia.
Is that the one where you went outside and he had some good shit?
Bees.
Dude, we didn't have to go outside, man. He literally brings up a freaking travel case. Probably had 300 cigars in that thing, man. Just all right, let me see. Try this one out. Literally just he had every cigar they make, and backups. I mean, he literally had in Australia that probably would have been. You could have bought your house for those cigars.
Yeah, exactly. So I call him my dealer. He is my dealer. When we go to our cigar meet, he comes with a couple of travel bodega bags and a travel humidor with shitload of sticks. And if you don't bring any sticks along, and we say, oh, well, what have you got? And he goes, yeah, I got some. And you go, oh, what do you want? And you'll go, so what did you have last time? What are you feeling like? And you'll just go, yeah, like that. You'll just whip out something.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's our dealer.
Yeah, I mean, this guy literally, and I was like, oh man, I feel bad. Well, anything? He goes, oh no. He goes, dude, I work for these guys. He goes, this is my traveling sales. He goes, I'm working.
Yeah, and it doesn't cost
Yeah, I'll tell you what though. We were talking, that guy back when the Glendronach single barrels were a thing you could get for cheap. They picked up from Fine Drams or something 3 cases of one of these 20-something-year-old, dark as hell Glendronach cast drink deals for like, you know, 160 a bottle. And they cracked some of those that day, and oh my freaking God, it was one of the best whiskeys I've ever had.
Oh, I bet.
And I was like, this is just the thing. And he goes, yeah. He goes, we bought a lot. I was just like, well done.
So we treasure getting whiskey out of a barrel. Have you ever seen some of the videos that show, and I can only use, I can't remember the movie with, what's his face? But the immigrants and how they got cocaine out of the forest. They're kneeling down on ledges with guns on, and they're fucking getting the shit out of the forest, and then they're producing the shit. Have either one of you seen that shit?
Nah.
So just picture your best friend kneeling down, grabbing the shit. They got the gun on their hip, and they're grabbing the leaves and then just getting the cocaine off of the leaves as they're trying to sit there and produce it out. So people don't understand when you're
94 single cast? Yeah, good luck buying one of them.
Yeah, they're trying to do a full-blown drug, and they're worried about somebody trying to steal it from them. So you'll go, yeah. I don't know why that popped into my head. It just did.
Speaking of Sealbach, they just sent me a text. They've got a Nulu toasted honey finished bourbon now available. Does not sound like my thing, but
Yep, it's raining. The sky is leaking.
Yeah.
NAS CS batch 1. I could have got the batch 9, but I didn't. I heard it was a bit hot, so I didn't bother.
9 would have been, I think, Rachel's first one. That one was pretty garbage.
That's what I heard. It didn't get huge reviews, so I didn't bother.
The second one she didn't like age state like obviously, but if you read the text, she actually does state that it is 10 years old. That one was a lot better. I don't know if they've gotten better or worse since then, though.
Nah, I haven't heard.
Yeah, I stopped buying that. I mean, Glendronach has kind of died for me, unfortunately. I still...
Yeah.
I still think the 15 is pretty good, and I would like to get another 18 just to see, but prices are also getting crazy on those.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I was
Like-
looking at the prices today in the bottle shop. I was like, fucking hell. Everything's gone up. My Russell single barrel's
Yeah.
gone up $18.
They've gone up more than most things, it feels like, to me. I mean,
Yeah.
heck, like, I remember when these were like 120, but I mean, they're like 170 now. That's a lot more, but it's not. The Glendronach, I used to pick up those for like 110, like the 18, and now they want. I've seen places trying to get over 200 for them, like
Wow.
well over 200. And the thing is, with so many brands coming up and so many more distilleries putting out product, like, yeah, it's hard to get a really good sherry bomb these days. But I mean, I'm hearing Glen Turret's getting pretty good, so I might check that out.
Yeah. Yep, I'm hearing Glen Turret. Pretty good. Yeah, I don't mind the current Glendale 15s. I mean, I've got one of the slightly older ones, but yeah. I mean, this bottle has to be the most fucking switch around bottle I've ever fucking had in my life. I fucking hated it when I first had it.
Is that like the Portwood?
It's the traditionally peated.
Oh, just the okay.
It does have port in it. I thought it was absolutely garbage when I first tried it, and then man, it turned around for me when I got a third down into the bottle.
Steve A sent me a sample of one of like a peated port pipe or something. It was very overtly port. I don't think it's that one. And that was pretty good.
Yeah, there is that peated port one that I've always wanted to try.
Yeah. They put out a couple of like single barrels that made it here to the States that were first fill port that sounded pretty good. But their single barrels over in the UK are really good prices. The ones that come over to the States are ridiculous.
Have you tried the 12 shoot, Kitty? The Turret 12? They're showing that was more difficult to manage. Cheers, Greg. No worries, brother. Yeah, this one still says non-chill filtered, natural coloured on the 15. Half a bottle. Yeah, gotta reorganize these shelves a bit.
All right, I've got to hide this thing from myself. It will not last long, man.
Just give it to me. Yeah, I got heaps. Oh, not heaps hanging, but yeah, I got a few bottles of port. I like me port.
Oh man. You mean like real port, like port, not like port finish?
Yeah, actual port. Yeah, proper port.
Hmm. That was just lovely, man. So the only thing you can go to for after a powerful punch in the face sherry is a rye.
That'll do it. Munted. What's the other one that's not 12 called? Not with you. The other one that's not 12 called.
I'll give them credit for this. Some of these, like, because this is all cork. First off, that's just a cool cork.
I was gonna say that is pretty cool.
Yeah, but a lot of times, like for example, birthday bourbon does like a cork inside of a cork thing, and it looks really cheaply done when you see the way it connects. This one's actually done pretty well. Like it doesn't feel cheap. Like, it feels pretty steady when I pull it. Whereas the birthday bourbon, I'm sure that glue's gonna fail eventually.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I like how they did that. I'm a fan of the bottle even. I mean the design here, the kind of the where they're doing it. I think it's cool.
Oh, they're going to turn up triple wood? Yep, that could be it. So you've had that one?
Well, Greg, don't slip in the shower, buddy.
I feel steady when I pull it. That's what she said.
Eric's making me miss the days of the Scotch test dummies doing live streams with Eric.
Yeah.
His little sniper jabs.
Yep.
I know they go live here and there periodically, but it's not the same.
Not the consistency with the banter between the two of them, which was just
no. I mean, those guys are like, if I think of like the whiskey tube like world, and I don't mean like this kind of stuff where like we're communicating and chatting. Like in 30 years, I'd still like to be chatting with you, Ken, but I would not probably just sit back and watch one of your streams if I'm not drinking in 30 years. You know, like a little long, a little tiring. But with like Bart and Scott, bro. They're probably the one channel, man. I would watch those two guys talk about just about anything.
It's just fun.
Yeah, they're just entertainers. We can't hold everything to the Boona 12 cast strength sugar, Kitty. That's a
yeah, I know that thing is that thing is on its own. I think it's on its own.
Like, I mean, also when you talk about the price on that thing, plus all that other stuff, I mean, come on, that was just ridiculously awesome for us.
Yeah. It kind of shits me because I want to get a few more bottles of it, because every now and then it goes out of stock, and then they send me an email when there's a couple of places to get it back in stock, and it disappears pretty fucking quick.
I never saw this year's locally at all. I saw the sticker for the first batch, so I know we got it. I don't know what even happened with the second batch. Maybe it hasn't come out yet. I don't know.
I never saw it on the shelf. I had to look online.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm just surprised. It's like it just didn't make it here. And of course, you know, Ohio. Because while I do apologize to Jason, I still think the guy who runs Ohio Liquor is a piece of shit. That said, I did buy this in Ohio, so Ohio's not all bad.
Cinnamon's bought his killer tube with a crazy art for like $15 on clearance. Oh, nice.
Yeah, actually, this is probably one that when Eric gets done with his whiskey studies, he should definitely pick one of these up.
Yeah.
When you get back to Irish, like, this is a really special bottle. Definitely one that needs some more YouTube love, and pretty good. So once Eric's got his master whiskey sniffer and cheese farter certifications done.
Yeah. So hang on, I got a couple of ports. I got a Penfolds Grandfather 10. I'm gonna get for my birthday. I'm gonna get like a 30-year-old port.
What would like getting like a birth year type bottle port cost you, Ken? I don't really know much about the high end.
I looked, but the 75 was a shit vintage.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I
think it would be cool to have one of those bottles that you're actually supposed to like.
It was like one of the best vintages.
I think it'd be cool to have one like where you're supposed to like heat it and then like actually crack it.
Yeah, with the tool and all that. You got to do all that. Yep.
Yeah. That'd be kind of cool, but.
Now I think I'm gonna try and get a full bottle of the 75 Armagnac.
I showed you. I found a 50-year-old Armagnac the other day for $320 here.
Fucking oath you should have.
I've got the same brand's 40-year-old, and I have like a 30-year-old from them, and I can't tell enough difference between the two to justify paying and buying a 50. But it's a cool thing to see, like at a reasonable price.
Yeah, fucking oath it is.
What's this? I'm literally getting spammed by my freaking apartment complex to like fill out some like survey.
You've probably seen this a few times hanging, but there you go. Fucking good port.
It's like, I am not filling out a survey. I hate surveys. And then every time I fill out a survey, apparently I piss people off because I guess you're supposed to just give 5 stars to everybody you do on a survey. And I
don't like doing those surveys, but I actually signed up to a thing here in Australia where you actually do surveys, and some that are pretty cool about drinking and all sorts of shit. And
I'm not about doing that to make a few extra bucks. Like during the workday, there's a lot of time I'm just sitting around waiting for emails to come in. I can make an extra. You
Well,
know,
that's the thing. I'm always waiting for shit, doing shit, and you know, I when they pop in, I can do them.
Yeah.
And I've made it. It's good bit of money. I'm actually made. The last time I did it for a few months, and I got $200. I'm up to $65 at the moment. It's actually a good little bit of money.
Yeah, no, that's not nothing.
Nah.
So, do you two guys watch YouTubers that are scammer, or they're scammer baits? They actually call these scammers up and then run a line with them for 2 hours or some crazy shit.
I have seen some of that, and you know the funny thing is, you know how I discovered it? I got a scammer that called me, and I answered, and I fucked with the guy, and then I decided to just keep calling them back. So I actually set up Google Voice and set up like 7 different phone numbers.
Nice.
and I called them until
nice.
they literally.
It's milk. Nice.
I just kept calling them until they shut down their phone line, man. I literally just.
So the one guy that I watch all the time, and he's got 5 million subscribers. It's Scammer Payback. And I cannot recommend him enough. Because the comment...
Crazy blue hair and shit.
Well, let me finish. He's a hacker that gets into their shit and lets them put the shit out, and then people go, well, isn't that illegal? And he'll tell you, you know, getting into the scammer's computer, they want access to your shit, and as soon as they get into it, he says, you know, they're not going to sit there and complain about me, so I don't really care what they say about anything. So they get into his shit, and then he ends up deleting their files because they're sitting there in India, most of them. And there's another one that's called Trilogy Media.
Private dick available.
I mean, hell, I mean, those guys literally know exactly where the office buildings are these guys are working out of, and the government just won't do anything to stop it. It's ridiculous.
Correct. And the thing to do is to make the average YouTuber like us to be aware that shit's out there.
Yeah, it's crazy that shit works. What is that, Ken?
It's Penfolds, which is a very high-end winery here in Australia. They do a series of 20 ports. Or Grand 20. So this is their standard 10-year-old, but I'm going to get their 30-year-old. Their old Grand 20, grandfather 20. Comes in a sexy box and shit. It's like $200. I'm fucking getting one.
Nice.
Oh.
You know, the funny thing is, back in the day, I bought these beers out of the UK that used Highland Park barrels to finish their beer. And at the time, I didn't really know what Highland Park was. So I was buying, you know, beer that had been finished in like 40 and 50-year-old Highland Park barrels. And just being like, oh, this is pretty good. And looking back, I'm like, oh my God, I would appreciate those so much more now. Like,
yeah.
Knowing what that really is. Like, I knew the beer side. I didn't know the whiskey side that well. Because, I mean, I'd heard of Highland Park, but I didn't really know much about them. I don't think I'd ever even bought it. Because I was a bourbon and rye guy back then. Like, I had a few Glenlivets, you know.
Yep. That's what
I might have had an Ardbeg or something, you know. I was not a well-versed whiskey guy by any stretch. Of course, that's back in the day where it made no sense to be into Scotch because quality bourbon was just so cheap and so available.
Well, that's in the States, so.
Well, yes. Although even, you know, if you go back, I mean, I remember when Ralphie was just in a bottle shop once and somebody sent him a message that they're like, hey, they had a Pappy 20 there. You just walk right past, just go pick that up. It's pretty good. Ralphie went back and picked it up and was like, oh, yes, very good bourbon. You know, he like did a review on it. He's like, I understand why this is so thought of.
Yeah, I'm with you, Peter. I look at Highland Park and just go, yeah, nah. I just wish I could get some more of these old ones.
I mean, if you could, I mean, I know Ben's still finding occasionally like the Twisted Tattoo, the full volume. I mean, some of those are really good. Good value. The cast strength, not so much. That was not pleasant.
Yeah,
I like the pot still shit. I don't know what it is. You can taste the copper in it. I just like it.
Ladies, computer filtered voice, funny jokes if you know what he's talking about. The full volume, that's the
17-year all ex bourbon.
Yeah,
but if you find a Twisted Tattoo, that's another really good one. It's I want to say it's 16 years old. It's like a Rojo wine finishing they use with first fill bourbon as well.
Is that the one in
really
the white
nice.
ceramic bottle?
No, the white ceramic's just a 15-year.
That's the 15.
No, the Twisted Tattoo is a black box, just like the full volume. It's got like a really kind of red, metallic, kind of fancy looking like dragon tattoo thing.
Yeah. I have seen that back.
It looked like a bunch of hype and bullshit, and I picked it up, and it was really good. It was about $100, which 16-year, good proof, good wine casks, well worth it. I like it better than the 18. So.
Oh, okay.
And
There's your wine. I thought it was just okay. Okay.
So can I say something to Shooting Beauty? Scammer Payback had a lady that lost $15,000 to scammers, and through their website, they actually gave the lady her money back, and the scammer was just sitting there sucking, $5,000 here, $5,000 there, three times $15,000. And that's what turned me on to what they were doing, because they were actually paying people back. And people don't get what, you got grandma that's sitting there losing her money, and you're like, what the fuck just happened? And that's how that website works. So it's a must watch.
Yeah, it's really tough to see. I mean, people think just because we're in America, we're all rich and well off, and just not the case.
No. But it's nice to see that there's people that are out there that are protecting us.
The one I like watching is the engineer dude that does all the stuff, and he made those glitter bombs with the fart spray.
I
love watching him. And he sent one to India where they tracked it down. He went Kylo with the guy, and they cockroaches and all sorts of shit.
This guy will do the same thing. Glitter bombs are bomb. They're fun.
I think they worked with that guy actually to do the glitter bomb one.
Yeah, they worked with that guy and they tracked it down, and they fucked that place up. It was great.
Yep.
Oh, some of those new ones are crazy. The thing is, though, like I saw one of those glitter bombs. They had like 4 brand new iPhones attached to do all the different stuff they were doing. It's like, bro,
I know, right?
It's like, bro, if all they need to do is grab that, put it in some kind of like case, like lead case, get it somewhere else. Wait till you're done tracking those phones. I mean, good God, that's $4 or $5 grand.
Well, all the carjacking shit was fucking scary, man. Fucking hell.
Like, dude, you were spending a fortune to like glitter bomb people's houses and put stink
Mike
spray
Franklin.
in it. Yeah. G'day,
Cheers,
Mike.
mate.
The fucking the people and shit is like, fucking hell.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's been a few times where one of my neighbors had a package that sat there for like 2 months, and I'm just like, I kind of want to just take this and see what's in there. Like, why are you just leaving this out here? But like these people going around just blatantly robbing people is just mind blowing to me.
Yeah, just unbelievable.
And I mean, I walk through my neighborhood, I see people with Amazon boxes stacked up all the time. I mean, I get it. There's stuff just sitting there, but who does that? Like, you are taking from somebody who probably doesn't have means to really deal with this stuff that most of the time. I get it. Some people, yes, you might have some rich dude who I guess won't care. By the way, you've just got a thing full of like, beard oil or some shit.
Yep. Refurbed iPhone. Yep. Glitter Bomb. That's my favorite stripper name.
No, Peter, I've seen the phones, man. It has like the 3-camera, triangle thing that the new ones have. Like,
yeah, those latest couple of ones, they were decent phones.
Yeah, they were putting some like modern phones in there, man. They were not refurbed i3s by any stretch. And I was watching it going, man, that's some money.
Yeah, because I remember saying that because he reiterated the design each time, and then you see it, and when it's pulled apart, and it's like all the phones around it, and the sensors, and the fucking speakers and emitters.
Like, dude,
damn.
Like, dude, I would, honest to God, I mean, it sucked to have the glitter and the stink spray in your house, but man, I want all the components, man. I want to play with that toy.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's attached with like a freaking like drone. I mean, like, dude, that dude spent 10 grand. Easy.
Well, people are trying to pay the bills. That's the problem.
Yeah. And I mean, the thing I look at is, I mean, I get it. People
High fives, Mike Franklin.
People can find themselves in tough times and everything, and I get the fact that like having a job means you actually have to show up when somebody wants you there, and you can't just work your own schedule. I get it, but it's not that hard to get a job and be able to meet your basic necessity bills. Now, if you've got real other issues, you've got health problems, some things like come up that you really just don't have the money for. I get it, but so many of these people are out there just stealing because, well, it just seems easier. It's like, man, a job is not actually harder than doing what you're doing.
Yep, true.
You can just work. And unfortunately, it's the people they're stealing from who are the people who are working jobs who are barely meeting ends meet and really do need the help.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the tough thing, you see. Like, I don't think anybody cares if Bill Gates gets a couple packages of his wrong. Like, we're all kind of like, yeah, that's wrong, but I mean, it's Bill Gates' house. Who really gives a shit, Like,
yeah, and you can imagine, like, families fucking paycheck to paycheck, and they've saved up the money to get their kid a fucking gift or something, and some fucking piece of shit flogs it, and they come on.
Yeah, or you think, oh, well, they're in a nice neighborhood. This is a $500,000, $1 million home or whatever. Well, maybe so, but maybe they got 4 kids. They needed a bigger home, and they are barely getting by. I get it. They make more money than you do, but they're not necessarily in a place to have things stolen from them either. There's a lot of people who make good money who are still paycheck to paycheck, especially people with young kids and things like that. I mean, again, you rob from me, even if I am struggling, how much sympathy are you going to have? I'm a single dude. You're really not setting back the world. I don't have kids. I don't have a wife,
It does have a point. It's not always people with bills this. I know it's idiots with a ton of cash, 2 Beamers in the driveway, and they're bored.
True. There are definitely some assholes who just are stealing for the sake of stealing because it's fun.
Really want to get a porch pilot? Just leave a box of dog shit in your front door. I want something. Hey, Eric, the thing that says front towards enemy? That's what I'd be fucking putting in there.
Well, that's kind of like the famous, upper middle class white woman who just decides she likes stealing because it gives her a thrill. She hasn't had a good thrill in a while.
Nah. Yeah.
Like, woman, just go cheat on your husband, seriously. Just don't go stealing.
Go to like a bar and have some fun. Yeah.
Yeah, go to the bar, get hammered, and go home with some dude who's never going to talk to you again.
Yeah, well, but
you're still a trash person. But
where is that girl at? I've never seen it. I've never fucking seen it.
No, they're out there, Z-Man. They're probably looking for someone a little younger than you, though.
Dustin, that shit would scare me. That would just fucking scare me.
The 6 soccer mum porch bandits. I agree with Dustin. Yep. Exactly.
That is actually a thing.
Yep.
You literally have basically these women who they're bored with their life. They selected a guy who made money over a guy who actually made them,
So I dated stupid girl.
Something in their panties.
Hey, I dated a stupid girl 20 years ago, And the issue I had with them is they wouldn't. They spend the night, and you can never get them out of the freaking house. The one that I got right now, her girlfriends were telling her, you need to go back and see him. I'm like, and she's telling this shit to me.
Good day.
And I'm like, really?
Mark Dominica.
Cheers, Mark.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, Mark.
Long story short, she started coming around more, and we hooked up. But fuck, God, that would scare me.
That'd be in every fucking city, Donald. Every fucking city.
Yeah. So they definitely are suburb. They tend to be in the suburbs because, again, when they live in the city, they're having fun. When they move to the suburbs, that's when they realize everything around them is dead. There's no longer exciting men around because it's a whole bunch of fat dudes who make just enough money to live in the suburbs.
5 fingers, high fives, Mark Dominica.
Yeah.
Yeah. Might just kill this off while we're here.
Kitty.
Been a near riff.
This was a hitter, man. Man, this was a hitter.
My next visa girl is she's gonna be this. Okay.
If the garage sale doesn't work, try fucking Facebook Marketplace. That's a good place to sell shit. It is.
Z-Man movie.
Hey, Donna Pass.
Good day.
What's up, brother?
Donna Pass whiskey. Cheers, mate. Nightbot. 122 bottles down, glasses up. Hop the next one.
Yeah, it's like I did one of Z-Man's pours of Buffalo Trace.
Now that's a pour.
Yeah, there's a little more than I thought it'd be, but it's all good.
You get fucking warm, man.
This is seriously one of the coolest bourbons.
Nightbot.
One of the coolest bourbons I've bought in a long time.
5 fingers, high fives, Donna Pass.
Oh, you advertise your sale on Marketplace? Nice. Yep.
Chocolate chip oatmeal cookies, man, all day.
Sounds pretty good.
It's like they're like the no-bake cookies.
Okay.
Like the chocolate chip.
Whiskey
no-bake.
uncensored. Cheers, mate.
What it is?
Cheers, Ben.
Nightbot.
Hey Ben, I got you one of these, right?
High fives, gin is stupid. Only a quackerfucker would honor it.
And will you please get off my white slimline telephone with last number redial?
Yeah, Ben, have you cracked this thing yet? I wonder what your thoughts
Gin,
are on
man.
this.
Nothing wrong with fucking gin, man.
No.
Nightbot. 5 fingers, high fives, go Ben.
Yeah, we need a gin drinker to get on here.
We're not gonna get it. And Ben's girl's smart because she's a teacher. And my girl is a nurse. And
All right, so it hasn't cracked this thing yet. I can't wait to hear you crack this thing, Ben, because it's so different than any other bourbon I've ever had.
Yeah, that's too fucking cold.
Damn.
But yeah, you're right. No bake cookies is not the greatest thing ever.
No, but
That
gin is a
apparently
problem.
what it tastes like.
Ooh, it is. Oh, sweet. How much?
What are you looking at, Ken?
Gin.
I don't know what that is. Oh, what's Donald asking you, Ken?
50
Oh, $50. Ah, out of stock. God damn it.
Would Gava Gin? Is that off the plan, or what is that?
It's a gin way up north. It's using Arctic botanicals.
Okay. Never heard of it.
Fuck it. Yeah, stop. All right. It's
Yeah,
actually,
I've got some more bottles of
we
this.
must have been talking about it before. Yeah. Yeah. We were talking about it before.
Yeah, this is one I got lucky. I got a couple bottles of, so even got enough to give one to Ben. So
we don't see new riff out here.
Just the OG flavored vodka, but it's good fucking flavored vodka.
yeah, this one was a little more than distillery only. It made it out to Ohio. I know that, so it did get a little bit of national-ish distribution. But man, more distilleries need to try doing a stout mash bill on a bourbon.
So the only new riff I got a hold of was one that ADHD did. It was good. Country Slammer, I think he called it.
Makes this pretty cool. Here, we'll get it to focus.
There you go.
65 corn, 20 oats, 7 pale ale, steel cut, and
that's good. Good.
Yeah, so they had to, of course, make it a bourbon, so it has to have the 60 something, 50 plus corn, but the rest of it's actually trying to kind of go after like a stout beer mash bill, and it really comes through here.
Do you see a lot of new riff in Ohio?
New Riff is literally like 10 minutes away from me in Kentucky. So I bought one of these at the distillery, and then I bought a couple more.
I'm getting there, Donald.
So there's a store in Kentucky that does they do a lot of secondary pricing on stuff, but I also help them do a lot of picks. So I've actually gone on. So I've done a few picks with Jason, but this store I've actually done a whole bunch of picks with. So when they get in stuff like this, which they're not going to charge secondary pricing on, but they're a little harder to get, they'll hold on to a few bottles for me. I can go pick them up. So. And to be honest, if they'd asked for a few extra bucks, or within reason, I would have paid extra for this. This is so good.
So what do they charge for a bottle?
This is $50, man. All day, every day. It
Mention
is.
distilling Flint Keller into whiskey? Yes, please. Fuck yes. Or even just barrel age some whiskey in those fucking barrels.
Yeah, this isn't like old, rich, leathered, epic bourbon, but it's just so uniquely different. Have you had any new riff, Ken? Have you got any samples that snuck your way?
Nah.
I say we should try to get some stuff sent over with Chris and Lil, but I'm pretty sure they've got enough stuff that it's coming your way at this point. New riff probably isn't worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I've probably got some new riff. They can send me some samples over.
Yeah.
Add it to the list.
Yeah. One thing New Riff does really that I think gives them a leg up on most distilleries is they have a much better mouthfeel than most bourbons for the same proof.
Nice.
That's really, I think, where they excel. And Bourbon would be a good person to hear because he's done multiple picks down there over the years. I have not done a New Riff pick, despite having done a ton of picks around. I've never done New Riff, so. And Ben's invited me, by the way, just heads up. I just was busy. So. Make it clear, Ben is a gentleman and a scholar, despite his rough YouTube exterior and the way he presents himself sometimes.
Yeah, I've talked to Ben on the phone.
Nah, he's a good dude.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
But I would never say it after midnight because I know Ben doesn't want his reputation being ruined, and I know nobody who cares is awake before midnight.
Yeah, some people don't get it. Where the fuck did Ken go?
He's throwing away his bag of ice. Or
Oh, there he
bag
is.
of ice.
Damn it, Ken. Quit taking off, man.
Yeah, good to see you on here, Mark.
Oh,
You should
yeah,
hop
what
on
you
if
got,
you're not busy.
Cheers, there, Mr. Eminecker. Appreciate you, man.
Mark's a fun guy to talk with on the streams late at night as well. Nice guy.
Yeah. There's a lot. There the majority of people that are in chat are all good people.
I've learned over the years that there in whiskey too, we got great people, good people, and a few okay people. I've not met anybody I really disliked.
No.
And most of the time, the people you dislike, it's probably because they just had too much to drink that night. You realize like the next time you talk to them, they're good. They're good. You know, you're like, okay, yeah, a few too many, all good.
Yep, everyone handles alcohol a different way.
Even the people who have and even the people who occasionally, you know, that like they have a douchey side, they gotta, you know, you just get them to switch topics and you get back to good vibes. You know, like, oh, we don't want to talk about that with you. Cool.
Usually, as long as you stay out of the politics,
Yeah, well, and there's kind of like there's the politics you're not supposed to talk about, and I actually have found that this group can handle those better than some of like the whiskey politics that like involve some of like the picks and people getting barrels and so and so picked up bottles for me but not for somebody else. Like that seems to cause more strife. And like, I mean, I'm playing the game right now. Like I picked up a couple more bottles of that local barley, Ken, and I have certain people I don't want to know that I picked up more bottles of because someone else asked me to pick up a bottle for them, and I wasn't sure if they picked one up or not, and they didn't respond to a text, so I went and bought one for the other person. And they're gonna be like, "Man, we're closer friends," and I'm like, "Man, you didn't respond, and someone else was asking, and you're close enough to have driven down and picked one up." So, and so you know, you end up playing these weird games. So,
first come, first serve. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like
we got to get that.
This is a private, slimline white telephone with no connection whatsoever to any business or trade.
Especially in your
one. So what? Oh, what's phone one then? Is that like another clip of her talking about it?
Yeah. So you got phone one and you got phone two.
I didn't realize she had two different clips with her.
Yeah. Here's phone one.
And will you please get off the white slimline telephone with last number redial?
read Sugar Kitty's comment.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. I was laughing partially at that.
Fucking hilarious. Because that's how people are, though.
And the best thing is, you just punch in an emoji of a phone.
Yeah, you know, one of the nice things is, at least at this point, if I tell people I picked up an extra bottle, and it goes to Mike, I generally don't get shit. They're like, "All right, cool, you guys do a channel together. I guess you pick up bottles for him." I'm like, "All right, at least we got that." I'm like, "All right, I found one person I can buy a bottle for, and no one gets upset."
Number redial.
But even then, there's a few people like, "Come on, dude, you know that's my brand. Like that's not Mike's." And I'm like,
"What else? I quit drinking for her. Just that one. I'm scared if I stop all at once, the cumulative hangover will literally kill me."
"Oh, Peter, now Alex is actually one of the people I really like in the community. Don't let him hear about it, but he's he's actually a genuinely nice guy. He's not just Canadian nice."
Alex Pariah's got me. Yeah.
Like Alex is a nice guy who sounds nice because he's Canadian, but he's also just a nice guy.
I've talked to Alex on the phone too. He's
as we would say in Australia, he's a top bloke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't been drunk at night with Alex in a while, but
Dustin, when you and Mike buy bottles, who buys the bottle?
As far as our reviews go, it's 80-90% are my bottles. When the bottle breaks the $1,000 price point, it's probably Mike's bottle. Mike is very selective with what he buys these days, but he is very high end on what he buys these days too. So, I mean,
it's hard to pick and choose, though, you know.
Well, I mean, yeah, he legitimately, I want to say, I mean, other than so I have access to Party Source and stuff, so I'll pick up Springbanks and things like that. But he buys a lot of stuff, you know, in secondary and auctions and stuff.
With last number redial.
I mean, he's got so many multi-$1,000 Lagavulins that, you know, he's picked up over the years that it's just.
I protest. I am not a merry man.
And the other thing is, I mean, Mike doesn't drink very much anymore, so it's kind of hard for him to keep buying, you know, because he's running out of space. He's also engaged, so
there's no wrong way to consume alcohol.
I should have brought that up when Ben said gin's horrible and only a drink it. I should have there's no wrong way to drink alcohol.
But you know, I mean, Mike's a 45-year-old guy getting ready to marry a 30-year-old, so
good thing.
Got a little bit of some issues going on there.
So my wife's older than me, and she's getting ready for retirement. So I keep telling her that I'm going to retire with her, but she's like 6 years above me. So
60 years above you? So she's like 130?
Shut up. 6 years. 6 years. 6 years above me.
Yikes.
6 years. You get that?
It's actually funny because when I met Carly and we got together, we're 7 years apart, and then I didn't realize till after that my parents were 7 years apart.
Well, like I said, mine was having her friends tell her, you need to go back to that dude. He's calling you. He's into you. Why aren't you going back there? And then she shows up one day, and I was like, okay, I got the sexy bitch sitting in the chair, you know, and the rest is history.
"22 years younger." Halfway nice and halfway douchebag, I suppose. Nah, you're
I don't want to get in a keys.
22 years might be pushing it. I don't generally say that.
What the fuck is that shit?
22 years is a pretty big number, right? I think.
What? And Mark keeps retracting all of his messages.
You got to read Mark's messages quickly.
I can't get it because it just.
Yeah, Mark. Mark, sorry, I'm drinking bourbon, buddy. I don't do the gin. I'm not a fan of. And Ken and I've talked about this, but I'm not a big fan of juniper. So gin's just really not something for me personally. I didn't like it in beer. I don't like it in.
You should get a slow gin because that's not juniper. That's slow berry.
What? Slow berry?
Slow gin.
Slow gin?
SLOE. It's a different berry. Try one of them.
I'm not against trying new stuff. It's just I really find juniper very.
No, that's it. If you don't like juniper, then you're not going to like much juniper.
It doesn't work for me at all. So
yeah,
it's not like it's a hate. It's a I wouldn't say I hate juniper. It's just, but it's something like I don't enjoy it all. It's just I'll leave it at that.
Yep, Donald's reiterating. Great stuff.
Yeah. But I'm sure Mark saw this and instantly thought gin. So I'm sure he's just giving me shit because it's a gin day and I'm obviously drinking bourbon.
Slow gin can help you poop pink. Round out pine needles.
Fucking sugar kitty.
Now I've been told if if my stool has certain reddish colors after a certain point of time, I need to see somebody like Mark.
Yeah. Need to make an appointment.
I might be a little concerned if I had a weekend of drinking gin and I spent the next 3 days crapping pink.
Well, that's pretty
Doc's
low.
like, sir, you've had no issues going on down here.
Yep, might think you got blood in there. Yep.
Yeah, every now and then, something might happen down there, but it just shouldn't be happening for 3 days straight.
Yeah, that ain't good.
I got the fucking dog, 15-pound dog, that's got 2 parasites in her system, and we're having to give her probiotics to keep her healthy because she's sniffing shit, or I don't know what the F she did. But dogs do dogs, and they go to the park and they fucking do shit, and she keeps coming up positive for this shit, and I'm seriously like, I gotta put her butt. I have to fucking put her up in a chair.
Red velvet cake.
Oh, dude, it's
Oh my
fucking driving me. It's driving me fucking crazy because she won't get healthy. So you two talking about,
Yeah, that would definitely make you question some things, here, Kitty. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, and what Mark's saying, like, because I'm guessing a red velvet cake color of stool would not look like fresh blood. It would look like, something that's been sitting around a while because it's like a darker color. I can see somebody getting scared about that.
What'd you mix it in, Peter? Like the botanist?
Dogs eat shit. Yeah, they eat shit. They smell shit too.
Oh no, Brooke Laddie, you said.
But this is a dog that just smells it. So she poops on a pee pad, and fucking I'm having to wipe her ass, and I gotta wipe off the pee pad, and oh my god, drive me fucking crazy.
Even if you don't like Brooke Laddie, you should buy it. I mean, the botanist, you should buy it if you like Brooke Laddie because the corks very well. Or you can get the Woodford double oak corks.
Yeah, I'd like to have a dog, but they are
expensive.
Well, it's not even the expensive part, although that's an issue, but they can be very demanding, especially if you have a small place.
Well, the one we got is Dustin. She's fucking adorable. She just, wants to play, and you don't really have to fucking
make sure you blame yourself.
You don't have to mind her.
That parasite.
And then we got the.
Like I don't have a yard where where I'm at, so I'd have to take her out and walk her, a couple times a day. I'd have to do all that kind of stuff.
Well, we got the doorbell too, so she.
Yeah, like I said, I don't have. I'm in an apartment with I don't even have a patio, man. Like I have to. If she wants to go outside, I have to go.
Well, she hits the doorbell and she'll come walk around and look at you like, "Hey, let me outside."
A cat would make more sense.
Yeah, that's perfect for a botanist.
Yeah. A cat would make more sense in my life, but I know as soon as I get a cat, the first thing that's going to happen is I'll have my whole place clean, right? And I will set this glass and this glass down. And the first thing the cat's going to do is go, "Oh, this one's $20-something. Whack."
Yep, exactly.
This one's like $5. I'll leave that alone. It's fine.
I'll get that one next.
Possibly. I'm still mad about this. So my mom came over when I moved in here, and she was helping me get all my stuff set up, and she was cleaning some stuff that I had in boxes that I think I just boxed up, some dirty dishes or something, whatever. So she was cleaning some stuff, and I told her, "Don't put these in the dishwasher. These are hand washed. Everything else is cool. Like Glenn's, you can do whatever with, but these Capitas, hand washed. Don't want them in the machine." Not 10 minutes later, psh, what'd you break, Mom? And so I'm literally like not worried about it. Whatever she broke, I didn't care about. And I'm like, really? So I sent her a message like 2 years ago. I moved in 3 years ago, 2 years ago. And I said, "Hey, Christmas is coming. Remember that thing you broke? Here's a link." She didn't get me that for Christmas. Like, it was just a subtle little hint, like, "Hey, Christmas is coming. Remember the glass you broke?"
Yep.
Like, it's $20. It's not an expensive Christmas gift. I just didn't want to buy a new one for myself.
Yeah, come on, mum.
Hey, you know, this would be a cool.
Hey, give me something I actually want.
Yeah. Like she bought me some stuff that cost more than $20, and I'm just like, I didn't want any of this. I just wanted you to give me a glass.
He's not exactly subtle. Yeah.
No.
Having the zoomies like a demon, she has more energy than an ISIS fighter during jihad. It surprises me your cat is so energetic and zoomy and at her age. Like,
yeah, I've even told my freaking parents a few times, like, you know, it's always nice, you know, like, you know, some nice little glassware for the whiskey or something, you know, nothing crazy, just like my parents don't even know what Lalique is. Like, they wouldn't even know they could spend $200 on a whiskey glass. So I'm like, you know, something like that'd be kind of cool, you know. I mean, check out Amazon, you know, just whiskey glass, and then I'll get like a freaking like handmade box that I can put stuff in. That was $180, and I'm like, all right, I guess I'll put it on my dresser. Thanks.
So you are.
Surprised I haven't fucking destroyed this thing.
The thing is, I mean, truth be told, I don't want my parents if they're gonna, because I know my parents want to get me gifts. So I'm like pushing them to like just spend as little money as possible. I'm like, let me just guide you to things I might actually like use. I've even told my mom, buy me kitchen stuff. She goes, well, what kitchen stuff do you need? And I'm like, Mom, trust me, I bought the cheapest everything for my kitchen outside of like 3 things, and I can always use backups. Like, I'm a simple guy there. You know more about this than me. You know, like, what's quality that costs like $7 and I'll go buy the $6 item that's garbage. See, I'm like, I can always use that kind of stuff. Like, worst case, I'll have 2. That's not a bad thing. No, I get stuff that I don't need.
So you're in an apartment?
Yeah.
Yeah, Horace is around the same age, sure, Kitty, but yeah, he's never been like that. He never runs around.
Hey, case in point, my mom got me this one year. There's like a wick that you're supposed to put in here, and it's a candle-like thing that burns and smells like bourbon.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's got the corn and all the other stuff in there. I mean, it's kind of cool. I don't know what I did with the wick. Honestly, I set it somewhere, and I don't know what I did with it.
You can still buy cheap shit for your kitchen. It's worth it.
No. My point is, if my parents are going to spend money on me, I'd rather. There's lots of kitchen things I've never thought that I needed. That, like, if they just bought me some random thing, and I'd be like, "What's this for?" Oh, and I'd find out, that's kind of nice to have. Like, but I just never would have thought to pick it up because it's so like
I'm a barbecue dude, and some of the Mercer knives, they're fucking like $7 to $10, dude.
Yeah. Well, like, I mean, for example, something I don't own right now that I don't really need, so I never think to buy it. But like a pasta strainer. It's not something I would really use that often, but if my parents just gave me that as a gift, I'd be like, okay, I'll use that.
Yeah.
Like, it's not something I'll use often, but it's like, I mean, it might be like I get that and I go, you know what this is actually good for? Maybe I'll just like strain something other than pasta with it. Like the little stuff like that I have like, I mean, obviously I don't need them to buy me a set of knives. I have a set of knives.
Jar under 20 proof juice.
You know, I have pots and pans, but you know, if they bought me some like pots and pans that are maybe not your just everyday like skillet, I may not have that. Might be nice to have something different. Like, again, I mean, it's not like
iron enamelware. Oh yeah, that's some good shit.
Well, obviously that would be cool. Or honest to God, man, you know, I'm a big fan of just straight up ceramic pots and pans. Like, if it pure ceramic, those are kind of pricey though too.
I'll show you my knife set.
I mean, heck, my dad's got a freaking Cutco knife set at his place. You know, hey. Not that I really want Cutco because I think they're overpriced for what you get in the quality. But it'd probably be better than the freaking Walmart version I have, which is garbage, but it does the job.
If you're a Chicago Cubs fan, this will scare you a little. Because the big W, yeah, Weird.
I don't know what that means.
No, don't
Every
do anything.
time-
I'm just looking at the kiss stuff.
Yeah, every time the Cubbies win, they fly that over the stadium. Then there's this is the bar handle.
DoorDash.
Dude, I tell you what, man. Sean and I were about to have some fighting words last night. He starts talking about you and your apartment, just getting your pizza DoorDash, and I'm like, hey, motherfucker. Just because I got something DoorDash doesn't mean I've never shot a gun.
Yeah.
As I was literally eating pizza, drinking beer. I'm like, motherfucker, come on, man. In my apartment.
So you got the knife arsenal. That's the bunny knife.
Nice.
And this is a Mercer that's like freaking next to nothing. And then you got the brisket knife, which looks like a bread slicer.
You're kind of on camera there, Z, man. We can barely see him.
Yeah.
Can you see it or no?
That's better. There we go.
Oh, yeah, that's nice, yeah.
But that's how you slice sausage, meats, brisket.
Yeah.
And it all sits inside of its little cutting board, which is so there you go.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
Yeah, dude. I mean, a really well-made knife is definitely something. It's nice to have. I've got some pretty cheapo ones that I gotta say. Like half of them are garbage, but like half of them actually like punch way above their weight. If that makes any sense. Like there were a couple in that set that just like they were terrible. Like I had like some of the steak knives like just sucked. But like there's a few of, I don't know what it is, but like a few of the blades in there were just like really nice. Makes no sense. Yeah, you pull out one knife and you're like, this is worthless. Like I've got the big like, square block, meat cutter.
The problem with that site, Donald, it immediately went to Australian dollars and gave me options for shipping to Australia.
Well, just change your VPN to Canada.
No, I'm like, well, fuck, that means I can get this shit.
Oh. Good point. Although, trust me, I'm sure once you see the shipping, you'll be like, no, go fuck yourself.
Oh, yeah, I can't afford that shit.
$200 knife and $300 shipping.
Yep. But yeah,
I'm gonna take a little bit of this with the chocolate and all that stuff, and then put in the caramel malt rye. See how they blend. Oh yeah.
oh, they got heaps of stuff, sharpening accessories. Oof.
Yeah. Tell you what, though, one of like the best things you can ever have is one of these, man. For opening beer and stuff. These are great, and they are cheap.
Yep, I got.
Yeah, in fact, I actually had one that was like branded like from some like company, and like somebody gave it to me for free. It was great.
I got this one because I live in Australia where there's nothing but fucking snakes and shit. So
yeah. I mean, the first one of these I got was actually free. Like literally, like a bartender or somebody like we're a bar rep or something, beer rep, just like, oh, here you go. I'm like, oh, cool.
Yeah, nice. No, when I bought a bunch of cocktail making stuff, I picked one of these up because it was pretty cheap. It's just a chunk of fucking steel with a couple of holes in it.
Donald, I don't cook to the level where I need that level of knife that often.
Yeah.
Global good shit. Good stuff is good.
I'm a big believer in until you reach a point where you need something, go cheap. When it comes time when you realize I need good shit,
Sebastian Bach or messing it up.
spend the money.
When I was looking at that now. Oh wow, nice.
Sorry, Ken, I dropped out, but that fucking phone.
Hey, you're all good.
I like the space stuff behind you there, Z-Man.
The what? Oh yeah.
Space stuff, you got the rocket, the ship going up, the Earth, you got the satellite or something there in orbit. I can't. That's probably not a satellite. I can't really tell what that is in orbit.
Well, can you see that one?
Man on the moon.
Yeah, okay, cool. And now Z-Man needs to own an Omega. It's a requirement now.
Just like, yep, man on the moon.
Dude, that's another watch that's gotten really expensive the last couple of years.
Fucking right. And there's that many fucking versions of the fucking thing.
Dude, I could have bought the freaking regular Man on the Moon for $2,000 like 5 years ago.
Yeah, and they come in a sexy fucking box. Omega does some of the sexiest boxes.
But back then, you couldn't get it wasn't the cool box. The cool box version was a lot more. But
Dustin, do you see these cards on the wall?
Yeah. What are the cards?
The cards are we call them QSL cards in the hand community, and the gist of it is there's a net that comes on at midnight 364 times a year. It's called the Triple H net, and the gist of it is to let you get your work off states. So I've worked 52 states in a year and a half. And in order to complete the work all states, you have to actually get the card back from the sender. So those are all the cards that I got back.
Okay.
Donald? Yes.
And I actually worked. I worked somebody.
That price for what that is? That is a nice fucking knife.
I actually worked somebody that was going through the Holland Tunnel in New York at 1 o'clock in the fucking morning, and was telling me, call me back in like 10 minutes. And as the dude went through the Holland Tunnel, he called me back, and I worked him. And this is on 7 megahertz.
Not exactly, Peter.
So it was shortwave shit, and it was fucking cool.
I actually was looking to get ham radio like certified or whatever the hell it was back in middle school. We had a ham radio club back then, so I did a little bit of stuff in that. That was actually really cool stuff, but I never kind of pursued it.
Well, you know what scared me was Ben, Whiskey Uncensored. He's a ham.
Yeah, I was literally
yep,
like
still.
I was like so like so when I was in elementary school, my dad and I we would go we did this thing called the Jeep Jamboree. You probably got it out there too, or if not, it's
Oh, Telex is a ham guy? Nice.
We would do that stuff, we'd all have, everybody had to have the radios and stuff, but so I was definitely like looking into the whole ham radio thing at one point, and I just well, actually, do you know Telex, Z-Man?
Yeah, Donapo's just saying Telex is a ham guy. Yeah, I didn't know that. I must have forgotten. Yeah.
No, Telex like is a huge ham guy. Like, I mean, he is like, he has a setup for that shit, like big time.
Yep.
Yeah, so Telex, the whiskey tech. He's been less available lately. He's been busy with stuff. I think he probably had some life and other things going on. He had some health issues too, I think. I know he did
a thing just recently though. So
he was streaming just. I actually hopped off your stream to go chat with Telex, and then I came back over because I mean, like Telex I hadn't seen Telex on like 3 months, so apologies.
No, I haven't seen ages there. He's always doing the stuff with Eric.
Scotch for Dummies that he did the after show. Yeah. I know he had some health issues, like where he was very cautious with COVID, like more so than any person would be without some like pretty pre-existing issues.
He did say, yeah. He did say
he touched on he had issues. I don't remember if he went into a lot of detail, And I've been on stream with Tellus, and I've been after, so I can't remember what he said publicly or not, but I know publicly he was concerned. But so I don't know if he had some issues that kept him away from Whiskey Tube for a bit, but yeah, he's a huge ham guy. Got all the crazy shit. So yeah, I mean, like that was something I spent a little bit of time learning about when I was, in middle school, but I never kind of pursued it later on. But if I was, if I was a few years
I've
older,
always been
would've.
fascinated by it with shortwave and stuff like that, and I was looking at getting my license and stuff. But yeah, man, that is not another rabbit hole I want to fall down.
Well, the thing is, if I'd been like 10, if I'd been born, 10 years earlier, I would have definitely done it. It's just at that age where I thought it was really cool. It was also about the age that the internet was actually starting to become interesting too, and
yeah.
So when I was 14 years old, I would climb a CB tower. And as I started getting older, I hooked up with some hams. 20 years later, and I started talking them on FM single band, which is like radio to radio. And once I started doing that shit, if you look me up online at KE7HTL, write that down. KE7HTL. You'll see the whole ham shack, everything.
Yep.
And it'll make you want to get involved in it. It's just fucking cool shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've always been interested in it, and then my ex-Navy buddy, he's right into it, and so he's always telling me about his stuff when he's talking to people all over the world and doing the competitions and.
Well, think about this.
New kit and new antennas, and he does the mobile thing where you travel around. He does, it's cool shit.
Yeah, here in the States, at least, the most popular electronics store for a long time was Radio Shack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, Radio Shack's gone.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is like, that was like this whole concept of like this was this cool thing. The problem is like technology.
Yeah, that's
just
a good hand there, Donald.
Come on. Yeah, I mean, just the technology's gone to a whole new level. I mean, like, I remember as a kid that was like crazy. My dad had a phone in his car. Like, the fuck?
Yeah, I know, that's great.
And then he had a giant antenna that went up, miles. And I'm like, Dad, why don't you get one of like the new like cell phone things that like the Zach Morris giant things? And he goes, well, when I'm out four-wheeling, I wouldn't get signal. So if I needed it, I wouldn't be able to use it. It's not a tool to save me. And I'm like, oh, okay, makes sense. And because I mean, the whole original idea of like a car phone was like, oh, I'm a businessman. I am so important. I must be talking on the phone at all times, even in my car. And then it sort of shifted. My dad's like, no. It's, mind you, my dad owned his own business, but he's like, no, I'm not on the phone for work. He goes, I have it so when I'm off in the middle of nowhere, if some shit hits the fan, I can survive.
Yeah. That's what it's all about.
Yep, 100%.
And then I mean, like all of the Jeeps and the Jamboree, we all were on. Again, like I forget what we used exactly because I assume it wasn't ham radio because that probably would have been illegal.
CB. It'd be CB.
It was probably CB. Probably CB. Yeah. So we all like had that thing going. Like I'll never forget. So we're going up this trail, and it's a pretty tough trail, and my dad has something in his engine blow. I can't remember what it was. It was some box or something. Anyway, like it was like a fuse box or something. Essentially, my dad lost power. So, all the guys get around, look at it, and they're like, all right, Dan. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to push you. And there was this giant hill, and he goes, we're just going to push you down it. And then he goes, you don't have power braking, but you got regular brakes. So you're just going to have to navigate and brake. My dad's looking at it, checking it out, and he goes, all right. And he looks at me and he goes, Dustin, you're going with him. It's basically, he's like, hey, this might get dangerous. You go with it.
Yep.
I'm like 9 years old, just for context of age. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, an adult. He goes, "All right, you're going with him." So I get in this guy's Wrangler, and so they're all in the CBs, and we're going down this thing. And it's the first time I've ever seen like somebody off-roading with a manual, because my dad's always had the automatic. A couple other guys we've been with, he's got a manual. We're going down, and he looks back. And
I've got an icon.
He looks back and he just screams out. He just looks back and goes, "Oh fuck! This guy's coming fast!" And he starts going. He grabs the radio. He goes, "Dan is coming in hot." He goes, "I think I'm going to outrun him, but get ready. We might need somebody out there to stop him." And he just, I mean, also I feel like we start booking it. I mean, we're going almost like down like this. I mean, it is not this ain't a subtle slope. And he just starts going. And I'm looking back and I'm like, oh, there's Dad. He is catched up pretty quick.
Yeah.
We get down there, and you know, I'm hearing like on the radio, they're talking like, "All right, I see Dan, he's doing this," you know, like it's just going back and forth. And the guys are just like going crazy because they're just like, we literally just pushed the car off. We're just hoping this guy can control this. And keep in mind, my dad's driving a Jeep Laredo from like '83, which is a big, heavy Jeep.
Yep.
Watch how the icon starts out, Ken. It's got my ham call sign on there.
Nice.
And then it goes into mode.
Yep.
And then I got this with the ham key.
Nice.
That's some good times, man.
Yeah, I bought a Icon scanner that does shortwave. It picks up fucking planes and fucking all sorts of shit. Big frequency range. It's pretty cool. And I miss the days when you used to be able to pick up mobile phones and fucking emergency service and fucking cordless phones and all that shit.
800 megahertz, you can get a cell phone on it.
Yeah, 800 to about 1200 is where all the shit was.
They were selling the shit, and you took a diode out of it, and you couldn't just make it work. Yep. Those days are gone, because now they put it in the 1.2 gigahertz, I think.
Well, not only that, it's all encrypted now.
Yes, sir. Well, it's like
encrypted.
It's like police now.
Yep. Well, that's truncated, encrypted.
Yeah, but the trunk is to get your scanner to go between the frequencies, so you can actually get the shit.
Yeah. If it's just truncated, you can get it to switch between, but when it's encrypted truncated, then you're fucked.
Yes. Yeah.
And all the images now it's all truncated, encrypted.
And I grew up in Tucson, Arizona, and they're fucking dumbasses. They're still on the 140 megahertz band, so you can still pick that shit up, but you have to be down in Tucson to do it. So.
Yeah. No, it was a great weekend entertainment, especially when I went to the Big Smoke and just be able to listen to the fucking scan and all the shit you'd hear and stuff. It was fucking great. It'd be like this hour in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'd be listening to the scanner, and you get some guy ringing up party lines, ringing up hookers, asking for how much they cost and what you can get. Ah, man,
if the store was getting robbed, you would know it.
Yeah, it was really good because when it started getting encrypted and truncated, yeah, CDMA days, it was so much fun because you'd see traffic light, police sirens, and you'd like, oh, what the fuck's going on? You listen to the scan, you'd be able to get an idea, it's not something to worry about or whatever.
Yeah. Yep.
They're out of donuts. I repeat, they're out of donuts.
Oh yeah. We'd hear that. We go, oh, yep, time for crib. You want anything? Yeah, we're going to KFC.
I know you don't like TikTok and stuff, Ken, but one thing I did catch a few times when I was just kind of scrolling through there was like actual like journalists like independent journalists who'd like go to like. I literally like went on to like this, just kind of scrolling, and this guy was sitting outside of where like multiple SWAT teams were going into this house, and like he was just sitting around watching like the whole process, and it was like 4 hours of him just filming as like the SWAT teams kind of set up and figured out their thing, and he's honestly like 3 car lengths behind them just filming this shit.
Right there, isn't it? Yep.
Like, it was pretty freaking cool. Like one of the SWAT guys came up to him and he was just like, "Hey, I'm just a journalist, just filming." He goes, "Am I cool?" And the guy looks around. He goes, "I guess, yeah." And like literally, the dude inside may have very well just been watching the thing, going, "They're not serious yet."
Yeah, yeah. Dollar Post. I used to listen to those, all the ones all over the world, different scanners. They were good.
Yeah, I mean that was a big thing. Is people used to just listen to like, the police scanners just.
Yeah, it was just great because, especially during the CMA, because you'd get the mobile phones, you'd get the taxi drivers, you'd get the fucking cordless phones in people's houses, you'd get all the emergency service stuff, you get normal CB.
The cordless phones in people's houses were the cordless phones in people's houses. Were off the charts because you just get on like 800 meg and you could just let the scanner, it'll scan it to one limit.
Yeah, just scans it, picks up a frequency. Yep. I had all these frequencies recorded that were good, and I'd just punch in the certain ones that pick up.
And people were as obnoxious as we are here on the website, where they're saying shit they shouldn't be saying. And you're like, fuck, man. Yeah.
You know, the thing is, I think it's actually pretty cool if you could listen in on like police scanners. I think that should be something that honestly is public available today. Personal conversations in someone's home, that's maybe not so much. Now, of course, these days we actually have access to the freaking body cams where we can just see how absolutely incompetent and crazy our police are.
Well, yeah, the training.
Which means what to the average world there, Dustin?
I mean, I was
29 minute baby.
I mean,
incompetent.
I'll tell you this much, Z-Man. If somebody was trying to kill me, I'm not sure I'd call the cops in 2023.
So we can agree with that. But please remember that I've worked inside of the penitentiary walls where we're on scanners and we're talking on radios. And we don't care what the average public thinks, because that fucking radio is your life. It's your fucking life, man.
Hey, man, I mean, again, I did that barrel pick with Bobby, who's a detective. Keith, who we've been talking about in chat, he actually works in a prison. I'm around plenty of people in that area, but I'll tell you what, I have seen enough shit where I don't trust the average police officer to show up here, because I don't think most of them should be allowed to walk down the street, let alone own a gun.
Okay, so me, 31 years inside the facility. If somebody's beating your ass, you can believe that you're going to survive if I show up.
And you know what? If I was 100% confirmed that somebody who was showing up here had more than 10 years of service, I'd be a little more confident. But you know, you give me a 5-year out of the academy person, I don't trust that person to be competent at all.
And that will always be irrelevant, because the bottom line in all of it is you see enough disgust, if you will, where you just kind of sit there and say, you know what? Because I've saved many a brother working inside of the facilities with my fucking radio, and I will beat.
You know, and again, I mean, I genuinely, I think the vast majority of our police are great people, and they're doing the best they can. But I have seen things go so incredibly wrong. I would rather face death from another person than the risk of the stupidity that I have seen. And that's like I saw a video the other day. This dude's at the pool, and this couple starts yelling at him, and this one guy, he basically just pulls his shirt up, you know, does the whole like this deal.
He's for an hour.
So this dude, so the guy goes and calls the police because some guy just brandished a gun at him. It's like,
fucking hell.
yeah. And anyway, so the police show up. First team comes over. They talk to him. They go inside. They start talking to the couple, and they're doing their thing. He's chilling outside. Next thing I see is this big butch. Let's just call it what it is. Looks like some kind of, you know, lesbian, buzzed-headed woman who's like 100 pounds overweight.
Okay, finish.
Comes up there, says like 3 words to him. You can't hear it because like the way the camera's set up. But you just see like she says something. He turns around. I mean, this guy, by the way, is literally in his bathing suit. He is shirtless. He has a tight little man bathing suit on. It's not a thong, but like it's like tight shorts. Ain't nothing hiding in that.
I just smuggle. Yeah.
Next thing you know, within 10 seconds, she's got a gun pointed at him. So he just pans up, gets on the ground, lays down. He somehow gets picked up and they take him to jail for 4 hours. And then the DA gets there, here's what happened, and sends him home. And I mean, this woman was literally shaking, like I'm talking like this, like with a gun pointed at her. And I'm just like, oh my God. And then later on, she like had a panic attack afterwards. Apparently had like they had to actually bring an ambulance to take this poor woman home who just held a guy at gunpoint for 20 minutes.
So you've never worked law enforcement, correct?
No.
So there it is.
Hey man, here's the thing. There is a level of acceptability I can understand. At some point, I'm sorry, we need to do better.
Yeah, that's it.
You can't accept anything in law enforcement unless you've actually worked it.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Yeah, shit.
I mean, heck, I read an article written by a guy who was a former Marine.
Badge, Justin. Put on a badge, brother.
No. For example, again, I saw the video and I saw an article written by a former Marine who became a law enforcement officer. He got fired for not shooting a guy.
What?
I get fired for you ever heard the term chicken wing? That's when a motherfucker's got his hands restrained behind his back and he gets pulled up and you pop his arm out of a joint.
Mm-hmm.
People get fired for that shit. So
in the right context they should. In the wrong context, that's bullshit.
Well, when an individual is endangering other people, you do what you got to do.
I 100% agree, but this guy was completely compliant. Could not have, and was clearly not armed because again he was wearing skin tight swimming trunks and nothing else. Dude didn't even have flip flops on. I don't think. There is no scenario where a dude dressed like that needs to have multiple people holding guns to him, put on told to get on the ground, and then somehow he got taken to jail for 4 hours when he was the one who called. And he kept telling them, "Hey, go talk to the other officers inside. We've already talked. They're talking to the people. I'm the one who called." And then he got on the ground, hands down, hands on his head, let them do whatever they needed, and he still went to jail.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked.
I mean, I am talking like I can understand. Like I've seen some things like high stress situation where somebody did something stupid, and the cops are screaming so loud and they're so like hard to understand because they're angry that the person there literally didn't know what they were saying.
Cops ain't screaming because they're angry. They're just trying to control the situation.
No, they're angry. They were angry and scared. That's what was going on. Absolutely, because trust me, if you're screaming, the person can't hear you and understand you. Anybody who's ever been in an interaction knows if you scream, the person hearing it is going to respond poorly. That's human nature. You do not respond well to screaming because you struggle to articulate and understand it from a distance. There's a difference between yelling with force and screaming where your voice is cracking and it's shivering and shaking. Screaming creates shaking. They're very different. And it's very hard to understand the person when they do that.
Well, that's an armchair quarterback.
Well, it is and it isn't. I mean, we all know human nature.
It is 100% because you're sitting in the chair going, well, you know, I probably would have not done this.
Well, no. Here's the difference. I'm not judging the person. I'm not judging. I already said the person in the situation was adrenaline was going. Like, let's say a cop just got in a high-speed chase. I am not going to say, look, you were screaming and yelling because you just got through this thing. Your adrenaline's going. I get it. I'm not here going into criticizing because I understand the human nature of that. But I also look at it, and you look at it as after the fact and go, okay, the person that you're now holding a gun at and telling to do something probably can't hear you. And what I'm saying is, I understand that.
Yeah, that's it. They're not trained. They should be constantly trained. They're not.
But there's a difference in the example I gave where this woman showed up at a pool, at an apartment complex. She pointed a gun at a guy, put his hands up. He got on the ground, and she was still shaking despite there being 3 cops there and a guy almost naked on the ground. There's a difference.
So first of all, I don't know why Dustin's telling of the story gets me a boner. I don't know why.
Because of skin tight bathing suit.
Ooh, tell me more. And you could see the bulge, and you could see it going up the crack, and it was kind of.
Eric was young.
Wait.
Timid. He was a
Was
little
this
timid.
one of those one of those channels on YouTube you can pay, $2 an hour or whatever for? Is this one of those cop stories on?
No, Eric. The funny thing is that Dustin's going to sit there and consistently say, when you hold a gun to somebody, the gun is the last fucking thing that you pull out of your pocket. You don't pull a gun out.
So I spent 20 years in federal law enforcement, all right? I first started off in the Marine Corps, worked for the DEA, worked for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Most of my time in federal law enforcement after the Marine Corps. I worked in...
I was about to say, Eric's an expert. If Eric wants to talk, I will.
I spent 31 years in state.
But most of my work is in doing intelligence, not on knocking on doors, okay? So particularly when I was working on the border with the DAs, gathering intel.
You don't pull a gun out on anybody.
When I on the border, then one night in the office. But at the time, sometimes I would work with local law enforcement for whatever stuff we're tracking. It's like hunting antelope or animals, whatever, right? They're going here and going here, and you're going to track them where the hell they're going. Okay, they're going. We're tracking them through the city. Okay, so as a Fed, I'm going to go ride with that particular police department, ride along, see if we can find out where it's going.
If it goes on a grill, we're all good.
So there are times in which, with various law enforcement agencies, and particularly in San Diego, I'm out in the field doing a ride along. I've seen everything you can think of, from, I would say, cops who are good fathers and husbands and God-fearing men who are the salt of the world, to the biggest dirtbags who, and unfortunately some of them died due to their behavior. These are the guys who would bust someone for DUI and then go to a bar, get drunk, and drive home.
All right. So your resume is good. Okay.
Okay. Now, and unfortunately, and you can Google this later if you want to. It's out there. So his name was Kenneth Aragon. Kenny. He was one of my roommates. And 19 years. Not
We all
Kenneth
know Kenny.
Urban neophyte.
Hey, Anthony.
Cheers, mate.
Oh, fuck off. 19 years in the police department, left behind a wife and 5 kids, died after drunk at a cop bar and dying on a motorcycle. And years before that, he was competing like kind of like a police Olympics kind of a thing. So I went to go see him. He was a weightlifter. So afterwards, doing this Olympics thing, we're gonna go out to lunch, and he's driving, and we're in Walnut Creek. Walnut Creek, they drive BMW police cars, BMW motorcycles. It's a lot of money. Lamborghini dealerships, Ferrari dealerships. It's that kind of a money in the town. We're gonna go out for lunch, and he's driving like a freaking nutbag through the city, going through red lights and all this kind of bullshit. Stop signs and blah. I'm like, hey, what the hell are you doing, man? You can't be driving like that. Hey, he takes it. That's why I got a badge. Yeah, I got one too, but I don't drive like that. He goes, well, I can do what the hell as I want. That mentality got him killed years later. The reason why he died in a DUI accident on a motorcycle, because that was the attitude he had. And it's really sad because we were roommates and we were buddies. Another friend of mine, FBI, he comes visit me down in San Diego. I don't like convertibles because I get my head burned. But he rents a convertible. He's a tan. This guy sits out in the sun and gets tanned, and he's Don Juan on the. Anyway, so we're gonna go hang out, and he gets a convertible. I'm like, son of a bitch, let me grab a convertible. He reaches back and pulls out a Zima, pops a cap, hands it to me, and I'm like, you motherfucker. Dude, you can't freaking do that. He goes, dude, we got badges. No, I do not play that game. Okay, so I do investigations and I track down drug dealers, that kind of crap. The reason why I left that agency is because guess who was the kingpin in the drug smuggling through the border? The port directors.
What's his name?
The port director. I got a lot of dirty cop stories, but I also know cops. They were just, on their free time, they're volunteer their time to, help young men and their, and kids and their, charities. I mean, it runs the full gamut, right? Because there's people involved, right? So that's a real story.
Yeah, but the problem that you have when you call the police and you go, hey guys, there's something going on, you get the new guys. You get the guys who just came out of the academy, and unfortunately, you have a mixture of people who are, as Eric pointed out, great people. You've also got a group of people who I think are good people, but they got into the game a little bit because they thought there'd be an adrenaline rush and it's fun.
Nope, because they wanted a bigger penis.
Well, yes. That's a better way of putting it. But you have people who have an ego.
When I no longer had to carry a firearm, to me it meant I no longer had more weight on one side of my body than the other, and it was a relief.
Yeah.
That's a relief.
That's
I didn't have
right
to
there.
carry that shit anymore. I didn't have to carry that shit. For them, if they no longer carried a firearm, they would feel like they got castrated. If there was certain guys, and you would meet them, that for them to carry a firearm was to make their big. Everything was about the freaking ego. And unfortunately, there isn't enough psychological evaluations, or good enough psychological evaluations with some people. And then secondly, there is the blue line. You don't cross the blue line, and you don't say on the outside what goes on the inside. And when you're in a department or agency and you see shit, and who the hell are you going to talk to?
They fucking tell you in the agency not to fucking say shit about what it is you're watching, because it's all restricted material, Dustin.
Yeah.
And the fucking problem with that shit is it makes it hard to explain to the average individual what did you actually see. You can never say nothing about it.
Well, we have body cams now. We can see everything that's going on.
No. When I go into work in the facility, I don't have a fucking body cam on.
Well, you're talking about the facility. I'm talking about what I'm talking about on the street. I'm not. I understand in the prison system.
Let me tell you, so you get it, and we can choose to disagree. I'm cool with that, but I can tell you that when I go into the facility, I don't have a body cam on me, and I don't have a body cam on me because I get to see shit that is considered to be restricted, and they fucking tell me. I'm retired from one spectrum of it, and then I'm in the other, like Eric has thrown out there. So I see shit that the average person will never see, and you're not allowed to fucking talk about it. And people don't get that.
What do you talk like when you say you're in the system again?
Because a person hasn't gone
on the street.
Hasn't gone to court yet. That's one of the reasons.
Like I'm just talking about on the street. Like for example, I'll just bring this. This is an example I saw. I actually sent the video to Bobby from My Whiskey She Wines, and I said, "Dude, how could this happen?" So this dude, from what I gathered from doing some more research, initially the video I sent him made it sound like this guy was innocent. He was a piece of trash who was going on a motorcycle, driving like a lunatic, and he went to go fill up his tank, and he got speared by a police officer without a word said to him, taken down, which he should have been because, again, the guy was running from the cops. A group of police proceeded to come over there. When he got speared, they knocked his bicycle over while it was being filled with gas. And some stupid motherfucking officer had the bright idea of that because this guy was resisting, which I'll be honest, maybe he was, but let's be real, there were 5 guys on him. It wasn't that big a resistance. They tasered him. What happened?
He caught on fire.
3 of those officers and him wound up in the hospital with him almost having every inch of his skin burned off.
Yeah.
And 2 of the officers almost having all their skin burned off.
Yeah, I saw that one coming.
And I said that to Bobby, and Bobby just like literally his first response was, I remember my day 1 of taser training. The first thing was to never do it anywhere near a gas station under any circumstance.
Yeah. We didn't have tasers in my day. We didn't have tasers back then.
I mean, it was that simple a response. You just it goes, and we see this constantly. This just lack of common sense with, again, young officers, where it's very obvious there's just not enough training, and as Eric said, psychological.
It's not enough training. Like the military train over and over and over and over and over, and you're if you're not up to the job, you don't do that job anymore. Whereas the police, unfortunately,
the military training is a whole different level of quality,
and then they throw down into this massive wide world where they're just not experienced.
And I think Eric, you came in when I was mentioning the story, so I don't think I quite got there yet. Was I was reading this article about this officer who was basically, there was kind of essentially a guy with a gun. There was potential that he was going to kill some family members or something. And this officer came up and started speaking to him. And that officer had been in Iraq and Afghanistan. He'd been around, and he'd been through that military training where he felt very confident in, he understood when somebody was going to shoot and didn't. He'd been through the training. And so he was very confident that this guy was not going to pull the trigger. And he was negotiating, talking him down. And again, he'd been trained in the military for this, but he wasn't trained as an officer to negotiate.
Yeah.
So
you guys are still here.
Other officers showed up on the scene, saw him with the gun, saw the situation.
It's called de-escalation of force. It's
yeah.
I would say it's almost
another officer instantly saw it and just shot within a minute of being there, killed the guy. And then that officer who'd been negotiating with him,
high fives, Lady Gaga,
was actually fired for not having been the one to pull the trigger because he should have done it ahead of time. Was the police department?
What's the training you keep asking about?
Well, I mean, Eric can probably explain better than I can, but my understanding is that
you're
the average officer.
So what is it?
My understanding is that the average officer gets about 6 months of training before going onto the job. Am I wrong?
But he's not giving us. He's not giving a set of keys. He's not giving us 7 of the keys in the patrol car and says go for it. He works with an FTO. Well, I don't know. Depending on the agency. So I was an FTO as well, a field training officer. So it means you're training people who are already out there. But I did it at the federal level. In the federal level, you're not doing 415s. You're not going. You're not responding to house calls and that kind of crap. So what I did as an FTO is very different. But typically an FTO, however, depending on the agency, the department, is your field training with someone who just came out of the academy, and they're
what does military? I have a buddy of mine that went on Iraqi freedom and came out of there on Hummers, looking at people on rooftops, and told me what it was like to come back to the States. And he actually was telling me when he came back out of the airport that he was looking at rooftops. And I was like, are you that fucked up? And he's like, yeah. And then he was talking about what they did to the bodies of the people that were wounded. And people don't get that shit. And you start to wonder, because it'll ruin your life.
Two of my best friends growing up self-deleted after coming back from Iraq, so yep. I get it. And I when I say like friends, I mean I'm talking about my mom's best friend's son, who I literally like grew up with from like the age of like 2. And a good friend of mine who, we were in first grade all the way through high school together. I'm not talking about somebody I knew for a few months or years. I'm talking people I knew, for 20 years. And both of them, they came back and they were effed up. So I'm not claiming military is like this great bastion of training, because obviously we got issues with it. But what I'm getting at is, at the same time, I've got a friend who I don't get, not lifelong friend, but I had a friend of mine who did SEAL training. They literally go through a year of physical training through the testing, before they even get to actually training you to be a SEAL, like to do the job.
Yeah.
They basically filter you for a year to figure out if you can even do the job, to then train you for the job. Like, it's just, it's such a different thing than you see a police officer go through.
I hate to say this, but when you come to talk about the kind of stuff, now you're talking budgets and politics.
Yeah.
You're talking budgets and politics, and departments and agencies, as what do they have in a budget is to, and the turnover rate and so on and so forth.
It's messy.
Departments don't have the budgets, and then there's the politics of the ability. How many cities, particularly, anyway, how many cities are talking about defunding the police and all that bullshit? San Francisco. Look at freaking San Francisco that's burning itself down. You have local organizations. They want every person who happens to have a dark skin to get $6 million in reparations. If you want to open a store there, it'll cost you. You want to open a restaurant, it'll cost you $30,000 in paperwork. This is a city that is politically destroying itself. It began with screwing its own law enforcement and putting people into positions and head of the police and so on. It's political bullshit. Okay, if you want to talk about the lack of training, I want to talk about the political bullshit that's running the circus and the lack of funds.
I agree with you, Eric.
Why the hell am I going to do that bullshit when I can make more money doing something else and not be dealing with all this crap? So
let me offer you like
you're going to get alternative. Be treated. Screw that. I'll go somewhere else.
Let me offer an alternative idea. Just an idea, and let me know if this is bullshit or this makes some sense. So, generally speaking, you have a domestic violence call, right?
Right.
So I had domestic violence called to me once, right? 2 officers showed up. One was like a 6'7", 260-pound guy who I actually knew from the gym. I'd worked out with him.
I know from the gym.
Yeah, and then the other was, like a 5'3" black woman who, well, who knows what's going to happen with that woman. But anyway, so the two people show up. Now, great experience. I mean, they were awesome. They separated my sister and I. They talked. They heard our stories. Then my mom, who was there, she talked to both of them. The massive muscle man brought me outside and basically said, "Hey, look."
Did you get a phone number?
Like I said, I knew the guy. So the thing is, like, I recognized him. I didn't really know him that well, but I knew him. I ended up knowing him better later on, and not that way, Eric. But anyway, the point is, this was a good experience. But what a lot of people who've been talking about the concept of defund the police have really, I think, been trying to get at was, hey, look, if there's a violent situation, you need an officer there with a gun who knows how to use it. But you may also need somebody who's a social worker who's trained in dealing with people who are having emotional issues, who's not necessarily an officer. And why not have a team like that versus two people trained with a gun? Is that insane, or does that have some common sense to you?
So here's the problem. Here's the problem. How many square miles does your city have? How many shifts does your city have? How many police officers do you have? How many of these social workers you're going to have available, and what's the response time?
Right.
Well, I'm saying you build in a social worker group within the police department. So you have a few trained gun officers.
Now, how many hours in a day is that social worker gonna be working? How much budget you're gonna? I'm just telling you reality. Everything comes down to this.
Well, again, Eric, the idea what the defund the police is, we reduce the number of police officers by replacing them with people who have different skill sets. But and then they have staggered hours. They're working the same rotations the police officers are working. It's just we always have pairs.
Okay.
Okay. Can I say something?
Z-Man, in what hours of the day you're gonna have the most drunken, drugged out people? Within the clock? What time?
It's always late night, man.
Okay, how many social workers are going to be working 11 to 6 a.m.?
If they're hired by the police to work 11 to 6 a.m., they're hired to work for the police 11 to 6 a.m.
If I get convicted of a domestic violence charge, it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's in my house or it's out on the streets, I can't fire a weapon working for the place that I work for. So the shit that goes on out in the real world, it doesn't apply once you're actually caught into the law enforcement side of it. You're stuck. Behave yourself. That's what they fucking want. And
I'm asking it first off, theoretically, does it make sense? And then second, obviously, there's a practicality and a budget and the cost that Eric's right about. And I 100% agree with Eric that basically it's going to cost more money long term to do it this way. I'm just saying, hey, is it something that's reasonable to consider? If it theoretically makes sense, and then we can talk money. Well, but here's the thing: domestic violence situations actually often happen during the day. They're not always late night. They might be 6 p.m. to 9 p.m.
It's dinner hour to midnight.
Get shit.
Yeah. That's not all. Dude, we get nurses to work. Eric, you can get nurses to work those hours. You can get social workers if you pay them more. And let me tell you, social workers get paid dick. You give them police officer salary with like second shift pay, they'll work it. That's a higher paying job, by the way. Social workers get paid like $30,000 a year most of the time.
I mean, theoretically, there's some good points about that, and there's some bad points. The bad point I can see is if they're just a pure social worker and they're not trained as a police officer, like they're not armed, for example, they're not able to. If they go into a situation,
but Ken, they're coming with an armed officer. They're with another armed officer because police never show up.
I'm getting to the point. So if the police officer has to to respond to a accelerated situation that could be dangerous, that's, you know, going to get pretty nasty, pretty bad, they've got to worry about this person as well.
Yeah.
So that's another situation.
Yep.
But these would be
going
police,
to a call.
but these would be police social workers, Kim. These would be only working for the police. So the idea is you have less officers that have a focus on that, but they still have to have level of training. That's the idea of defund the police, was that we get rid of less police officers by having specialized.
That is not what I have heard from the defunding of the police.
That was the original idea, Eric, and then it got stupid and crazy in like Minnesota, where they just went fucking ape shit.
Hey, Justin, how could any of that? I'd say I'm all for it. Involve defunding. There is
Kitty, we solve all the problems in the world.
It's more funding to add to the department people with these additional skills. That's not defunding.
Well,
now the cop has to watch out for another person.
And Eric, and then that's why I think the whole defund the police thing is a marketing thing, was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I think there were some states like Minnesota that pushed it that I think were fucking lunatics, and I agree with you. But the initial concept was that they wanted to reallocate resources for armed police officers to allow within the department some people who had other skill sets to be part of it. So we would use other governmental agencies who would be training with the police to work it.
The only way that work is if you
what I
have
consider working sounds like a
exactly the same as every other police officer.
reasonable concept got completely fucked up because, again, the media sucks, the screaming Karens suck, and the liberal fucking lunatics somehow took over this, what seemed like a reasonable thing, which was, hey, you know, because if you go on YouTube, right, and you look at like the most anti-police groups, they're actually ultra conservatives. It's when the liberals got involved that it went nuts.
So let me talk about deal with drunks and so on and so forth. When I was an MP in the Marine Corps, some of those guys going to become real police. You use MP, which is make-believe police, to real police. Is so you check out your firearm from the armory, and at the end of your shift, you're in your duty, you turn back in your firearm. And when you turn back in your firearm, typically you got to clean it and you turn back in. And during that time, when guys are cleaning their firearms and turning back in, they're telling bullshit stories, right? Okay, they're telling bullshit stories. And some of the bullshit stories you would hear would be, oh man, this dude, man, I caught him, and man, I slammed him to the ground, I put him in the handcuffs. You know, it's just that kind of bullshit stories. And I used to shake my head, and I'm just like, that's not what we're here for. There's a motto on the wall. It was written it's on the wall next to the desk sergeant. It said, make the situation better. That's supposed to be our motto. Make the situation better.
Stand by the tram.
Graveyard shift when I was an MP.
Cheese
go, Frederick.
I worked graveyard shift. But I could deal with a guy, an MP, a Marine who's drunk. Generally speaking, military people have more discipline than civilians. Number two, MPs have more authority and power than civilian police because the badge is a representative of the commanding general. You can give direct orders. Okay. I had the ability to realize, okay, this is some drunken idiot. He's just screwed up his own life. He's going to be screwed. If he was a general, they would just give him a free ride home. Because I saw that bullshit too. If he was a colonel or general, nothing would happen, and they would just give him a free ride home. But because he's a private or a lance corporal, he's going to get screwed. Okay. Okay. Now, I could talk a guy down. Hey man, talk to him like a drunk. Hey man, yeah, it's cool, man. Yeah, I know. Hey, you know, I just got to tell you, you know, you can use your tone of voice, and you can sort of talk him down. And, you know, hey, you know, where other guys, MPs, they would try to ramp the guy up to get him pissed off so that they would
Like it's
Zina's laughing, but I'm not freaking joking. I'm not joking.
No, that shit would happen.
That shit happened. Okay. And now this would carry over into the civilian world. Okay, now when I was a Fed, I'm right along with a particular police department, and there was a particular housing area, slumlord apartments, and so it's very well known that B girls, 647B, Pinnacle for prostitutes, would get into empty apartments, do their johns, and then they also tend to have a lot of drugs on them.
Yep.
So we go in there. I am more or less a ride along with this particular police officer, but I'm armed and everything else. But I'm not. I'm there to gather data. My primary job is once you get them handcuffed, I'm gonna start asking questions. Where are they at? Where are they going? Where are they going to set? I'm collecting data. Okay. So we go into this apartment. Bam, bam, bam. There's a B girl and there's John. I get John. I get him up to the wall. I handcuff him. He's coked, and she's got her pants down to her whatever's. And so I get him handcuffed. He's not causing any problems. I get him down to his knees. I got him there. My partner, who's a police department officer, he takes this woman, grabs her by the back of the hair, and bam, body slams her. And let's say me and my fellow officer, we were both this color. These people were of darker skin. And he starts handcuffing, and she starts screaming, "Are you doing this because I'm black? Are you doing this because I'm black?" And his response was, "That went out with the 60s, bitch." And I'm like,
damn.
Bruh.
I don't know why Z-Man's laughing. Okay, so we get them outside.
Hey, stupid shit deserves a laugh.
Okay, so the face.
That's terrifying, honestly.
We get them up to the police cars. We get him at the police car. I think the guy had just scored his load. Plus, he was drawing drugs, which is probably why he's so compliant at that point. He was ready to go to sleep. Her face starts swelling up, and my whole time in my mind is, I'm here to collect data. I'm not here to get into the inner office politics of the Oceanside Police Department. Excuse me, I didn't mean to say the department of this particular police department, and yada yada. And I'm like in a position where, fuck, how am I supposed to continue to work with these guys and do my job, and I'm gonna have to work with another officer and another officer. If I now, this is what's going through my head, and I'm young, I'm pretty young. If I now write a report on this guy, I now have a problem with the entire police department. And if I'm gonna go ride with any other officers in the police department, guess what they're gonna do? They're just gonna babysit me for 8 hours. I will be there for 8 hours, and they're gonna do their paperwork. We are not gonna get any work done.
Yeah.
You see enough stupid shit over the years, you start laughing at all of it.
So, by the way, long story short, it turned in she was actually part of a ring, which they would steal cars, sell these stolen cars. But what people weren't buying were the cars; they were buying what was in the car, which was drugs.
Mm-hmm.
So they would buy the stolen car, keep the drugs, and then ditch the vehicle.
Ooh.
So the stolen car was just a means of getting the drugs from one place to another. So anyway, so it was a profitable night for my night. That's what happened.
Well, I mean, Donald just made the comment, a couple comments up. We have armed officers here with our mobile crisis team. 99% of the time, the person in crisis just needs a person trained in mental health to de-escalate the situation.
Yeah.
Like I'll give you a good example. So I used to work downtown Cincinnati, and so the office I worked in is like right there. It's kind of like the pinnacle of like the center of Cincinnati, and so there's a fountain square right there. It's a square with a fountain and stuff, and that's a place where a lot of homeless people will go and sleep on nice summer nights. So one day I was coming in early because I was behind on some work. So I was in there like 5 a.m. It was like 4:45 a.m. And I'm coming up, and it's like there's like 10 police officers just literally herding homeless people off the square. So when us suit guys show up for work at 6 a.m., we have a nice everything's all friendly, and we don't realize that there's been 200 people sleeping on the fountains and pissing and shitting on themselves.
Oh, I got stories about that too, but go on.
Yeah. And the thing is, I mean, in general, most of those people were fine, but the reality is, like, I was down there enough where like half the people I saw sleeping there, I actually recognized. Like, I knew these people because they were always on the street begging for money. These are not bad people, but they are mentally ill people who need help. And so, police officers, moving these people off, for the most part, they weren't violent. So it's all fine. But like, if you really want to do this right as a city, you want to have mental health workers there trying to help these people versus just like spending. And again, police officers cost more than mental health workers in most cities.
Okay, but Dustin, we had an era in which people were in hospitals getting some care until certain civil rights liberation organizations said these people are being imprisoned against their will, and consequently, this is back in the 1980s. By the way, I haven't worn a gun and a badge in getting close to 20 years. So it's around 20 years. So it's been a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't have cell phones. Our radios were, what were they, MT 500s? I think these big ass radios like this. I mean, it was a different era. But so what happened is what used to be, people who used to be in hospitals are now out on the streets because that's their civil right. I shit you not.
And you know what, Eric? I totally, completely understand what you're saying, and I agree. Again, I am not some bleeding heart liberal here. I'm coming from the stance that, like, we have a problem. We need to address it. And the other thing is, and I think there is a point to, there is too much data, too many videos showing our police forces just don't know how to deal with certain types of people. We're just, again, lack of training.
But you're only seeing seeing the bad videos. They're not posting online all the good videos.
Oh no. First off, there are actually a couple of really good police channels that like post really
and
great.
Not
videos.
enough where the cops are meeting aliens and seeing UFOs coming down. That shit's being covered up.
Okay, I haven't seen those. But no, I've seen a bunch of like police.
There was one this last week.
Oh my god, that sounds hilarious. No, dude, I've watched a lot of really great cop interactions. I saw this one video. I mean, I've seen probably 10, 20 videos where, like, you know, I'm watching this and I'm like, oh god, this is gonna get bad. This police officer's got this incredibly drunk woman. She's yelling and screaming at him. I'm like, oh, he's gonna just punch her in the face and take her out. And no, he is a freaking saint. Calls people, does his best, and he's a freaking rock star hero. We've got so many good cops. But, and the problem is, when you're in an industry where you have a gun and where you have the authority to be violent, we need a really, really high ratio of good to bad.
Yeah. Well, so let me tell you, like the homeless people or whatever.
Because overwhelmingly, I just want to say, I think our police are really good people. I think they're great. But I also...
Scott and Bart are cops, right?
Huh?
Scott and Bart are cops, right?
Yeah, dude. Again, I know hundreds of cops, and all of them are good people that I've met. But I've also talked to them, and I've been like, so, do you have some issue? Some guys, and they're like, every one of them just kind of like, you know, are you recording me? Like, yeah, there's like 3 guys I know of who are going to fucking kill somebody. Like, they're
regarding the homeless and the tent people. I was going up to the Avenue of the Giants, which is the redwoods up the northern coast, the northern part of California. And I'm retracing the steps that my grandparents took me on and introduced me to the redwoods. I'm sort of, you know, same forest, same place where my grandparents took me to. So, Eric can do all the talking. Z-Man's checking out. So I'm going up there, and I see this young guy with a dog. I drive a pickup truck. On the side of the highway, he's hitchhiking. And my mind goes, how many people are going to pick up a hitchhiker with a dog, right? Who wants a dog and someone's dog in their car? But I got a pickup truck. You can get in the back. So this young guy, he's probably 19, 20. He gets in the passenger seat. Dog gets in the back. Open the slider window so the dog can pop his head in. And I start talking to this kid. He smells, reeks, you know. And I start talking to him. He's been to college. We start talking philosophy and all this. He chose to be homeless and to drop out because he didn't want to be part of the system.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's really articulate, but man, heavy smoker. And I said, I'm like, dude, what's your plan for the next 5 years? What's your plan for the next 10 years? You know, and he wasn't thinking about the future. He wasn't even thinking about the future. And I'm like, dude, you don't want to buy into the system because, man, it's all controlled by the man and keep people down and all this kind of bullshit. I'm like, I'm working a job. I'm paying the gas. I'm driving a vehicle, and you're getting a free ride. Dude, you're freaking like a tick on the back of a dog. That is what you are becoming. Okay, now, and I said, when I got to my destination and dropped him off because he was going to continue to go up to Washington State, I said, I am concerned about your future because eventually you're going to fall or you're going to get injured. You got no medical insurance, and who are you going to expect to pay for it? And eventually you're not going to have a resume. You're not going to be able to hold a job. No one's going to want to hire you. You don't have any. You didn't finish your education. What you need to come with a plan, man. And you dropped out of college not because you didn't have the money or whatever else, but because you didn't want to be part of the system bullshit. Okay. There's a high percentage of people who are buying the same mentality. And I hear these young people, there's like, well, you'll get by. You'll get by. You can get away with that bullshit when you're young. And you can follow the Grateful Dead from concert to concert to concert to concert. But when they've retired or died off, then you're going, oh shit, man. Now what am I going to do?
Well, I mean, if you Google like bus life or van life, people are just living out of vans and all that shit.
A lot of these, and they're going to get into drugs. They're going to get into drugs. So you got a combination of people who used to be institutionalized, but now aren't because the ACLU and whatever else says that's infringing upon their rights to live an alternative reality. And then you have a combination of people who are bought into it's sort of a leftist mentality of the state should just take care of me. Someone else who's working and paying the taxes should take care of me. And you have this conflation of these two different groups. And then, of course, economics, hits, and people are like, the people are I concerned most about, they're out of a job because of something happened with the economy and they lost their job or they went out of business or the government forced them to not keep their business open due to some COVID bullshit, and they screwed. How many people got screwed over in that? Say, like in the restaurant industry, and now you have a conflation of factors that you now have this explosion of people on the street and whatever. And when you're down and you're depressed and your wife left you because you can't support the family or whatever, because it screws up families and it's fucking.
Well, let's be real. Women leave men for much smaller reasons. Anyway.
I mean, people turn to that crap as a way of dealing.
Well, let's put it this way: 60% of marriages end in divorce, and 90% of college-educated women who get married are the ones who end the marriage.
So we could solve the employment issue by more people becoming divorce lawyers.
Maybe. Well, and unfortunately, we're actually getting ready to get into some rough times here because AI is about to wipe out probably half the jobs.
What is?
AI, artificial intelligence.
Oh, please.
I mean, my department, not just my company, my department and my company has tripled our volume in the last 2.5 years, and we've added one job.
Well, there are certain jobs that can become obsolete, like the bridge toll takers. Used to be all the bridges, so we have like 6 different.
But Eric, we're a purely college degree department.
Oh, I know. There's.
That's what I'm getting at. Is like you're right, Jackie. So we have actually removed this. So this is what I don't think you quite grasp the concept here because you work in a very doing world.
So, I work in the Silicon Valley.
I understand where you live, but I mean, as far as
that's where
the career you've talked about. So I work in accounting, finance, right? Now within my group, we have low entry level people who apply just cash and payments and make sure it got posted to the right place. Okay. So they go through, we have a giant exception list. We got to move it around. And through and when I say AI, I mean like the dumbest AI shit ever. I'm talking like basic stuff. And that simply goes and looks at the postings and goes, oh, this, post here. That has prevented us from adding probably 15 jobs over the last 3 years. Again, college graduates who are intelligent people we didn't need to hire because the software simply just did it for us. And so again, these are entry-level jobs, but here's the problem. where do those people get entry-level jobs where they would have learned the basics that would then lead them to getting moved up down the road? And it's a problem. And again, I'm talking about the most basic bullshit AI there is. Like when I say AI, I mean like
wow.
So the automobile put a lot of horse people out of business.
Did.
Yeah,
It
sure did.
It did. So before, let's just take the Bay Area. So before Silicon Valley, we had a military industrial complex based business. We had at least a dozen military bases in the Bay Area. Okay, they're all gone. There was a lag. It went. All of a sudden, there was an exodus of people who were related to military business, and they all went on somewhere else. And then Silicon Valley started, and boom, then the whole tech thing going from the 80s going to the 90s. It went through a shift. There will be a shift in the type of economy, the type of jobs that people will do during a transitional period. The problem is the challenge is people who are in that time between the shift is, are they thinking ahead enough, and are they gaining the skills to go into what is marketable? What is a marketable skill? And this is what I have a brother. His master's is in the German language, and he's 60 years old, and he's a substitute teacher who can barely get work. And I've been telling him, dude, what have you been doing the last freaking 20 years? You've not, and I told him over and over again, you could start your own school. I could teach you how to do the skills. We could do a YouTube channel, and we could do this. And he's an expert in World War I history, which is highly marketable because everybody needs a World War I aviation expert. Okay, and the books he writes.
I watched those videos.
So I'm like, Adam, I can create for you a channel. I'll manage the channel. I'll do the editing. I'll set you up. You could have your own school. You can get your supporters, and you can reach people globally with your particular skills. And I'll get you. No, I don't. I'm just taking one particular person. Okay, this is a guy. If you're on a game show and you want to be able to call someone to get an answer, he's the guy. He's freaking smart, and he all kinds of rattle off all kinds of information. But he can't.
But Eric.
Oh no. This is he can't find his
point. I want to counter something here.
People need to be able to find job skills that are marketable and that are going to be in demand. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't know how to find those.
So I think that's a good point. But here's the problem, Eric. The military, U.S. military, has gone in and said basically a certain percentage of people have no value. They can't work.
Talk about veterans? No. In terms of like their IQ test they give, to bring you in, they basically said if your IQ, and I forget the number, I don't know if you're below 85 or if it's below 80, but either way, they say if you don't have that IQ, they really can't use you. Okay? Yeah, it's for the Armed Services Vocational Battery. It's an ASVAB. And so
there's a level they think you no longer right. You can't be taught to add value, right? There's a level on that test that if you are below it, they just don't think they can use you for anything. Okay? Are you aware of that, or is that something new?
So the military's changed. The military is much more tech today than it was.
This is 20 years old. This has been around a while.
Okay, no, it's been tech that long. It's different.
Eric, what I'm getting at is the military basically says, even as a cook, there's a certain point where you're just not smart enough to be a cook. Okay?
Well, there are other things you have to learn, not just be a cook, but yeah.
The point is, and so if I'm not mistaken, it's about 15% of the population that the military just looks at and goes, we don't think you can be effective and valuable in today's society for our purposes. And the military is broad enough where it's basically a microcosm of the world.
Right. Now, so you need to be a smarter cook in the military than at McDonald's.
No.
Yes.
Maybe slightly. But,
No,
but,
you do. Because you have there is a certain the ability to live in a certain culture. You got to have a certain mentality, ability to read, and so on and so forth. You can't be illiterate and get through boot camp.
but literacy is a sign of education, not intelligence. Intelligence means you have the ability to learn to be literate.
You have to have the ability to read.
Yeah, no, you're right.
No. Intelligence, if we have a perfect, we don't have a perfect system.
To read.
Okay, obviously you have to have the ability to read to take an IQ test. I get it, but my point is
the military
the ability to read and
doesn't give potential recruits IQ tests. They have an armed services vocational battery. You take a test, and that gives you a basic outline of the skills that you have and what they wanted me because they want me to go into mechanics and aeronautic mechanics because I had several years of auto shop, wood shop, and all the shop classes. I knew automobiles here. I didn't know automobiles here. I'm not that great with my hands, but I understood the theory of automobiles. So it was great on the test, but don't give me an airplane to work on. I wanted to law enforcement.
But again, Eric, you're ignoring the point. You're ignoring the point.
Suitability in the military.
You're ignoring the point. The military has basically said about 10-15% of the population mentally lacks what they need to do jobs in the military, period. Okay?
Yeah.
And the military, the U.S. military, I should say, is probably the largest spender, most advanced test of education and ability to work. Now, I would see that potentially maybe there are some jobs that you could be below military standard and still do. But there aren't many because the military has some pretty low entry-level standards. Because again, they have cooks, they have people who sweep the floors, they have some basic people. So my point is, as AI advances and we remove jobs, it's not your brother who's a brilliant guy who can speak German and he's a German expert.
Speaks 9 languages.
Yeah. He's not the guy who's getting excluded, but we're going to go from whether it's 12 or 15%, AI is going to get to where, well, it's now 17, 18% of the population who no longer adds value because AI can just do that.
But okay, will AI also create other jobs?
Well, and so that's a good question, and I think the answer is to some degree yes, but AI is coming so fast and so incredibly efficiently that I honest to God, I think it's going to actually wipe out. It's coming faster than any other innovation ever.
Yeah, technology is going increasingly fast. But if we could use by an analogy, it used to be a woman needed to stay at home because in order to have a chicken on the table, she needed to go out into the yard, get a chicken, chop the head off the chicken, pluck the chicken, and so on and so forth. It was a full-time job to run a house. And we're not talking, plus children and all the rest of it. The man, he's out in the yard pushing a plow, or he's working at a factory. Okay. Technology has changed such that beep, boop, beep, beep, beep.
And now we can have it delivered to our door.
Okay, right. So the economy has changed. The technology has changed such that the job of being a housewife, yes, it's still very important. It doesn't require the amount of work that it once did. It has been replaced with technology. Okay, there are certain fields that can be replaced with technology. There are no more bridge toll takers in the Bay Area. They're all gone. Those who were bridge toll takers and thought, I'm going to do this for 20 years, are now out of a job. Okay, are now out of a job. I don't know what they're doing now, but they're out of a job. Unfortunately, this is the advancement of technology, and I don't think society should go back to being like the Amish, but there is something going forward, and you're gonna have to think ahead. Hey, if you think, hey kiddies, there's you know how many moronic teenagers You know how much moronic teenagers they think I'm going to be a YouTuber all my life. Now I'm going to make a living off of being a YouTuber. Are you out of your freaking mind?
Well, but Eric, what's happening here eventually here is Eric. Basically, let's just ballpark numbers, but if you have an IQ 90 plus, which is average to genius, obviously, cool. If you're below 90, which is like 20% of people, I don't think there's a job for you in the future unless there's a physical need for you to be there as a person. And that's, well, robotics are replacing that because the robotics can now have AI attached to them.
Well, they could have late night TV shows, talk shows. I think there's a spot for them there.
AI is only going to replace.
Honestly, God, I'm not sure. And mind you, it's going to be men who lose their jobs. So let's be real, because women, as long as they're not ugly and fat, they can they'll find a guy. But
when it comes to AI at the moment is only algorithms recreating stuff that's already been created.
But I mean, Ken, I'm telling you, like my company, we have reduced drastically our need to add new employees. We keep bringing.
That's not AI per se. That is just an algorithm that is doing the job of someone who was doing the job, and that's technology.
Which is AI, which is the basic definition of AI. Now, I mean, honest to God, man, I've gone on ChatGPT.
No. The problem with the word AI is it's getting misconstrued with a lot of this stuff.
So AI means in most cases an algorithm that mathematically can solve problems that humans would have done in the past.
Yeah, a calculator does that.
Yeah, but the AI we have today is now reducing our problems drastically to where it's actually leading to a reduction in the need for workforce. And we're just at the cusp of this. This is early. Right now, it's not hurting society. It's actually really great. It's amazing. But
actually, it is hurting society. Have you looked at the writer's strike? Have you looked at the actor's strike and the producer's strike? They've all been talking about AI.
Well, no, it's not hurting society yet. They see where it's going. Because so I know, Ken, you've been on Chat GTP. Have you been on Chat GTP yet, Eric?
The website itself, no. I'm familiar with it, not the one. So this is the future of AI. Okay. In the 1960s, in order to get someone to move, you got people with pocket calculators and slide rules trying to figure shit out. Now AI is going to do all kinds of stuff and calculations of getting things from one point to another. So this is my word to this generation who aren't going to be watching this channel. If this is the direction of AI is a river going somewhere. You need to figure out where is AI going, where is AI going to be beneficial, market your skill set to be in flow with that, to where AI will be your tool to your advancement of your future, not a hindrance. You need to figure that shit out.
Yeah, the crazy thing though, Eric, though, is like I'm 38. I need to be ready for it because I'm in middle management. In middle management, we pretty much are AI. Like AI can replace us, except the fact that I know how to teach people. But my day-to-day, like responding to emails, I mean, fuck, I go into Outlook now, and Outlook already pre-fills like half of my email. I'm like,
so that's
pretty close.
This is a common problem in history. Let's take coal mines. Okay, Campbellton, 31 distilleries. There was a local coal mine. Along comes the railroad. The coal mine closes down. Obviously, they're making shitty whiskey. There's a drop. Now we have 3 distilleries. The entire economy of the end of the Kintyre Peninsula changed. It has not recovered. Go there. Look at it.
Well, but Eric, the difference is this is moving. This is so much faster than anything ever.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
This is a 2020 Tesla super, bullshit versus a 1960s Mercedes. Like it's 0 to 60 in 1 second versus 0 to 60 in 12.
I'm just agreeing with you that this is what is, and what you're saying is the trends are changing faster than what they used to be. And I'm agreeing.
My point is, I believe you. I think there's still going to be a human element down the road. I agree, but my God, we're going to see a generation or two just wiped out if we don't figure this out.
Yep. So
it's scary.
It's happening faster. The automobile put the horse and buggy people out of business. AI will do it faster.
But the horse and buggy people didn't matter that much.
Well, your family wasn't in the horse and buggy business for the last 30 years. Mine was.
Well, the horse and buggy industry was only for the rich. Cars are for everybody. And so if we were to again, it's night and day. Like, we've never had a revolution this big. We haven't. I mean, this is the Industrial Revolution times 10. Because what AI could literally do is remove 1 billion jobs in the next 10 years.
Have you ever heard of Rose Isle Distillery?
No, I don't know that one.
Okay. Okay, it's owned by Diageo, your favorite corporation.
Yeah.
It's up in the Highlands. I'm trying to remember how it's spelled. They're mostly producing grain to go into blends. It can be run by one person and an Apple laptop.
Yep.
There's AI in the whiskey business.
Yeah,
We'll look it up real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, you still got monkeys loading the grain. You still got monkeys putting the yeast in. You still got monkeys getting all the stuff in and out. But the actual distillation is
What's the name of this? R-O-S. Hold on. R-O like Rose, and then Rose Isle. R-O-S-E-I-S-L-E. Okay.
I believe. I mean, Kalila is a pretty automated too. I mean,
so highly automated. Okay, yeah, we still have the monkeys, which might be replaced by robots. I don't know, or whatever. There are very few trades or whatever that can't be automated.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't automate, some level of people, physically being there unless you build robots or something crazy. I mean, again, society's not going to end. We're not going to end jobs, but AI is going to be this radical shock wave that we've never had before because we've never been able to change the world this fast. And I think that what I'm seeing from AI...
I have to agree with it. The exponential increase that's happening with technology is really... Humanity has responded, but AI is going to make it so fast. It's going to be crazy.
I look at this stuff, and I don't want to get too into my personal.
But I'm going to be a YouTuber all my life, and play video games all my life, and the government will owe me a paycheck.
That's
so common. You need your message.
And you know what? That might become a thing. It's
and your message doesn't need to be said to me. It needs to be said to this freaking generation that's in high school and college right now, and we got a generation of dropouts. Because not only is AI coming along, but they're doing the exact opposite in order to survive it. They're becoming the freaking dropouts.
Well,
no.
Actually, Eric, funny story. I just had my boss, her kid just got busted for using AI to write a paper for him, and which just cracks me up because literally all he had to do was have the AI write the paper and then transcribe it in his own words, and he would have been fine. Probably, but he actually copy and pasted.
Oh, that's too much work, man.
Yeah. But the brilliance is though, and I'm thinking
about
this.
Then you have the AI that'll do that for you in your own voice, and then you have another AI that tries to detect that, and another one that tries to counteract that.
Here's what's coming, man. Literally, you're gonna get your daily emails in, and AI is just gonna organize them into your folders, and then they're gonna pop up and say, "Hey, approve, disapprove, and by the way, here's your priorities for the day. So like my boss, she'll be number like 3 on my priority list. Number 1 would be like her boss's boss, who's like the head of our department, all his stuff. I'm like, oh, what's he doing? Cool. Her boss, will pop up. Okay, I read it. Then I'll check her emails and I'll be like, okay, whatever, cool. And then they'll be like, okay, here are all of the, the IT department stuff that we're trying to make sure the automation worked. I'll review that. The bottom line is I'll get it'll literally organize it for me. And then it'll respond with like, hey, Dustin's reviewed this email, blah, blah, blah.
It's great until it breaks.
You'll get a response, once we've done X, Y, Z, and then, it'll pop up, hey, do you want to review it? Yes. It'll just bring up the application. We'll start reviewing the shit. Like, that is where we're going.
My email's talking to your email. Meanwhile, nothing getting said. It's just my bot talking to your bot, and we're no longer at fault.
So Eric,
did you get my email? Why weren't you in the meeting? Well, because your bot responded to my bot.
Have you guys seen the South Park episode with the AI?
These are the most deplorable waste of time humans ever go through. Let's be real. We can get rid of it. Even
did you see the South Park episode with AI?
But and then on top of that, we're gonna have again, it's gonna be like, hey guys, here are the people needed for this meeting. Boom, and you're like, oh, that makes it so simpler. These are the required. These are the sub. I mean, I'm telling you, we have full-time project managers in companies making $250,000 to $500,000 a year.
Hello.
All they do is organize meetings and review where the project is. Like, it's unbelievable, and that AI can just wipe that out in the next 3 years.
I haven't seen the South Park episode on AI. I'll have to look for it. But so Elon, he cut Elon cut like a huge percentage of Twitter when he took it over, and it's because most of the people that he was cutting were involved in social engineering and trying to use Twitter as a social engineering tool for a particular agenda.
Sorta.
He said, what turns out when you're not trying to control people and steer a particular social agenda, you don't need that many people.
Well, I mean, I think that's I think part of that's part of the marketing, concept. But yeah, I mean, again,
Nothing debates Eric, and a slightly older bald man debates a slightly younger bald man.
Yeah, you have a bunch of 22-year-olds on here. I'm an old man, and Eric's a really old man. We're just old bald dudes. Yeah. Whereas Eric's like, Dustin, you're a youngish guy. I want to help you and educate you. And I'm like, Eric, you're old enough where I respect you and I want to hear what you have to say.
So, on a
kids,
completely different subject. So I was out in the desert again this past week. I showed you last time I was out there. I showed a picture of an AR-71.
Yes.
Yeah. So that was the NASA one. This is another one I took a picture of. This is an Air Force one.
That is fucking crazy.
Yeah. So this is. Oops. No.
Hey, this is a sideways thing, Eric, so we can see the whole screen deal.
There we go.
Yeah, click on your phone again.
It won't do it. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
You locked it.
That's badass as fuck. Dude.
Anyway, yeah. There you go.
That's cool, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, that's the Air Force.
I was like, oh, aviation porn, and I'm like, fuck yeah.
That's the Air Force. So the one I showed you before was a NASA one. That's an Air Force one.
I'm just glad Eric joined because I was kind of being painted as an anti-freaking military and law enforcement guy. And I'm like, no, I support those guys. I just don't want the bad ones.
So, okay.
I was always trying to get with
a Munted pub. As I've said it before, this is where we solve all the world's problems.
So the problem we have is there is way too much power for these piece of shit bad cops and
military people. Here's the problem. Okay, as an old man that's been around, been in the Marine Corps, been in.
All right, man.
I have 18 years in federal service. 18 years.
Can we go back to the aviation porn?
Yeah, in federal service. My master's and doctorate degrees in theology. I spent years and years in ecclesiastical stuff. Every sphere of life, government, corporate, ecclesiastical, my biological family, have all been.
I was going to say the household. Yep.
The household has been fucked up, and you know why? Because there's people in it.
Yeah.
Okay. There's always the turd in the punch bowl. It's always there. There's always an element of it. And so when I have people getting upset about whatever sector of life they're talking about, my response is, are there people in it? Yeah. Oh, well, there's your problem. I have come to a point in my life, I'm like, okay, there's 100 people in the room. What row are the turds sitting on? Because there's always a certain percentage. It's inescapable. You just inescapable. You just have to inescapable.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
And there's nowhere you can go. There's no you can go in the whiskey business, the wine business. You can go into agriculture. You can go into deep sea diving. Whatever you want to do, you can go to outer space. You can't. You go to Mars, and the Martians are gonna go, fuck. There's people here. It doesn't matter where you go. I have come to the point where I just kind of go, okay.
Well, the funny thing is,
hey Eric, that's why I'm a misanthropist.
A misanthropist? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I mean, the funny thing is, if you say, "Look, I'm a Republican," okay, so I think government's stupid.
Yogurt?
I think less government is a good idea.
Oh, I said yogurt. So what are you going to get?
So I say I'm a Republican, right?
Yogurt's good.
I think government's bad. I'm a conservative Republican. I think government's bad. Okay? So I assume that our military's stupid and police are? Wait, no. Republicans support that. Oh, okay. So now I'm a Democrat. And I think our government's stupid. Well, wait, you all want to spend more money on government. You should think government's brilliant.
Okay, one is tax and spend, and the other one is spend and spend.
Yeah, but again, if I come up with the same basic ideas, both are come back to people going, well, no, because you people don't agree with that. So when I tell people like, hey, you know what? I think both parties are idiots.
I'm for decentralization of the government, so that
I'm a big believer in less government.
And I'm not less, and decentralized. In a decentralized government, you have a balance of powers, so that you don't have one jurisdiction or one particular sphere that has all control. So when the Republicans and Democrats are not getting along, that makes me happy. Because that means neither one of them have got 100% and are in control. So you want a judicial, my brain just went blank. The three different branches of government.
There's a core group. You have the executive, you have the legislative, and you have
an executive. Right.
Can we go back to the AI thing? We just get rid of the government. We just have an AI bot that does it all.
Yeah, and that'll come out of the corporate.
Yeah. Yeah, of course it will.
It'll come out of the corporate. It'll come out of the corporate, and it's already got a name. It's called Cyberdyne.
Skynet.
Skynet. Yeah. Skynet.
Yeah, I mean, what I always go back to is that like government sucks. People suck. And so we have to So we have to sit back, relax, and be like, hey, look, we should have some basic laws, basic concepts. These are in our core values. Let's just go with them. So you have free speech, the Bill of Rights, if you will. And then we come back and say, hey, look, cool. Now we need people to enforce this crazy cool concept that really smart people came up with. And the problem is, it's really hard to figure out who can effectively manage it. And the reality is, we need lawyers with guns.
No, it's Anakin Skywalker. If I could just get all the control and all the power, then I can bring peace to the galaxy. And
I still go back to, man. I'm telling you, we need fucking like legit people with. We need the lawyers with guns if that's our big picture goal. The problem is, I don't think that is.
Yeah, I'd be happy if we just get rid of E150 and non-choke filtering.
Yep, me too.
Yep.
Oh, just put
freaking wine corks in whiskey bottles. Let's start small and then work up to the bigger issue. To the left.
Yeah. And full disclosure of what the fuck is on the bloody bottle.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you there, man.
But let's begin getting rid of wine corks in whiskey bottles. That's a much bigger problem than the E150. Get rid of the wine corks.
Agreed.
Some other kind of closure. Just get rid
Brew
of
caps for whiskey.
Yep.
We can start a political party. It's gonna be called the
Screw
Whiskey
cap
Party.
cork. Can we have the screw cap cork?
Brew cap for whiskey.
Screw cap cork.
We're gonna start it's gonna be called the Whiskey Party. We're gonna start a new political party.
I'm not gonna lie. There may have been one or two times I was near a master distiller from someone in Kentucky, and I just made the comment loudly: "Rapists are less bad than screw tops and corks." Corks are worse than raping women, and then no one kind of commented. But
I wouldn't know that
made a few people feel awkward, and I was just like, I just wanted you to know that.
All I gotta say is ultimately, the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense.
I've got no hope with humanity.
Dude, all right. So I know we kind of came to the
Yes, please, Donald.
I
Get
got
on
to ask
stream and
this
show
one, man.
that shit.
Have either of you guys seen that video with the 19-year-old kid, like in Alabama or something, like pulled over completely sober, who got arrested for DUI after he blew zeros, and the guy just shifted to, well, I assume he'd been smoking pot.
Oh, what?
What was the original cause for the stop?
So
yeah,
he had a headlight out. So because he had the headlight out, he was driving with his brights on.
Well, drinking alcohol will make your lights go out.
What was that? So legitimate stop. He had his brights on in the city limits. Officer pulled him over. Totally cool. And then the cop's like, I smell alcohol in here. And he was just like, all right. And like in this look of like, and he goes, you been drinking? He goes, no. Like, whatever. And then like it took him like 45 seconds to get his like insurance and stuff together. And the cop's like, well, you seemed drunk while you were doing that. Like, it just took way too long. Which was, again, crazy. He pulled the kid out, and then, then the kid just started disrespecting the fuck out of the cop. Like, subtly. Like, as you'd expect, because, again, this is a 19-year-old kid. And 19-year-old kids are going to be dicks because that's how their entire life has existed. But it was the funniest thing ever, and the best part was, at the end of this whole thing, they arrest this kid for DUI, take him back, and then they give him like a true expert to test him for like narcotics and stuff. And the guy goes, yeah, you're totally straight. He goes, can I talk to the officer who arrested me again? And the guy's like, yeah, he's still here. I guess I'll bring him in. And he literally, as a 19-year-old kid, gives this like 30-year-old officer the dad talk of like, look, man, I want you to do better. You messed up tonight. And I'm a fan of cops, but I think, this is wrong because people like me are going to think less of you. I just need you to be better as a person. And you know what?
Nice.
And then he hits it with like, Look,
Nice.
man, I get it. But
Man, that's such a burn. That's a burn.
Yeah.
And he goes, and can you please just give me like a apology? Because again, I did nothing wrong. You, the officers, we've come to the conclusion. He goes, I wasn't drunk driving. You claimed a lot of things that were wrong here. Can you apologize? And the guy's just like, and he's this big old Corvette dude. He goes, all right, man. I mean, I guess it was wrong. I'm sorry. It was literally the greatest thing I've ever seen. Like, this kid, 19-year-old dude, told this like almost 30-year-old cop, like, I just want you to do better. I have such a high value for cops, and you let me down. And I just think you should do better.
Yeah, there's a video of a kid in class. The teacher kicks him out of class. He's like a long-haired blonde kid, and the kid on his way out is basically schooling the teacher how, rather than just come in here, sit in the desk and tell people to read the books, he's telling them like, you need to inspire them, you need to teach them this is our future and this stuff matters, but you don't really care. And it was a similar, whereas the student is schooling the teacher, not really doing their job.
Yeah. I mean, this was just so good because it's just literally like
One
this,
of the-
like
one of the challenges. So it's called an FST, a field sobriety test. So typically, you pull someone over. It could be a tail light out or whatever, or it could be they didn't come to a complete stop at a stop sign, or there's but the most common, if you think it's DUI, it's usually it's some weird intermittent braking, like they keep hitting their brakes, or the most common is the weaving. The problem with the weaving one now is most people are weaving because they're doing this bullshit, or they're doing this bullshit.
Yeah, well, so this kid got pulled over for the headlights.
So the problem, it used to be erratic driving, but when you approach the vehicle, usually in which put in your right, I detected the odor of an alcoholic beverage emitting from the breath in person. You can't say you smelled alcohol because alcohol has no smell. So
this officer opened with, he smelled the alcohol.
Okay.
The problem was, this kid had not drank. It was a lie. So then, like, he goes, then he says his eyes are bloodshot red. Well, he has a body cam on, and now 9 times out of 10, it's hard to tell. Yeah, I'm gonna go on the limb and say like there was a good enough shot where like the kid's eyes were as white as they get.
Yeah.
Cool,
That's
whatever.
the big difference here in Australia. Like, none of that would ever fly because you have to do the breathalyzer test. That's
right.
So then the kid goes, literally, and this is where things go bad for the kid. He goes, so do you want to blow me?
And he right there for being a smart ass and a no smart ass zone.
Yeah. And then so the officer's like, we're not there yet. We'll get there. So he goes in like the freaking DUI test. So he has him do like the whole, touch your nose thing.
See, we don't have that. That just doesn't happen.
Well, the thing is, and the reality is,
toe to toe, finger to nose, or stand with guys, and your hands at your side and see if you wiggle like that.
Yeah. So
we didn't have the breathalyzers back.
We don't have none of that.
Breathalyzer,
that's it.
And here's the thing: this 19-year-old kid is a Division I wide receiver who's in his freshman year.
Oh, yeah.
So we're talking about the most elite of elite athletes in the fucking planet Earth here.
Okay.
So he could be completely drunk, and his hand-to-eye coordination is going to be better than a standard person sober.
Yeah. So he does like the first test, whatever. The second test, officer's like, all right, take 9 steps this way, heel to toe, blah blah blah. Turn, pivot, do this. And so the kid misses that. He said, count the words out. And then he missed the fact that it was 9. He just, so he does heel to toe as flawlessly as any human being has ever done it.
Okay,
and then he looks back at as he's doing, he goes, so you're going to tell me when it's 9? Officer doesn't say a word. Tap, 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 tap. He takes 13 steps, pivots, boom, 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 takes 12.
So
then he goes, and then he looks at the officer and goes, boom, test 2 out of 2, perfect. And the officer goes, no, you're giving me a lot of signs you're drunk. And he's looking at him like, he goes, well, I told you to count. He didn't count. And he goes, I said 9. You took 13 and 12. And the kid looks at him like, I asked you to count them for me. You didn't, so I just did it myself. He goes, that was on you. it was, but at the same time, you're like, this kid literally, as athletically and perfectly as you could do that, flawless. Like there was no sign of intoxication.
Okay, so how you check people for DUI has changed over the years. We didn't have breathalyzers back in my day. That's how old I am. I'll show you how you're supposed to do a field sobriety test, okay? First is, can you stand like this with your eyes closed? And, are you starting doing this, right? You mentioned before, the hand to hand, the finger, and you do it toe to toe. So the last one after the toe to toe, you go toe, toe, toe.
Yeah, this dude literally said he failed because he took too many steps perfectly. It was just one of those like moments. You're just like, oh my god, we have genuinely terrible people as cops. And the thing is, again, as I've said before, like most officers are freaking awesome people. Like overwhelmingly, we got a great.
Yeah, that's the thing. He might be a perfect fucking officer, and he just had a fucking shit ass fucking day. You don't know what's going on.
No, dude.
There is no reason for that.
We have 2 hours of this guy just being a piece of shit.
Oh, really? 2 hours? Fucking hell. Yeah, that's
because again, he went through he did this whole thing. Then he brought the kid into the his car, did the thing. My favorite was, why are you shaking and shivering? And the kid goes, it's like 35 out and it's raining. I'm in shorts.
Bourbon barley.
And the guy goes, I wear shorts even when it's 35 below. And the kid just literally responds back. It's like, good for you. Like, what human being is like, I wear shorts when it's negative 20. What's wrong with you? And it's like, well, no other normal human being goes out in shorts in negative 20, you stupid fuck. Like, I wish this was like one of those videos like I couldn't share. I can literally go find this video in 10 seconds. There's almost 100 different channels that have done this because it's crazy. And here's the funniest part. The kid sued the police department, and the police department tried to countersue the kid. And I cannot wait to see what the jury does. Like, again, I'm sure this will all be published. Like, that officer...
Well, with all that evidence.
Like, yeah, I'm sorry, but that officer is just going to be... I mean, I hope he gets fired, or at least gets, reprimanded in the right way. But,
yeah,
I've never seen something like that where I'm just like, oh, my God. Like, you can't be professional. Forget, your job. Like, you can't be a professional if that's how you responded to this thing. Like, it was unbelievable. And again, I don't understand it. And again, I was talking earlier about the cop freaking literally nearly killing some dude, like shaking her hand while she points a gun at the guy who's done nothing wrong, and as he's on the freaking ground with his hands on his head. And there's still this woman shaking, with a gun, pointed at him.
All these days we'll have RoboCops, and everything will be great.
I honestly, God, I think honestly, our police force should be one of our highest paid professions. It should be a $100,000 to $180,000 job where we get the best people to do it. I think policing should be a really high paid job where we get good people. The problem is it's a well-paid job. It's not bad pay, but it's well-paid. It's not great. And we should get better people.
Anyway, I'm going to move on. I got stuff I got to get done today, gentlemen.
Cheers.
I'm going live at 5. I'll be doing a blind tasting of core range from Ardbeg, if I can identify them blind in Black Glen Cairns. That's my thing I'm doing tonight.
Oh,
I
that
don't
sounds
think
like
I'll have any trouble doing that at all.
I will be doing that.
no.
No, I'm saying it should be easy. Cheers.
Part of my studying for exams, especially for Ardbeg for me. Last week I did Glendronix. Let's see if I could identify the age. I did really well. The 12 and the 15 and the 18 and the 21 I got right, but at least but all four. But at least I didn't mix up.
I'm shocked you had issues with the 12 and 8, the 12 and 15.
So I had there's 12, 15, 18, and 21. Remember that I'm not looking at them. These are Black Glen Cairns. So to mix up the 12 and the 15. At least I didn't mix up the 12 with the 18 or the 12 with the 21. So that at least 3 years. One's 43, the other one's 46 ABV, and they got a couple years. So I got those.
I mean, like the 15's PX and Oloroso, and the 12's Oloroso, the 18's Oloroso, and the 21 PX and Oloroso.
There's PX in the 21. I think the 15 is straight up Oloroso.
No, unless you have a really old one.
I'll have to go check, but I think the only one that had PX in it was the.
No, the over the last like 7 years, the new 15's PX and Oloroso. The old 15 before like the
so doing it when you know what it is versus doing it when it's blind, and you're doing it in front of people. So the
people thing is way harder. Yes. Yeah, you'd have to be like talking about a 2015 or 14 to be talking about non-PX on the 15.
So the PX is much more prominent in the 21. You get that like more of a prune note to it, and then the age has softened the alcohol bite. Even though it's at 48 ABV, the age is just really softened the bite of the alcohol. So pretty.
I agree with you on that. Yeah.
It is.
It's definitely more PX than the 18.
So there's a difference between doing blind and no one's watching, and blind and people are watching, because now you're on the spot. And and try talking, because you can't just sit there in silence in front of everybody watching, because you're going to bore the hell out of them. So now the audience is a distraction, because you got to be engaging.
And each time you take a sip, your palate is getting
and you have to be engaging with them because you want to bore them. And the fact that you're doing live in front of people, you don't make an ass out of yourself. So I'm using that to mirror the stress of doing the actual exam. So I told the audience, you're here to stress me out.
No.
Yeah, so I only put in, this much in each one. You do quickly the absorption rate in your tongue. You absorbed it. It gets more and more challenging as more time goes on. But I nose them all first, and then I start tasting them, and then I start rotating the glasses to what's wet, and then I line them up. The canisters are sitting off to the side, and then I line each one with the canister, and then I do the reveal. On the bottom of the Glencairn is the number of the age on it, whatever. So tonight will be the 5, the 10, the 19, the Trayvon, and then I'm not sure if I'm going to do Uno or Corey Vrecken. I'll do one of those, but I'll do 4 out of the Ardbeg core range. Particularly since I know Ardbeg, if I screw this up, I'm really going to be looking stupid. But
I'll be honest. I've made fun of the 5. I've never actually had it. I refuse to buy it.
It has the typical youth notes to it. Your typical
if somebody, I'm not asking for free whiskey, but if somebody has the 5, they want to send it to me. Send me a message on one of the medias, because I'm not.
You can have that one too. You can have that one too.
Character. I don't have the 8. I don't think the 8 was a special release, right? It's not a core range.
It's a special release, but they kind of claim they might be doing it, but they aren't doing it.
Shit.
They're not going to put an 8 on the exam, so I'm only focusing on quarter ranges.
Yeah.
It reminds me, I got to go pick up. I ordered. Oh, get this! Get this!
Yeah, you can have that.
You can
have it.
So get this.
You want to send me a sample of the 8? I'll drink it, but I'm just not.
We have to bring the conversation back.
Yeah.
So So I've been studying on 24 core profile distilleries from the previous exams. Guess what they did? They changed the list of distilleries.
Nah.
How much?
Yeah, they changed the list, and they say they're going to change it every year. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, hold on.
If the exam is in May, so that's the 5th month of the year, and you don't release what the distilleries are until the beginning of the year, you've got 5 months to figure out all those freaking distilleries, which means tasting all the core ranges from all those distilleries. Fuck that. My plan was a 2-year plan to prepare, not 6 months. So I'm a little.
That's BS. I mean,
I
small.
know.
Eric. But like how many did they change? I mean, if it was like
they changed about a half a dozen of them.
6?
So,
no, that's a lot.
Yeah. So, in fact, the reason why I had to go pick up this order, I went and ordered a Mortlock 12 because they added Mortlock. They added Abelard, so I bought an Abelard 12. Glen Alecky was not on the list, I got a Glen Alecky 12 and 15, and they added Tobermory, so I bought a Tobermory 12.
Who'd they drop? Not all, one or two.
I don't know. But they also added Bladnock. Do you know how difficult it is to get Bladnock?
Very.
Yeah.
That's not a thing.
So I can get them out of an extremely expensive place in San Francisco, and I'm going to go visit the distillery in a few weeks. So I'll be there in a few weeks. But I'm like, shit. For other people who are studying, you have the quartermaster sommeliers and the WSET and all that. They don't put stuff on exams that aren't globally available because they got to make it fair. You can't test.
Bladnock is not globally available, man. Like,
no,
really.
No,
and it doesn't have a huge core range because they're all different ones they keep bringing out.
I can honestly say I don't think I've had any Bladnock, and I mean it's a brand I'd buy.
Yeah. The funny thing, I used to see them all the time, and one of these days I'll try those. And I wasn't buying them. Now I wish I was buying them.
I mean, I've got 6 of them, but that's me. But anyway.
Well, I mean, I've seen Bladnock IB independent bottles, but not like official.
So to get clarified, I don't know how they run the actual exam. So I've been in communication with the guy who started the organization, and I'm going to have a representative on my channel. So we're still working out the schedule. We're still working out the schedule when he's going to come on. I might do a pre-recorded video with him, which I'll then post, or I might do a live stream. We haven't figured that part out yet. But these are the kind of questions I'm going to ask and get clarification on because
that's awesome, man. That's cool. But yeah, that seems crazy.
You can. Bladnock does do a new make. Get their new make.
What new make?
Yeah, you just put it like you say, hey, send me the new make for $3.
No, you can buy Bladnock new make. They sell.
Oh yeah, when you go
it'll cost them $200 shipping.
You can buy
on their shop. You can buy it.
Yeah, but it'll cost you after shipping and all the other stuff. Erickson, California, man, it'll be $200.
No, they sell it. They sell it on the shop, so you can buy it.
I know. Again, I'm saying it'll cost $200 to ship some like a new make to California. It's expensive as fuck.
No, not from Bladnock in Scotland. You can buy it. They'll sell it. They have it in stores. But you can buy a small sample of the new make.
Anyway, so I got to run to the store and go pick up the whiskeys I just bought, and I'm gonna have to add to my list of videos I'm gonna have to do between now and the time for the exam. So good times. Anyway, yeah, and Mortlock's not easy to get either. Particularly if they put a Mortlock 16, you're fucked.
There's actually Mortlock 16 a lot around here. It's just $150. So
the only thing I can get here is a 12, and a bunch of
that's the standard one. You can get the standard 12.
Yeah. I see 12 and 16 a bit. The rest I don't think exists. But
I see more indies than the rest of them. So. See, we did bring back the discussion back to whiskey for all the people who are. Anyway, so next time we need to talk more about Star Trek.
Yes. Hey, when is the season of pike hitting? Is
June 15th.
Oh, we're 5 days away.
Yeah, June 15th.
Yep. Yeah,
15th. Shit, I cannot wait.
Well, you
Anyway,
can watch all of season 1 on their YouTube channel for free.
Like what they're gonna do? YouTube free on the.
All of season 1 of Strange New Worlds is on the YouTube channel, Paramount YouTube channel. You can watch the whole lot.
Oh yeah, but I mean the new series, is that gonna be on YouTube?
No, not the new series. Not the
Okay.
new series. But the rant guys, the rant podcast dudes, they've already seen 6 episodes, I think, in this season already. They were talking about it. The embargo drops in a couple of days, so they might divulge a bit more information. But anyway.
and I'll go with this. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, bad boys.
Cheers, Eric. Awesome having you on.
Cheers, mate.
Appreciate you.
Cheers, mate. There you go. We got the red and blue.
No, I appreciate Eric because he backed up what I said, but also offered a different perspective, and that's a value.
Of course it is. That's what it's all about, having chit chats.
Yeah. See, Z-Man was trying to nothing against Z-Man, but he was trying to come from basically trying to be a state authority when he didn't have it. And that's a problem, I am right because I know this. It's not the way to assert authority.
Nobody knows the right fucking way because it's a giant fucking shitstorm of crap.
Well, I mean, if I made the comment, for example, the new satellites we've done have kind of brought into question the Big Bang Theory.
No,
I said-
you have to rewrite. You have to read that properly. It doesn't. I'll send you a video that explains it.
Well, but again, Ken, what I said was completely right.
No,
What did I say?
JWST. You said the new satellite. You're talking about
No.
JWST.
What did I say? What did I say about the Big Bang Theory?
You said the new satellites put the Big Bang Theory in. What was the word you used?
Create questions.
Well, there's always been
I said-
fucking questions.
I said they created new questions. So they did. I didn't say they said it was
Which
wrong.
satellites? What
I did not
satellites-
say contradict. I said they created new questions.
No, I didn't say that. But my brain immediately went to the JWST article that the media got.
Well,
hold of.
but my point is, we're friends. You're on an antithesis against me. I said, hey, look.
No, because we discussed this before, and I was like,
And
well,
I had
you
the same thing. It's like my point was,
and it was
the new data where we're seeing, they've changed when the oldest star system potentially existed. It changed the theory.
no, that hasn't been proven. Sorry, that hasn't been proven.
It changes. I should use a better word. It changes elements of the theory. That it does. We're not saying that Big Bang's gone.
Are we talking about the age of the universe and the rate of the expansion? Because there's two contradicting.
No. All we've changed is that the theory of how the first 200 million years happened seems like we might have to address.
Well, we don't know fuck all about the first 200 million, to be honest. That's a
We
big
don't, but we now see the galaxies started forming sooner than we thought. So we have questions.
Oh, you're talking about that? Oh, yeah. Yes, there is larger and more developed galaxies further back than what they thought. Yes, that.
Yeah.
That was definitely a new revelation.
So we have to change the system. Now, what does that mean? How much is that? I don't know. But we have changed. We've changed it. It's cool.
And it's constantly changing. It's as we get new data, and the more times we get new data, there's more questions that we get. And that's what makes it exciting. The more questions we get with the data, the more questions we didn't even know that we had questions on.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. That's the cool shit. I mean, and again, there's people who are like, oh, well, now I've proven this atheist theory wrong. And it's like, well, one, we're not atheists. We're just people database. Two, I don't know what you're talking about. And three, I don't know where this goes. But you're right. Things have changed. We got new numbers.
Well, the whole thing is with all this stuff, it's all a theory. It's not set in concrete.
Well, but we got to also point out that theories are big deals. Like, they're not. Oh, I think they're big deals.
They're based in the best knowledge and evidence that we have in time, but they are not set in concrete.
Yeah, they're not concrete, but they are. They're more meaningful than like 99% of like your day-to-day thoughts. Anyway, Ken, I gotta hop off. I've got food showing up here.
100%.
So,
All right.
But I'll be back if you're still on.
No, it's 3:30 in the morning. I'm going to wrap it up soon. Since it is 3:30 in the morning. Heinz being unsensitive elevation of phenomenon is a phenomenon of itself that changes reality. Yes! The act of observing something changes it. Even the thought of observing something changes it. Yep, that's all crazy shit. Only 3:30? Yes, it is 3:30. I've been going for 6.5 hours. Fucking lights still. Don't know what the fuck was wrong with them. My scuzzy. It only hits those center channels. It's really fucking annoying. Saint Banana ripped the casino so we can exterminate them. Yep. Exterminate them. Exterminate. Hey, hold on. Uh-oh. Why has that gone green on half of it? Okay. That's kind of weird. And now it's back. Weird. Nah, I reckon it's 3/4 of us doing it. 1/4 is not enough. Saint Bernard's are responsible 3/4, I'm thinking. So those lights respond perfectly. They're perfectly fine. But if I do that, for example, they'll all respond. Oh, offers in OFF. Oh, okay. "24-hour crappy flavored vodka stream." Jeez. Vodka's good, man. Especially flavored vodka. AKA gin. Nah, not a 24-hour stream. I do have shit to do. Fucking annoying. For example, dig a flower, throw it in a drink, and then wonder why it's barking a shape. It's a good bark and a shape. Okay, so if we go power toggle, test. Test. See? That fucking works. Change it to a color picker. Doesn't do anything. Right. It's got my new tablet, put on tempered glass screen cover and charged it, and the keyboard and the cover I got for it. Nice! What'd you get? Okay, so if I use RGB, values, test. See? It won't let me change the fucking color on those two channels. Weird as fuck. Those two work perfectly fine. But then if I do that, it works. Samsung Galaxy A8 replacing A2, so maybe find quite a few models and everything. Yeah, I've got an A2. I haven't used it in ages. Or maybe it's an A3. Yeah, nice. I should update mine actually. I don't use it that much. I use it for my astronomy stuff. But since COVID, I've done fuck all of it, so can't really warrant getting one. Same with the brightness. It just doesn't talk to the other channels. I don't know. Fucking weird. And it's got nothing to do with the controllers because they're both two different controllers. I don't know. It's just fucking annoying. Yeah, I can turn them off. Turn them back on. Except it does that weird shit. It's the Faz.
How's it going?
Good, mate.
Sun is coming up behind me. I hope it doesn't give you any anxiety.
No, mine's about to come out in about 2 hours.
Oh, probably another 4 hours for you. It's literally just coming out. So.
It's 3:41, so a couple of hours it'll raise its fucking ugly head.
Yeah, I've got a new machine I've just cobbled together from parts just to do streaming from the garage. I don't know how it's running yet.
Nice.
See if that frame rate's working.
Looks pretty good.
And I've got a new condenser. My old condenser, which you've seen before, is yay long.
Yep.
And the new one, which has just been commissioned. Yay long.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, so hopefully it's going to run a little bit cooler, use a little bit less water, and get a little bit of distance between me and the collection jar, which is helpful. So I'm just trying
So
to
this is the first run, you haven't used it before?
It's the first time I've used it for a spirit run. I'm doing a spirit run, not a stripping run today. So I've got all my low wines. So it's, yeah, first time I've used it for a spirit run. It'll be interesting. So, yeah.
That's a hell of a lot longer.
It is, yeah. Yep. And it's got more of a temperature gradient, which is the most important thing with these things. You don't want the the condensation to happen too quickly. So it's got more, you know, cooler up to the hot, whereas the other one, it just condenses in a really small period in a small area. Whereas this will just condense a bit more slowly.
Nice,
And hopefully it'll be a less hot spirit overall.
Sweet.
Yeah, so we'll see. But at the moment, I've got those two, which are my low wines, which are sitting around 25%. And I'm going to put them all into the pot here and take a measurement, ABV measurement. And so see what I get. Set this up in a way that you can see it.
Cool.
Yeah. How was International Gin Day?
Good. I had a few gins.
I just had to filter one of my gins. I made a banana flower gin, and it came out super cloudy. And usually I'd let that stuff go, but I just drink it. You know, I know it's good. It's all natural. I don't care if it goes cloudy myself. But gin is something that, you know, people look at and they don't want to see a cloudy gin. So I stuck the bottle in the freezer for a couple of days, and then just filtered it after I chill filtered it, and it's come out clear now. It's lost a bit of body. It hasn't quite had that mouthfeel, but it still tastes nice. It tastes like good gin.
Still tastes good, just lose some of the oils. Yep.
Yeah, it loses some of the oils, but you know, gin is one of those things where it's a pretty hard sell, you know, to people to go, yeah, this is natural. This is what it would look like at this ABV.
Well, that's right. And it's the same thing with whiskey when it goes cloud. It's like, that's a good thing.
Yeah, you don't tend to present gin at 46%. Usually it's a little bit under. And so you know, if it's 46%, you're putting it in a gin and tonic, and you have a few of those, you can get pretty messy. So I like to keep it sort of 42 as a good compromise.
But banana flour, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, well, I just had my banana harvest, and then they have the bellflower that hangs off the bottom of the plant, with all the blossoms in it, and I think the Asian Thai people will fry it up and put it in salad and use it like that. But
I've heard it used for cooking and stuff. Yeah,
I thought
no,
I'll put it in the jar.
Banana palm, yeah. We just blended one.
But I tell you what, my banana moonshine was an absolute waste of time. So much work, so little yield. It's really starchy tasting. Wasn't too happy with the result. So I don't think I'll be doing that again.
So what are you stripping now?
So this is the low wines of my first generation and second generation of good old classic moonshine. I haven't made it in 3 years. I haven't done good old corn sugar, water and yeast. That's all is in it. Just old-fashioned moonshine.
You did say a week or so you were going to do some.
Yeah, so this will be the first generation is a non-sour mash, because you don't have any of the leftover backset from the still. So you don't really want to drink that first batch alone, because it's kind of not got the same character. So batch 3 is in the fermenter at the moment, bubbling away. Man, my exposure is so blowing out. Don't know why. I'll just try and set that a bit less blowing out. Why that is so...
It's not too bad.
So exposed. Yeah. A little bit darker. Maybe a bit too dark, hopefully not. But yeah, it's got this winter jacket on at the moment. It's bloody cold. So that's it, sitting at 28.5 degrees happily at the moment.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yep, so that's bubbling away, and then that comes out basically looking like that, fresh wash. The kind of yellowy, powdery liquid. And I'll probably put some of that
lemon juice.
Some of that into there once I take a measurement. Let's see what we're at, because I think this will be sort of around 25. Actually, I'm going to need a thermometer because it's under 20 degrees in the garage at the moment. And your ABV measurement is only as good as a 20 degree calibration.
Yeah.
So if you're under it, you're not going to have... is it going to pick that up? I wonder. Over here, you bastard. Probably should mix that up a little bit too. Smells like corn in here.
I bet it does.
Now, once that settles down and stops moving around, I can let go of the top. I just need a basic idea of what it's going to be, because if I put those low wines, some of that in there for flavour, that's going to bring that ABV down a bit more. Looking like 27, 28, something around there. Moving. That's hard to see there. And it's bobbing like a bastard. But it's looking about 27 degrees, 27 ABV. About 16, 17 degrees Celsius.
That's
so
right.
I need to do a little bit of maths on what that actual ABV is. Yeah, but it's be a big day, I think. Take me a while to run that through. It's good. I've got all the streams, all the Saturday streams to watch.
Yep. Big Vic will be on too.
Where's the bloody camera? Damn it. Still getting used to this rig. Finally. Yeah, let's settle down. Yeah, 27 and a half. So I've got to work out how much wash I've got and yeah, all that crap. But that's all right. That can wait. And then I've got to get it into the still. So when I have it set up like this, this is the fill hole. So I've just got a like that. And then copper funnel.
Nice.
Then I've got to get up on a ladder and pour it in there and probably ruin my back and fuck my day up. And
yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah. So that's pretty much ready to pour it into there.
You can't use a bit of siphoning pipe and siphon it in there?
It just is going up. That's the problem. You have to have the liquid above.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
yeah. I mean, I could use my pump. I've got a pump over here that I could actually rig that up and use that pump there. But usually it's got like fucking cockroaches living in there because they like, hanging out there. So I've got to clean it before I use it every time. And, it's like too much of a hassle by the time you do that to pump, 24 litres of liquid up there. It's not worth it. So I'll just do the old manpower.
Yep.
And remember to put the fucking valve handle up so that
it doesn't pour over the fucking floor when you put it up in the ladder. Yeah.
Yeah. But fuck, I hate that how that condenser is so not patinaed. I just love dark brown used copper, and when it's shiny and new and it hasn't had any patina, it looks wrong. It just does not look right.
It is definitely shiny.
Yeah. Yep. That's going to be one interesting thing today because the inside is not broken in. It's not really seasoned. So
could have a
copper. Yeah, it could have it'll still behave like copper, but it might not be white.
I mean, can you heat that up to try and break it in a bit?
Yeah, you could actually. You might risk heating the solder. That's the only thing.
Yeah, and I mean, not too crazy, but I mean, heat it up.
Yep. Maybe leaving it in the sun on the days that I'm not using it would be a good idea.
That's what I was thinking. Leave it in the sun.
Move it ahead. Yeah, just to give it that nice chocolate. Because something that's nice and chocolate, like one of the small ones, like that's what I want it to look like.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like your funnel, nice chocolatey.
Yeah, exactly. But that's just an aesthetic thing. And then parts of it will never get as dark because the jacket is got cold water running through it, so it's never going to be as dark as those hot parts of it. So it is what it is.
It'll get there.
Yeah, I might get the garage door open actually. See that the sun coming up. Bloody heat in here.
So what's your temperatures getting down to at the moment?
Oh, it's beautiful autumn weather at the moment. It's not been too shabby. It's probably 15 have been about the lowest in the last few days.
During the day or not?
During the day, yeah.
Okay, yep.
But then today is going to be perfectly crisp and clear and probably up in the 17s. It'll be nice weather, comfortable enough in here. Except that if I'm here by the time the sun goes down, it will start getting pretty chilly. I'll start feeling it, but yeah, it's
we're starting to get a couple of cool nights. We're getting down to the.
It's just a late autumn, eh? It's really been a.
It really is. It really is.
And I wouldn't be doing this at this time of year usually, but just because it's been such a late autumn, it's been like, why not?
Hell yeah. I'm just looking at my humidity. It's saying it's 104% humidity and 14 degrees.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Yeah, but
Probably
it
going to
would
have
be.
some fog out there, I think.
Yeah. But we haven't had any frosts or anything here yet, really. It's been good.
Oh, down
I mean,
southwest Simon's country, they've had hail and all sorts of shit, but yeah.
Oh, they've had shocking weather in Perth.
Yeah. Even Bluff Knoll had 7 centimeters of snow on it and shit.
Damn. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, well, further down the country, the ski season's opening up, so
yep,
people are pretty happy about that. Maths time. Where's my laptop? What do you got on for your Saturday?
Well, Saturday's done. It's now 4 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday.
Sunday. Yeah, I should say Sunday. Yeah.
I got a bunch of house shit I need to get doing, bloody yard work.
Yeah. And you're done with the shelves. You're pretty happy with the You're pretty happy with the studio. It's all good. All set up.
No, the lights are still shitting me. They're just not doing what they're meant to do, but I'll get there. But yeah, I'm happy that I've got all the shelves attached to the wall, all the whiskies back up there.
Yeah.
I'm happy about that.
What did you discover when you did that all over? Like, did you find bottles that you hadn't seen in a
No,
while?
because I had it all in the cupboard. I didn't really.
Oh, true.
Yeah, I didn't find any random bottles that I didn't know about.
Yeah.
It's just now it's going to be easy once I remember exactly where all the bottles are on the shelf that I can just go straight to them instead of having to go and find them in the cupboard.
Yeah.
And they're all just bunched up.
Yeah, I've got to get rid of some wounded bottles because.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. Yeah, I've got a few wounded zebras I need to knock on the head.
I've got a 2021 Kilkerran 12 that's down to like here with an opened 2020 bottle that's like, you know, got a little bit out of it. And I'm like, why am I holding these two? Like, it's interesting to have them back and forward, but they're just like, it's two Kilkerran 12s. Like, you know, I just got to have to get rid of this. It's just, and
Good day.
Yeah, I killed my last
Tater
Kilcon
dog.
throw and I've got one.
Cheers,
more.
mate.
That bottle I did, because I remembered buying it and I couldn't fucking find it. And then I did actually find it. That was about the only bottle that I stashed it away and then I couldn't find it, but I found that before I moved. I was like, I knew I fucking bought one. I fucking knew it because I was second guessing myself. I was like, maybe I didn't. I was like, no, I fucking did, because it was the last one sitting on the shelf and I fucking bought it because I knew they were starting to get a bit scarce, and now they're getting real scarce.
Yeah, it's.
Nah, Tater Dom, I'm not doing a 24-hour. That's going to be September. That Oktoberfest. We'll do another 24-hour for Oktoberfest. I'm not doing it today.
That's coming up soon.
Yep.
We're at that.
Just hoping I can get some beers. And I'll
second half of the year.
Today with Aldi, I hope they get some of the German stuff in again.
Oh yeah, that's right. Last year there was fuck all, wasn't there?
Yeah. I just hope they can get some good bloody beers.
So temperature corrected, it's 28.6% ABV. And that's a little hotter than I thought it would be, but that's all right. And then if I dilute it with 2 liters of 9%, because that fresh wash, this one here, is about 9%. It's not just water. I'm not just diluting it with water.
Yep.
So that will be another calculator. I need like a giant wall chart like they've got in the distilleries, and you can just look at the matrix and go,
yeah, have it all in
matrix.
matrix.
This much.
Yep.
Instead of having stupid apps and websites that I refer to, make life a lot easier.
Get a big whiteboard and write all that shit down.
Yeah, the problem with that is the whiteboard's kind of like already covered in shit. Yeah, lots of like notes and things and additions of order additions and yeah, that was the idea when I got the whiteboard, and then it was like, now I can't write that off, I can't wipe that off, I can't wipe that off. Fill the fucker up. Yeah. No, I need a ceiling poster or something I can look up at. Oh, 20. Still on the 27th. All right, then it goes. Try and keep the yeast out of the bottom of that bottle. And so what this is doing is it's bringing it down to a proof that my heart's cut will be essentially about 63%. I don't have to add any water to the finished result to have like a cask strength version if I wanted to age it. Just getting that perfect going in proof is going to be perfect result going out. And there, just a little bit.
So that spirit one going to take you all day to do?
Yeah, it's going to take me a good bit to do. I'll probably be finished by about sort of 4 o'clock, 3:30, and then cleaning up, and yeah, it'll be just heating it up will be the thing that takes the longest. It'll just be a bugger to do all the washing up. And that's the thing at this time of year that I don't particularly like doing is that cleaning up in the dark. Because it just sucks, you know. Just can't see what I'm doing.
Can't see shit. Yeah.
Can't see shit, and so it's yeah. So sure that. Yeah, that's made fuck all difference. 27.5%. That's all right. That's a good ABV for the wash. I'm happy with that. Fuck my ladder. Yeah, this part where I get myself. Gloves.
Need to have one of those little scissor lifts, then you could just pipe it in.
Yeah, it does. It needs just something. And actually, that's one thing that the older guys can. You know, there's a lot of dudes in this hobby that are in their late 60s, 70s. Some of them are, you know, getting on in years, and they don't do stupid things like try to lift like vessels like this anymore. You know, they're a bit more sensible about it. They've got all their stuff sorted for moving heavy loads, and yeah, that's one thing I should probably do before I'm well seasoned, but
yeah.
Hopefully that funnel is in nice and tight there without moving, because I've had that happen too. I've had the funnel so full up and it just tipped over.
Oh no.
As I'm pouring. That's not rocking, so I'm happy about that.
At least when you're pouring something like that, the more you pour, the lighter it gets.
Yeah.
At the same time, your muscles start fatiguing.
Yeah. And then there's times where I've forgotten to put the copper into the still, because it's, you know, stainless steel boiler. You want some copper actually in the bottom. You have to have some copper in the wash.
Yep.
And I've done that and I've filled it up and I'm like, oh shit, I got the damn copper. So then I've got to
You gotta drain it all out and then put it in and then do it again.
Yeah. Yep. It's just take all the stuff off. But yeah, it's a bloody nightmare. That's then where's my wash bottle? So I won't be needing the sight glass today. I usually have a sight glass over this hole. Like that.
Yep.
I'll just put a solid cap over it. I don't need to see what's going on in the spirit run because there's no chance of it boiling over and bubbling up. Just no need for that at all. So yeah, if it was a glass that was on here, like vertical instead of like this weird angle, it'd be much easier to fill the bastard, but then I wouldn't be able to see it as easily. So
True.
what do I do with that? Yeah, it's pretty much loaded. But yeah, that's probably sitting about there in the boiler.
Okay.
So yeah, that's
So how many litres did you put in?
it's about 24 litres. So yeah,
Yeah, that's definitely going to take a little bit to heat up.
yeah, so I'll end up with like 5 or 6 litres at 63% out of that.
Nice.
So it'll be a good effort. And then the generation 3, that'll get stripped. And then there'll be a 4th generation, and the 2 strips will go together. So the final product out of that will be called Gen /3/4, and then 5/6 like that. So I could always scale it up, put it in my bigger fermenter, and just do a one big batch. And I might even end up doing that. It's just that you just end up hedging your bets with the smaller batch. It just doesn't. If it goes to shit, you're not losing 60 litres of. It's only 30 litres. It's not 60 litres of. And what it does actually, it does go to shit sometimes because it's you're putting the back set, the sour leftover boilage from the stripping run. You're putting that back into the fermenter. So you actually, that's why it's a sour mash. You're putting that acidic back set back in there, which adds flavour, but it can also start to build up over time. So you end up with a sort of environment where the yeast just find it's too toxic, and they know I'm done with this. Like generationally, it slows down. Like this number 3, I was doing batch number 1 and then batch number 2 the next following week, and then literally starting batch number 3. After batch number 2 has basically come off the still, and it slowed down to the point where I'm not going to be able to run it this weekend. Usually I'd be, if it was a week solid, I'd just be able to do that, run it on Sunday, do a stripping run, and then do it the next Sunday. So now I'm going to have to do that sometime midweek when I get some time. We have to strip that because it's not going to be ready until midweek. So it's going to be all out of sync now. It's like I really want to have it so that I'm running it on the weekend, and it's not going to do that. It's not going to behave. So I can let it ferment out and just sit and maybe let it go for a week, but I kind of want to get it going and get it moving, because if it's sitting days not doing anything, it's just a waste of time. So
yeah,
kind of annoyed that that's kind of doing that. It's slowing itself down already. It's like usually a few generations in, you'd expect it would start slowing down, but to number 3 generations is bugger all. It's just so it's ticking along.
Maybe it's just the yeast itself.
Yeah, it could be the yeast is just not all that hearty. It's hearty enough to do the job, but there's probably no soldiers in reserve.
Yeah,
just happy enough to get through it, chug through it. But if it does start slowing down, I have to add less back set, make it less flavoury. But it is what it is. So yeah, I'll have to do a bit of cleaning up and have some breakfast, have a coffee, and then start this off. So I'll go and do that now, and I'll let you get some sleep. And
Well, good luck with it.
Yeah, cheers. I'll be around. I'll probably see you in the afternoon when you jump on one of those afternoon streams.
Yeah,
Probably just-
I'll jump on Big Vix and see how I go.
Yeah.
I'm not on daddy duty this week, but I'm gonna be taking the boy to a soccer game 8 o'clock next Sunday, so I won't be doing any streams. Bugger all streaming next weekend.
Yeah.
I'm on daddy duty all weekend.
True. Oh well. There's no gin days, is there? There's no international day of.
No, there's nothing out. Yep, gin day is now done. I don't think there's anything else coming up that's pressing to be drunk worthy. Let's have a look. Don't think there's anything coming up. What have we got? Oh, National Bourbon Day is on Wednesday. That's Whiskey Wednesday. I'll be doing that.
Oh, National Bourbon Day.
National Bourbon Day on Wednesday.
There's a good chance I'll be drinking bourbon on a Wednesday. At least.
Yep. I think I'll be doing a Whiskey Wednesday, and then we're going to be drinking bourbon.
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, that's about the only thing coming up. But yeah, that's if I'm not in Tom Price. I might be on Tom Price, but I haven't heard anything yet, so I don't know.
Yeah.
See how we go.
White chat's not okay. Right. Yeah, still got to get this set up. This not quite as up to which is what I like. But yeah, all hand-me-down parts I've got from clients that I've put together this machine, and I think it's bare minimum.
Does the job.
Yeah, done about 60 frames per second. I haven't tried that out yet, so that'll be the test.
Yeah, I don't think you really need 60 frames a second when it comes to
not for this. No, I think if I was doing videos of my day, like if I was doing a ride along stream just of me doing distilling, I would want that at 60.
Yep.
But yeah, for chats this, no way.
No. Nah, it's only if you're gaming and doing fast action shit that you need 60 frames, or talking heads, don't need bugger all.
For sure. All right, I'm gonna go
So
eat
you're
some
gonna be a
breakfast.
talking head doing crazy stuff like.
Yeah. Right, I'll go and get some breakfast, but yeah.
All right, mate. Enjoy.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Cheers,
Yep.
everyone.
Cheers. All right. We'll see you all later. I'll go wrap this up and get some Z's, and we'll see you on the next stream. Probably catch you on Big Vix again. Cheers, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day. Yep, I'm going to hit the peace sign now. There we go. Cheers, everyone.